Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Oath of allegiance of a new senator.
Madam Clerk, kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new senator.
I, Kerm Timbrell, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize. I will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a senator and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
Congratulations to you, Senator Kerm Timbrell, and welcome to today's sitting.
Announcement by the President.
First, on July 7th, 2025, I conducted a walkthrough of the renovation project of the National Assembly to see firsthand the progress of the project and to see where it was possible the incorporation of the recommendations of the House Committee of the Senate. I'm pleased to report that the project is scheduled to be completed in September 2025, and most of the recommendations of the House Committee have been considered. I will continue through the House Committee to be established today to keep you informed of progress of the project. I want to express my thanks to the project engineers of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing Development, Mr. Huron and Mr. Montero, as well as the staff of the National Assembly, Ms. August and Mr. Grant, for facilitating the walkthrough. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 64, there shall be the following sessional select committees: A, the Standing Orders Committee; B, the House Committee; C, the Committee of Privileges; and D, the Regulations Committee. Except for the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, which consists of all members of the Senate, the members of the sessional select committees shall be appointed by the President at the beginning of each session. Standing Orders 65, 66, and 67 state that the President shall be a member and the chairperson of the Standing Orders Committee, the House Committee, and the Committee of Privileges. I therefore name the following senators to be members of the following committees. 1. The Standing Order Committees: Honorable Carolyn Trent Sandiford, President, Chairperson; Senator the Honorable Linsford Castillo; Senator the Honorable Patrick Farber, and Senator the Honorable Janelle Chanona. 2. House Committee. The Honorable Carolyn Trent Sandiford, President, Chairperson, Senator the Honorable Roselle Arana, Senator the Honorable Patrick Farber, Senator the Honorable Kevin Herrera. 3. Committee of Privileges. The Honorable Carolyn Trent Sandiford, President, Chairperson, Senator the Honorable Brittany Galvez, Senator the Honorable Sheena Pitts, Senator the Honorable Reverend Louis Wade, Jr. 4. Regulations Committee. The Honorable Carolyn Trent Sandiford, President, Senator the Honorable Hector Guerra, Senator the Honorable Gabrielle Zatina, Senator the Honorable Glenfield Dennison. Furthermore, Standing Order 68B speaks of a Women's Parliamentarian Caucus Standing Committee, which was established as a bicameral caucus for all women parliamentarians to consider matters which affect women's rights, gender equality, and other matter connected therewith or incidental thereto. I therefore name the following senators to be members of the Women's Parliamentarian Caucus Standing Committee: the Honorable Carolyn Trent Sandiford, President of the Senate, Senator Brittany Galvez, Senator Roselle Arana, Senator Sheena Pitts, and Senator Janelle Chanona.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, may I first congratulate Senator Timbrell and welcome him to today's proceedings, and also congratulate all those who have agreed and have been appointed to serve on the standing committees. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills: Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill 2025, Bail Bill 2025, Law Revision and Law Reform Bill 2025. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, there is on the order paper the National Assembly Powers, Privileges and Immunities Bill 2025. After discussions with senators, we are not taking charge of it, but I've given my undertaking that during the recess of the Senate, we will have a committee of the Senate at your convenience to go through the bill, all its clauses, so that concerns can be raised. Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business motions.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize and Taiwan enjoy a strong and healthy diplomatic bond, deeply rooted in mutual respect, and share the common values of democracy, freedom, and human rights, and whereas throughout the 36 years of friendship and alliance, Belize and Taiwan have continuously supported and helped each other and closely cooperated in areas of mutual interest, and whereas all bilateral cooperation projects between Belize and Taiwan, including hospital and road construction, renovation of the National Assembly building, urban resilience and disaster prevention, metabolic chronic disease prevention, women empowerment, Mandarin teaching and scholarship program are currently proceeding smoothly. And whereas with Taiwan's assistance, 50 starter homes were completed and handed over in May 2025, and shrimp from Belize will soon be exported to Taiwan, showcasing the strength and depth of the multifaceted partnership between the two nations. And whereas Taiwan is not only a faithful ally and a development partner of Belize, but also an active contributor to addressing pressing global challenges, making it an indispensable member of the global community. And whereas the People's Republic of China has deliberately misused UNGA Resolution 2758 to assert false claims of sovereignty over Taiwan, to isolate Taiwan from the international community and obstruct Taiwan's participation in the UN system and other multilateral fora which stand to benefit greatly from Taiwan's expertise and experiences. And whereas Belize, as a steadfast ally, stands shoulder to shoulder with Taiwan in safeguarding its sovereignty, democracy, freedom, and the right to self-determination of the Taiwanese people, when Taiwan faces the ever-growing military, political, and economic coercion and hegemonic threats from the People's Republic of China. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House extends its commitment to the strong and healthy diplomatic bond between Belize and Taiwan and reaffirms its commitment to stand with the people and the government of Taiwan in solidarity to oppose PRC's coercive action and undermine Taiwan's sovereignty, sovereign integrity, democracy, and freedom. Calls upon the international community to reject PRC's distortion of the UNGA Resolution 2758 and its effort to block Taiwan's inclusion in the international system. Expresses its full support for Taiwan's participation in all related international organizations, including the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the International Criminal Police Organization. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to President Lai Ching-te of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and to the Office of the Prime Minister as a tangible token of the friendship expressed herein. Madam President, it is the opportunity for this Honorable Senate to reaffirm unequivocally its commitment to the relationship between Belize and the Republic of China, Taiwan. As is indicated in the motion, the relationship between Taiwan and Belize has stood for some 36 years. It has been built primarily on the basis of a mutual recognition of the right to self-determination, sovereignty, and the fact that we respect human rights and democracy. The relationship between Taiwan and Belize is a living example of two countries that respect the sovereignty of each other, that have mutual interests, and have cooperation programs to pursue those mutual interests. In that regard, Taiwan is a shining example of countries with which Belize has been able to cooperate, redounding to the benefit of Belizeans, whether it is students, whether it is farmers, whether it is people in the IT sector, whether it is the National Assembly. Our relationship on the diplomatic scene has also been very close. And so it's an opportunity for us today to reaffirm our commitment to that relationship. Secondly, Madam President and colleagues, we call on the People's Republic of China to have a more mature, a more enlightened posture with respect to Taiwan. Simply put, Taiwan, the people of Taiwan have a right to self-determination. They have a right to determine their future. They have a right to determine that they wish to exist as a country separate from the People's Republic of China. And we call on the People's Republic of China to desist from the threats and the use of force and the threats of the use of force in relation to Taiwan, and in fact to remove its obstacle to Taiwan fully participating in the international organizations of which Belize is a member. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I join with Senator Courtney in congratulating Senator Timberland on his appointment this morning, and I also join with him to congratulate members of the Senate Seasonal Select Committees that were appointed this morning. Madam President, with your permission, I will read our statement on this motion for the record, and then I'll make a few personal comments. I rise on behalf of the opposition to give my full and unwavering support to this important motion, a resolution that affirms Belize's commitment to democracy, freedom, and the unbreakable bond of friendship with the people and government of Taiwan. Belize and Taiwan have shared 36 years of strong and meaningful diplomatic ties. But more than that, We have shared a partnership built on mutual respect and shared values, the belief in human rights, self-determination, and democratic government. These are not abstract ideals. They are principles that shape our daily lives and strengthen the foundation of our nation. Madam President, over these decades, Taiwan has been a genuine friend to Belize. Whether it is through the construction of hospitals and roads, support for the National Assembly building renovation, which we will all enjoy in a bit, urban resilience initiatives, or women empowerment program, Taiwan has been a friend, and this is really what friendship looks like. It's tangible, it's impactful, and it's based on shared progress. Madam President, at this moment in history, Taiwan is under increasing threat from the People's Republic of China. The deliberate misuse of the UNGA Resolution 2758 to isolate Taiwan from the international system is an affront not just to Taiwan, but to every nation that believes in fairness and democratic principles. Taiwan deserves to have a seat at the table in global institutions such as the United Nations, the WHO, the ICAO, UNFCCC, and Interpol. Taiwan's expertise and contributions from health to climate change to security strengthen the global community. Denying them, Madam President, the participation only weakens our collective ability to address shared challenges. Madam President, Belize has always stood up for what is right, even when it is not the easy path. By supporting this motion, we reaffirm our steadfast friendship with Taiwan, and we make it clear that Belize will not be silent in the face of coercion and injustice. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Taiwan in defending its sovereignty, its democratic system, and the right of its people to self-determination. This is a moment to demonstrate our moral courage and our commitment to the values we hold dear here in Belize. It is also a moment to call upon the international community to reject the PRC's distortion of UNGA Resolution 2758 and to support Taiwan's inclusion in international forums. Madam President, in closing, I urge all senators to support this motion wholeheartedly. Let us send a very strong and unified message from this Senate that Belize stands for democracy, for freedom, and for the enduring bonds of true friendship. We stand with Taiwan today and always on these matters. Madam President, I think this may be one of the rare occasions when we will stand so strongly together. The opposition and the government, the UDP and the PUP, over the 36 years that both parties have ruled this country, or governed this country is a better way to say it, has seen both political parties, Madam President, embrace Taiwan, and that is a good thing, and we are not about to break that up. We make apologies if there were any inconsistencies or the threat of inconsistencies by our former leader of the opposition, but we make it now clear that this, the United Democratic Party opposition of this country, supports unequivocally Taiwan in its goal of self-determination. But having said that, Madam President, let me also make a plea, because one of the many gifts that Taiwan gives to this country, and you know, I always say the best gifts come from friends, but the best gifts are even further defined, Madam President, by being the kind of gift that once given cannot be taken back. And I've always enjoyed the fact that Taiwan has given us one of the greatest gifts, in my opinion. They give us a lot of things, but one of the greatest gifts that they've given us is access to education for our young people in particular. And this is across many fields, many areas. The problem I've had while I was Minister of Education, and I am assuming my colleagues all in this Senate will agree with me is that maybe we need to continue to press for it, something that I certainly pressed for as Minister of Education, is that we need some greater understanding on ensuring that our students who go to Taiwan to study return to this nation, because it is not an individual gift given to individuals who go to study. It is the intention of both our nations that once our students go, that they will come back and contribute to Belize's development. Now, don't get me wrong, Madam President, I understand very well in the global context that the world is global and that wherever you are, in fact, we have seen some wonderful success stories of Belizeans in Taiwan, living in Taiwan. We've seen wonderful success stories of Belizeans living in the United States, in Canada, in England. And they do make contributions to Belize's development. I've seen where, for instance, students who are studying come home and they have workshops in different areas, or they help to build Belize in some particular way. But there can be no greater contribution than if once they're properly educated, properly equipped, that they come home and they make Belize their home and make the contributions as was intended by the agreements that we have with Taiwan. Now, I know that that is difficult to do. Taiwan is a very, very distant place. And in fact, one of the reasons why students become so acclimatized once they get there is because they don't get to travel home regularly, as is the case if they were studying in the US or in the Caribbean somewhere. They get to trek home regularly. But in this instance, they're so far away that once you go, in fact, many families have not seen their loved one once they've departed to study in Taiwan for years. Sometimes it takes them at least a decade or so to come home. So we understand that, and we understand that they're doing great things in Taiwan for their development, and therefore that helps us. But of course, I make the plea again, and maybe this is something that we could do jointly, opposition and government appeal to the Taiwanese government. We are certain that they listen to our appeals for that kind of thing to be formalized, that our students are forced to come back, at least for a while, so that they can make good on the contributions that they offered to take up once they promised to return when they were given the scholarship. Madam President, I thank you.
I recognize Senator Brittany Galvez.
Madam President, I just want to also add my full support for this motion on the resolution to support democratic Taiwan and strengthen bilateral bond. As we all know, for the past 36 years, Belize and Taiwan have shared a fruitful and enriching friendship, one that has provided tangible benefits for both nations. Speaking from my own experience and through my tenure as a program coordinator for the Office of the Special Envoy, I've had the privilege of working alongside many Taiwanese counterparts on various programs and initiatives, from providing financial literacy training to indigenous women in the South, to empowering young people to be agents of change against gender-based violence. Every program supported by Taiwan has opened doors to both individual growth and national development. And we can't forget the countless young Belizeans who've benefited from studying Taiwan through their scholarship program. Madam President, it is always inspiring for me to hear the testimonies from those who have benefited from the strong diplomatic bond between our two nations. I can't personally thank Taiwan enough for their faithful commitment to empowering our nation and its people. Because over these 3.5 decades, Taiwan has stood with us, not just in development, but in helping us address some of our most pressing challenges. And through this motion, we return and reaffirm that support by standing in solidarity with the government and people of Taiwan as they face ongoing pressures and false claims from the People's Republic of China. And that is why, Madam President, I am encouraged and proud to witness the strong bipartisan support for this important motion, as we send a clear and unanimous statement that Belize fully supports and stands with Taiwan. Not just because they support us, but because, like Belize, they deserve the right to exercise their full sovereignty, democracy, and participation in our global community. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. I fully associate myself with the comments made by the leader of government business, the leader of opposition business, and my fellow Senator, Ms. Brittany Galvez. While I don't wish to repeat what they have set out, I wish to go a little bit further. I queried, when Belize and Taiwan engages in its friendly relationship, symbiotic, I asked, how does it come about? Is it that they offer in a targeted way, or is it that we ask in a targeted way? And correct me if I'm wrong, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, oftentimes or mostly it is that we ask in a specific way. And so I ask this on the footing that both Belize and Taiwan can identify in a nerve and flesh impregnable way the observance we have for sovereignty and territorial integrity. And in as much as Taiwan has done its work with countries, Taiwan has established relationships with countries to support its bid for international recognition. There is a country that it supports, that is Guatemala, and that country is the country that challenges our sovereignty, our territorial integrity. And while I am not standing here to impute anything on Taiwan, what I am doing is inviting Taiwan, considering that Belize has taken the steps to go to the ICJ to determine that question, invite Taiwan to consider whether at the end of that, at that time, it can be bold and declare with Belize, so that in our continued sisterhood, there is no question on the bond that binds us together. And the only reason why I say this is that personally, it is marked for me that while Taiwan has been forever in partnership with our country despite administration, it would lend a great deal more for our two countries to make those bold statements, shoulder to shoulder, in the very thing we're standing here to support. And that is that we recognize, we support Taiwan's sovereignty, their involvement in the international community, their prerogative to determine and use democratic principles. And for that, we invite them, and perhaps former minister and leader of government business, you can share with us where I am wrong or this is not the appropriate venue, how it is we can invite Taiwan to make those considerations, to go a step further, to hear from them where they stand in relation to our fight for our sovereignty. I yield, Madam President.
Madam President.
I recognize Senator Hector Guerra.
Madam President, I rise to support and to show my unwavering conviction to this resolution to support Democratic Taiwan and Strengthened Bilateral Bond 2025. The Taiwanese government has done great things in Belize, including in the agricultural sector, touching the lives of thousands of Belizeans. They've also contributed a lot to the young folks in this country, especially as it relates to education and to opening opportunities for us, Madam President. And so while we've listened to Senator Farber's contributions as it relates to concerns about Belizeans not returning home, and while we've listened to Senator Pitts saying how, of course, a sentiment I also share, we'd want Taiwan to stand with Belize, I'm sure our friends are listening and will take it into consideration, Madam President. But the fact remains, Taiwan has supported us for over 30 decades, and we cannot, 3 decades, I apologize, and we cannot at this point turn our backs on our friends. In a time when Taiwan is facing increasing external pressures, they're being excluded from international forums. Belize's position remains clear and principled. We support Taiwan's inclusion in the international order, including the World Health Organization and the United Nations. And so, Madam President, I rise simply to say, without repeating what has already been said today, that I support this motion. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, also, I also rise to support the motion, Democratic Taiwan, resolution to support Democratic Taiwan and strengthen bilateral bond motion 2025. Madam President, when you really think of it, or think about it, Taiwan and Belize are circumstantial siblings in many ways. We are threatened by neighbors much larger than ourselves. We have the desire for self-determination, democracy, freedom. These are our shared values. And yet, as we proceed on our path, we continually run into these headwinds that are brought by our larger neighbors. And while Belize has submitted its case to the International Court of Justice, Madam President, it is still something hanging over our heads because it has not been resolved completely. Taiwan wants to participate, like Belize, in many of the international forums. And again, because of the issues that linger from the PRC, it has been unable to do so. Taiwan has been a major friend of Belize for over 36 years, Madam President. And so I think it is only right that Belize continue to support Taiwan in its goal to be recognized internationally. Madam President, if you listen to the news over the past year, 9 months, you'll notice that there seems to be a shift in terms of the global order, where if you look at it closely, it almost seems like we're returning to the laws of the jungle in many respects. We saw Russia moving into Ukraine, taking territory. We've seen Panama being threatened. We've seen insinuations about Canada being one of the states of the United States. And so, Madam President, it's extremely important that these countries, Belize included, Taiwan and the other countries, that we continue to put these types of motions forward so that we maintain the global order as it is, that we don't look at redefining borders, that we allow people to determine their own futures. And so, Madam President, with that said, I completely support the motion in front of us. Taiwan has been a great friend of Belize. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Roselle Arana.
Good morning, Madam President and colleagues. Madam President, I rise in full support, permission to read my notes. I rise in full support of the motion, which is resolution to support democratic Taiwan and strengthening bilateral bond, motion 2025. It is in Belize's national interest to continue to be fully supportive of our strong alliance with Taiwan, which has been mutually beneficial for 36 years. You see, Madam President, countries cannot exist in isolation. Maintaining strong alliances is absolutely necessary to thrive and to survive, especially in the midst of global geopolitical tensions, of which some Senator Kevin Herrera mentioned. Hence, our uncompromising support for Taiwan, including their participation in all related organizations, must emphatically be underscored. Once again, I'm in full support of this motion. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona.
Good morning, colleagues, and I join in the welcome to Senator Timbrell to today's session. And with your leave, Madam President, I would also like to extend our congratulations to Madam Clerk on completing her recent course. Oh, Senator Arana, no worries. Yes, just to tell the clerk, well done on completing her course in distant lands and with us here. Madam President, our community wishes to place on record our support for this motion. We feel it is important to acknowledge not just the gift of friendship that has been shared between these two nations, but also I believe it gives some assurance that as other countries move to change their diplomatic ties, I'm sure it brings measure of comfort that Belize is taking this principled position and seeing itself, as Senator Herrera eloquently described it, circumstantial siblings. And so we just place on record that we embrace. I do not share Senator Farber's position that perhaps this would be a rare bipartisan moment. I will be a little bit more optimistic and just say that this has set a bar, but I look forward to us breaking the bar on future motions and pieces, but certainly to say that we offer our full support as well for this acknowledged principled position in terms of the diplomatic relations. It goes well beyond thank you, and we think it's important that, as we say, we put our action where we can to support our friends. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Gabriel Zadina.
Madam President, I rise on a point of clarification, with the permission to read my notes. I want to set the record straight in case there is any doubt. And truthfully, Madam President, there really shouldn't be any doubt, because from our side, at least I heard my colleague, lead Senator Patrick Faber, Senator Shana Pitts, we've made our position crystal clear, and it was said in English. I don't know if Senator Hector does not, and I don't mean to come at you so bluntly, but I want to put on record that we support the resolution to support Taiwan and strengthen bilateral bond. Full stop. We stand with our friends in Taiwan. That support has been stated plainly from the side of the opposition, publicly and without reservation. Now, Madam President, like I said, I rise specifically to respond to the comments made by Senator Hector, who, in what appears to be typical PUP fashion, has attempted to twist or blur our position. And I like to think that it was done unintentionally. But from our side, again, our position has not changed. It has not been said vaguely. We support Taiwan. We support the motion. And we do so in full recognition of the mutual respect and cooperation that Belize has with Taiwan, and that we continue to share. Thank you, Madam President. I yield.
I recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
Obliged, Madam President. He did. Madam President, I wasn't planning on speaking on this motion, but I think it's very important that we get clear to our friends the unanimity of the support that they enjoy from this upper house. And with that in mind, I will ask that we all speak on this motion. For my part, Madam President, I will be very clear. September 21st, 1981 is a very important day in our history. I think we can all agree on that. September 25th, 1981 is also an important day. It's the day George Price was able to address the UN General Assembly in relation to Belize achieving statehood. That is a privilege that one of our friends yet do not have. After 35 years of diplomatic relations with Taiwan, which has seen Belize's development being supported in so many aspects. My friend Senator Galvez spoke about the women empowerment. There's education, military training. The list is so long. Housing, Madam President, a beautiful housing project right here in Balpan. And so we have to appreciate the international context that is occurring now with the Republic of, with China, Madam President, poaching allies, picking off friends of Taiwan one by one. abusing as leader of government business, as the motion says, abusing UNGA resolution 2758, and I think that's an appropriate use of their actions now. Because for all that Taiwan has done, not just for Belize, but for the world, I think it's a shame that they are not permitted to participate in international forums like Interpol and the World Health Organization and the like, Madam President. And so I don't think this is a time to ask our friend when they are down to show us our support. I think this is a time for us to give our unequivocal support to Taiwan, and I rise in full support of this motion, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kerm Timbrell.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to our other senators before this honorable house this morning. Madam President, with your indulgence, I'd like to make reference to my note that I have here, that we stand in full support of this resolution to support democratic Taiwan and strengthening bilateral bond motion 2025. Madam President, if for no other reason, but for the simple reason that Taiwan seeks to govern its people in principles of democracy, that alone is enough, Madam President. Senator Herrera made mention of some of the troubling things we see coming out of Russia and having support of mainland China in the oppression we see taking place today in the war with Ukraine. We believe on this, Madam President, that the way forward is for all nations to embrace principles of democracy, and for that reason we fully support this resolution. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Linsford Castillo.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to take this opportunity to welcome Senator Timbrell to this chamber. Madam President, it would be remiss of me to not speak into the record my support for this. Let me read the bill. Resolution to support democratic Taiwan and strengthen bilateral bond 2025. Madam President, I will also ask your permission to every so often refer to my notes, and I won't be long. Madam President, just as the bill, as it was read by the leader of government business, highlighted many instances and examples of the partnership that Belize and Taiwan has shared since 1989, or 36 years thereabout. So as not to get into any details or not to repeat what has already been stated by many of the senators before me, I would just like to touch very, very briefly on 3 or 4 areas to just highlight why this bill is of utmost importance, Madam President. One, I'd like to look at the relationship that Taiwan and Belize shares, that is rooted in shared values. 2, tangible contributions and development impacts that this relationship has brought about. 3, Taiwan as a global partner. And 4, an appeal to the international community on behalf of Taiwan. Madam President, this resolution affirms that Belize does not take this alliance or this partnership lightly. It is a testament, in my opinion, of the consistency, the integrity, and just that strong bond that has been developed between both nations. We all know that Taiwan has stood by Belize over the years, not only in words, Madam President, but we can all attest, and as I stated before, the evidence is there. And so it is only fitting for us that we reciprocate this unwavering support that we have enjoyed from Taiwan. And so, Madam President, that alone would be suffice for us to support this bill. Secondly, Madam President, in terms of tangible contributions, and again, I won't get into the details because it has been mentioned as far as the many, many projects, whether in health, whether in infrastructure, whether in scholarships, as Senator Farber has mentioned, and even just now, as Senator Denison has mentioned about starter homes. The evidence is just clear, Madam President, of this strong partnership. And so, with that, we see it fitting that we continue to strengthen this relationship, Madam President. But not only with respect to Belize, but we have seen Taiwan's footprint as a global partner. And so when it comes to global health, when it comes to disaster relief, Madam President, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw Taiwan contributing to the global response. And so it is obvious that Taiwan is demonstrating that it is ready to be a formal part of the global community. And so, in closing, Madam President, I want to join with my fellow senators and call upon the international community to reject the misrepresentation, if I could use that term, and the unfair treatment that the people of Taiwan has been subjected to from the People's Republic of China. And so we join our voices to say, let us see Taiwan become a formal and a full-fledged member of the international community. And so, Madam President, this resolution should not only be a policy statement as far as I am concerned, but a promise that Belize will continue to champion democracy, to resist coercion, and to stand up for the rights of all the people, including the 23 million Taiwanese who wish to live in peace and prosperity and freedom, Madam President. And so with that, I proudly support this resolution, and I thank you.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise in full and unwavering support of the resolution to support Democratic Taiwan and strengthen bilateral bond motion 2025. I think Senator Herrera highlighted that Belize and Taiwan are, in his words, circumstantial siblings. And I think that phrase is entirely appropriate. I just want to focus very strictly on the right of self-determination. Belize undoubtedly has a right of self-determination, one that I think we are all confident will be upheld by the International Court of Justice. But just the same, other people have that right of self-determination. That includes the people of Western Sahara. That includes the people of Palestine. And of course, that includes the people of the Republic of China, Taiwan. It is unfortunate, however, that within the international community, while Belize is able to enjoy that full international recognition, many of the people of these other, or many of the countries in the international community do not recognize these people that I mentioned. In the case of Taiwan, up to the late 60s, Taiwan was actually had a seat on the United Nations. It was recognized by over 70 countries. Now it no longer has that recognition. No longer does it have that seat on the United Nations. In fact, merely a dozen countries recognize Taiwan. Belize is one of those dozen countries. And I think we are all here today united to say that we are proud to be one of those dozen countries. I make my comments here today to recognize the humility and generosity of the people of Taiwan to Belize. But it is not a one-way street, and we should never look at it as a one-way street. It is a relationship of mutual respect and an opportunity for mutual benefit to both our countries. And it is in that sense this motion reflects that effort of mutuality, that in the best way possible we can reflect our support of Taiwan, and this motion represents that. But beyond that, we also look forward to that mutual benefit through trade, through education. We look forward to building a closer relationship, closer ties with Taiwan between our peoples. So I end by simply saying that as far as Belize and Taiwan is concerned, I think that bond is an unbreakable bond, and one that will only get stronger. So, Madam Speaker, I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Madam President, I start by thanking all senators for supporting the motion in a very strong and unequivocal way in which they have done so. Madam President, I just wish to respond to a few points, 3 points in particular, and just to remind the Senate that there is a distinction between recognition of a country and having diplomatic relations. Many more than a dozen countries around the world recognize Taiwan. They just don't have formal diplomatic relations. Many countries around the world have trade intersections with Taiwan. They don't have embassies. So Taiwan enjoys the support of many more countries than those that they have diplomatic relations with. Secondly, I want to associate myself with Senator Farber's concern about the need for Belizean students to return to Belize, having received the education that they get in Taiwan. We have engaged the government of Taiwan on this issue. Senator Farber is right to say that these scholarships are scholarships given to Belize. They are scholarships given to Belize. There is then a process that is undertaken to identify who the beneficiaries are. It is not a situation where a student has gone out and applied directly to Taiwan and said, please give me a scholarship. This is a program between two countries, and our Belizean students benefit from it. We have said to the government of Taiwan, it is counterproductive and it is counterintuitive for you to have a relationship with us to promote the development of Belize, to educate our Belizeans, and then, one, to seduce them to stay in Taiwan. Two, to give them education, bachelor's level and master's level, and then give them a work permit to teach English as a second language and allow them to stay, a residence permit in Taiwan. And so we need to continue that engagement with Taiwan to say that you cannot or you should not, except for exceptional circumstances, for example, marriage. Somebody gets married to a Taiwanese or to a person resident there, then clearly you can't force that person to come back. Or secondly, a situation where somebody has a job as a stepping stone to doing a further degree, so they stay and they don't come back immediately. But ultimately, the issue has got to be building the human capital of Belize. And as a true partner, we need to find ways to reduce the number of Belizeans who remain in Taiwan after having the benefit of the scholarship. And finally, just to respond to Senator Pitts, every country that recognizes Belize recognizes Guatemala. Every country that has diplomatic relations with Belize has diplomatic relations with Guatemala. And we shouldn't single out Taiwan to have a different posture. In fact, what we have done and what we will continue to do is to leverage the relationship between Taiwan and Guatemala to assist in good neighborliness, to assist in a peaceful resolution of the dispute between Belize and Guatemala, and most importantly, once we win the case in the ICJ, to ask Taiwan to use its good offices and influence to get the government of Guatemala to support and to accept the result of the ICJ judgment and to implement it. So I think we should not be concerned about the fact that Taiwan has good and friendly relations with Guatemala. We should be able to use it to the benefit of Belize and Belizeans. Madam President, I thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Standing Order 73A of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives provides that the Joint Public Accounts Committee shall consist of 9 members as follows. 6 members nominated by a committee of selection to consist of 4 members who support the government and 2 members who do not support the government unless there are no members or insufficient members of the House of Representatives who do not support the government, and 3 members nominated by the President of the Senate from among the social partner members of the Senate. And whereas on the 12th May 2025, the House of Representatives appointed the following 6 members to serve on the Joint Public Accounts Committee: Honorable Lee Mark Chang, Honorable Julius Espat, Honorable Karim Musa, Honorable Kevin Bernard, Honorable Dolores Balaramos Garcia, and Honorable Godwin Haylock. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate nominates Senator Kevin Herrera, Senator Glenfield Dennison, and Senator Janelle Chanona to be the social partner members in the Joint Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Thank you, Madam President. We, of course, have no difficulty with the appointments, given that it is what is expected for the Joint Public Accounts Committee to function. I just wanted to ask, though, in a similar manner, when I think there was something else that we had to deal with, Madam President, at the last meeting when I asked, how do we come about? Was it the social partners getting together and deciding on the three senators, or was it an imposition? Okay, so I see from the nods and the gestures, Madam President, that it was not so. And so we have absolutely no difficulty in supporting the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Senator Faber, I think you will come to understand that our Madam President is very transparent and democratic in the way she operates. She doesn't impose often. Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 11th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 11th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the second and third phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the Belize and the Republic of China Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill is simply to continue the phase reduction of duties on goods moving into Belize from the European Union, the United Kingdom, and from Taiwan. They exist under the economic partnership agreements which we have with the European Union and the United Kingdom separately, and the economic cooperation agreement with Taiwan. So we are in treaty bound to do these phase reductions, and this is a part of that process.
I recognize Senator Patrick Faber.
Thank you, Madam President. As Senator Courtney has said, we are bound by treaty. And we have no difficulty with that, except that we still would like to know, especially when it has to do with things that could hamper our own productivity in this country. So we're told, Madam President, that what we've signed on to, CARIFORUM UK, CARIFORUM EU, and the Republic of China Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement. In fact, we're told that this is the 11th phase, Senator, for the two, for UK and Europe, and the third phase for Taiwan. We are not certain, and maybe you can enlighten us, Senator Courtney, once you get up to wrap up the debate. What have been the benefits that Belize has received in terms of those earlier phases, which Madam President, I told Senator Courtney this morning that I guess it's a difference in how things are done, the House versus the Senate, and I really am learning. And by the way, what you just said in terms of how Madam President and other senators conduct business is a learning curve for me, because you can't suggest things in the House for change. That would be rejected. They never even listen to you, they never even hear you. And certainly from my first and only experience in the last meeting of the Senate, when it was the budget debate, I can say, without holding anything back, that minus the skirmishes and so on, that especially for the leader of government business and our friend Senator Chris Cowie, that they make an attempt to try to give us the information that we need. And to me, that's a far look up from where I have to say up. No, you say we are the upper house. But we'd like to know then what those earlier phases yielded, since we are now being asked to put on this list additional goods, services that will, of course, give up very, very important revenue for our country. I had a chance to quickly glance at the IMF's summary report published on the IMF's webpage on Friday, I believe it was, and while it's something we've long said, Senator Cowie, that we enjoyed the glory days, we'll have to tighten the belt now. And so something like this, of course, forces us to have to ask the question, what is it that, how is it going to balance out? And I think it's a fair question, especially given that we are in the 11th phase of our agreement with the UK and with Europe, and the 3rd phase with Taiwan. In particular, Madam President, there are things in this bill that threatens our local production. If we look at detailed amendments in Schedule 1, we see drastic reductions in duties on agricultural and fisheries products. We see drastic reduction in live cattle, live swine, live sheep, goats, as well as fish and other seafood categories, Madam President. And we see some goods dropping from where they are to 7%, while others drop as low as 0%. So again, it sends a signal that we're going to lose some revenue from this, and if the benefits that are coming don't outweigh what we're giving up, then we will find ourselves, as the IMF is warning, in some serious times. We must ask, Madam President, how will the local cattle and pig farmers in Cayo and in Orange Walk compete with large-scale European and Taiwanese imports that benefit from heavy subsidies in their own countries? Our farmers already struggle with high cost of feed, limited veterinary services, and poor infrastructure. Without targeted support, and that's the recommendation that we're making here as well, because I think my experience is you have to be clear on these things, because people jump to conclusions afterwards. We support. We're already engaged with the treaty. You heard us loud and clear just now, and I thank my colleague, Senator Gabriel, for clearing up whatever doubt Senator Guerra, which I didn't think was intentional, but whatever the brother seemed to have hinted that we were not on board fully, and so, you get my colleague riled up a little bit here, because he had to make the clear clarification that Belize is with Taiwan. And again, this is one of the elements where we know right off, without hearing, and we're asking for the record, but even without hearing from Senator Courtney what the benefits of Phase 1 and Phase 2 were in terms of the Taiwan agreement, we believe that it was beneficial to Belize. And even if it is some loss of revenue, you see where other things make up, and I'm not sure we have the same kind of relationship with the other two partners who we're engaging with in terms of these agreements, Europe and in particular the UK, which has now separated itself from the UK. The UK separating itself from the European Union. But I would hope that what we have engaged in, again, is to the greater benefit of our country, and that there are ways of us regaining what has been lost in these areas. Madam President, we have concerns as well about food security and food sovereignty as it relates to these agreements. This bill risks us undermining local food production. Belize has prided itself on being able to supply its own markets with fresh produce, from citrus in Stan Creek to beans and corn in Corozal. If local farmers abandon production because they cannot compete, we will become dependent on external food sources, global supply chain disruptions, and as we experienced during COVID-19, and it showed us how dangerous our dependency can be. By the way, I was encouraged, leader of the government business, by what has come out of CARICOM in terms of putting together an arrangement for cargo transportation. At least it's a start. I'm told it is being proposed at this time between Barbados and Guyana, with the hope for Trinidad to join, and it is the hope that it can be extended to the entire Caribbean region, which will help to cement the whole CARICOM region, which will help to cement the goods and services that our regional community really needs. But we would want to also make sure, despite those efforts being made by CARICOM, that we also are taking care of ourselves at home. The best people to provide for our people here in Belize are Belizeans. And yes, we have an obligation to try to help other nations, but our first call should be to make sure that we are self-sufficient here at home. And so I'm hoping that there can be some clarification as to the comfort that will come to our producers in these areas that I'm mentioning, to ensure that the fears and the concerns that I'm raising do not happen. I'm not sure, and maybe Senator Herrera can fill us in, about any kind of consultation that took place. And while we understand, with the business community, in particular the Chamber of Commerce, the Belize Agro-Productive Sector Group, National Fishermen's Cooperatives, Producers Cooperative, what kind of consultation was done? We are well into the agreement, 11 phases for EU and the UK, and the third phase for Taiwan, but I wonder what kind of, but you may be right. It may have started under the UDP, but times, is that what you said? Is that what you're hinting to? You need to whisper more delicately, and your mic wasn't on. But it does not matter when it got started, and there might have been consultations back then, but the times have changed. The demands on our productive sector have increased, and it's a very, very different time. I'm sure all in this honorable Senate will agree that it can't be the same thing. So rather than assuming that it's a treaty, we are all already bound to it, and I understand that to an extent, we must also, again, re-engage the partners. I'm sure that the Belize Chamber of Commerce would love that. And of course, everybody, even the opposition, would love that consultation, rather than just coming to the National Assembly, be it the House of Representatives, Madam President, or this Honorable Senate, to say, listen, well, you all know we already signed on to these treaties, so we have to just bite the bullet and go with it. I think it can help as well the partners who also play a role, Madam President, to ensure that there is a softening, if you will, of the effects of this kind of action, to help them to better prepare, to help them to know what is to come. Because the players in business and in the productive sector go and come every day. Those players that might have been in place at the time of its putting in 11 years, was it an annual phasing in? So 11 years ago, might have been different players, or maybe there are new players who will definitely need to know what to expect in terms of these agreements. And so, Madam President, we ask the government to do that kind of consultation where possible. Just a few recommendations and amendments, some of which I might have already gone through, Madam President, but let me put it on the record. And again, I state my joy, if you will, Senator Courtney, on the understanding. My colleague who has been here before in the Senate assures me that this is the kind of place that they listen to your recommendations, and I will concede that I have experienced a bit of that already, as I've said earlier. But I'm hoping that our contributions, although we have said we agree, and you'll find that about this opposition bench, that when we agree, there might be things that we want to recommend to improve the bill, to improve whatever is being proposed. It does not mean, my friend Senator Guerra, that we are opposing. And sorry, I wanted to say to Senator Chanona as well that my comments this morning about Taiwan was that it is probably the strongest occasion for us to agree on something. It's not that I didn't expect us to agree from time to time as we are doing this morning on these bills. From what I gather, there are very few that we would oppose, and you will hear us when we don't agree. But can we propose then, Madam President, the insertion of a clause requiring impact assessment and support measures for our agricultural, fisheries sectors, that within 6 months they present some kind of support plan to further duty reductions, when these duty reductions are enforced. May we recommend as well, Madam President, that Schedule 1 be amended to provide for extended timelines on the most vulnerable sectors, specifically for those heading under Chapter 1, live animals, fish and crustaceans, and 7 and 8, vegetables and fruits. Duty reductions we are recommending, Madam President, could be phased in over a longer period to allow for local producers to adapt to these changes that will be coming. May we recommend as well, Madam President, the insertion of a provision similar to safeguard clauses on international trade agreements allowing Belize to temporarily reinstate higher duties on specific items if imports threaten local industry viability. Indeed. May we suggest, Madam President, as well, that the government earmarks revenue to support local capacity, mandate that a portion of our revenues that are collected on remaining duties be reinvested directly into the agricultural modernization of our country, invested in our fisheries sustainability programs, and also, Madam President, for export promotion. So we put our money where our mouth is to strengthen, beef up the areas that we will lose some revenue from, but that revenue contribution to those areas, of course, will make us stronger. Madam President, we do not, again, oppose trade. We do not oppose, for the record again, honoring agreements made by the government, especially when it was done under the UDP administration. But if it was a mistake, it was a mistake. We don't have a problem saying that. We're not saying that in this instance. We oppose, Madam President, and I was doing so well. We oppose, Madam President, sacrificing Belizean livelihoods. We oppose doing so without a safety net for them. We oppose a bill that opens our borders wide without empowering our people to compete. And we call on the government to protect our farmers, the farmers from the Valley of Peace, the citrus growers down south in Pomona, our livestock farmers in Spanish Lookout, and our fishers from Monkey River to Sartineja. we urge this Senate to send a clear message. Belize must not be reduced to a mere consumer nation dependent on imports. We must remain a proud producer nation capable of feeding and sustaining our own and beyond. I therefore call for these amendments to this bill as outlined, and if those are included, I cannot in good conscience, Madam Speaker, say that we won't support it. So we support it with our recommendations for these amendments. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few comments in response to the comments of Senator Farber. As far as what have been the benefits, the UK and the EU CARIFORUM agreements provided for effectively immediate zero rating of duties being charged by those countries. So that was the immediate benefit. What these treaties provided for was then the phased-in introduction of or reduction of duties in Belize. So the benefits are there from the outset, and this was from 2008. Belizean exporters of goods to the EU, to the UK, have benefited by complete duty exemption. Now, in the case of Taiwan, we entered into that agreement back in just a few years ago, 2022, and it's the same. I think they had 113 goods that already benefit from immediate duty exemptions coming from Belize. In the case of Taiwan, our fisheries sectors stand to gain substantially. If you recall, the diplomatic relations having been discontinued between Taiwan and Nicaragua and Taiwan and Honduras over the past couple of years, they were major shrimp exporters to Taiwan. Yes, Belize has had its challenges with the early mortality disease in shrimp, but I think with new practices being undertaken by the shrimp industry, the production of shrimp locally is going up, and so we are able now to export in substantial quantities to Taiwan. I think we were going through a certification process for shrimp, but that is either completed or about to be completed, and that will open up substantial opportunities for our shrimp exporters from Belize. So we are already benefiting. In terms of lobster, we are already exporting lobster now to Taiwan. The prices that we get because of that duty exemption are above market prices, so our producers or exporters definitely benefit. The flip side now is in both sets of conventions or treaties. The flip side, yes, is that phase reduction in the importation from these areas. But that in itself, I would add as a further benefit. It's not a loss, but a further benefit, because it enables our importers that may be importing stuff, even let's say capital equipment, not just products for consumption, but it enables a reduced price that is possible for our local consumers or local investors. And it's not that those products that we would import are products that we produce. And on top of that, given the geographic realities of these jurisdictions, the shipping costs, in themselves would make a lot of importation of products, let's say like what you spoke about, the fruits and vegetables that we produce, prohibitive in terms of cost, even at 0% rates of duty. So in effect, I won't say that it is a significant disadvantage to which we are put by these adjustments, but in fact we gain advantage because whereas we might be importing from the United States, for example, in which event we might be exposed to tariffs, we would be importing from these countries with lower tariffs, if not no tariffs. And so we have competitive substitutes that would support the management of our prices and keep inflation down. So there are these adjustments in fact provide benefits to us, not losses to us. What we do import generally is not as much the commodities. Belize is largely food secure and food self-sufficient in those commodities that those consumables that we produce. Where we have difficulties in processed foods, and that is an area where we need to support our local producers in development of processed foods. And I digress a bit, but the area of opportunity is actually in our GST and how we tax imported goods as opposed to incentivizing local production of goods in the taxation through GST. So that is an area I think that requires further effort, further analysis, but I think that is where in supporting local producers we can eliminate areas of what we would refer to as reverse discrimination. In terms of the recommendations, I think looking at what you refer to as impact assessment and support measures, no doubt it is useful to conduct the analysis. As I mentioned, in most of the areas where we're seeing the reduction in imports, it is unlikely that there would be any significant effect on our local production in terms of what we are currently producing. But nonetheless, the analysis should be done. And I don't know that there are amendments that are required to do that, but certainly from a policy standpoint, I think those are should be taken on board. With respect to supporting local industry, I know we always are on a back and forth on some of these project loans that the government undertakes from time to time. But these project loans, if you look into the components or details of these project loans, you will find that a number of them specifically address the concerns that you raised. So in the case of a loan, I think it was a couple years ago with the World Bank, call it the CRESAP loan. That loan, it was specific to especially MSMEs, but MSMEs in the agricultural sector and the tourism sector, but supporting them in terms of improving their technology or what we would say using climate smart agriculture technologies to improve their yields or their productive capacity. Those are existing project loans that are in place and through which farmers can access even grant funding to support their efforts. There's also the Blue Loan, the IDB Blue Economy Loan, that is there specifically to support the fisheries sector as well. And in a similar way, to improve their productive capacity and or diversify from what they are currently doing. So the recommendations certainly are taken on board, but I think those can be done on a policy basis. But they are in support of of what is already being.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. I associate myself with Honorable Patrick Faber in supporting the bill. I do understand our commitment for our treaty obligations. I actually did a quick check as to the ramifications if we would not support it, and I can say that it wouldn't look good for us. It wouldn't look good for us at all. And so this is one of those ones where, you know, we oblige understanding our obligations as a country, as a nation, and in terms of how we interact with other countries globally in furtherance of trade. I'm wondering, considering that we understand, we agree, and we support, and when Senator Cowie said that there are things for policy, if I could lend to an additional consideration for policy, because I don't know, and it has not been said, that we have MSME volume/database that we have already assessed, in addition to our other local products and whatnot that will be going out for exportation that will match the foreign importation. Because having a cursory look at other Commonwealth nations that has identical treaty obligations, what they faced was the negative net fiscal effects from an increased importation and not equally balanced exportation. So I don't know whether or not we've made that assessment to see what we have locally that can rise to fill the gap. And what I've also checked in a cursory way is how other Commonwealth nations address that negative fiscal effect, and consistently across the board it has been done by taxation. And now that is alarming, and that in of itself does not mean that I don't support it, but on a policy level, what I rise to say is that what the government should consider, and I say this in taking into account what the IMF has said in their report, one of which is that the public debt, though down today, we need to fix pensions and broaden our tax base. And so what the IMF is signaling, what this will do is show us that where on the one hand we'll be losing revenue and the readily available fix is taxation, the IMF is saying that we have to use taxation to plug the gaps. On the policy level, I'm saying that where you identify areas for taxation, please, the burden shouldn't be on consumers. An area that comes to mind, readily available, though as a Caribbean nation, our way and method of socialization is through drinking and eating. The first area I could think of that I could rest easily to invite the kind of taxation would be what we consider sin taxes. Tax luxury items. Don't tax items that the average ordinary consumers who are already in the throes of struggling amidst inflation can't discharge. So it is a careful balance. Woe be unto us to know that we have to face inevitable taxation. It is good, and I compare the fact that we have an emerging market, MSME, I think you classify that as orange economy, goods going out to Taiwan. I'd like to, for the record, indicate that the deal brokered between Belize and Taiwan was done by the Honorable Tracy Tega Panton. She negotiated that. And so what I'm saying is that we need to find a way to, as Honorable Faber has said, pump into what we have here at the level where it would match foreign importation, because the trend is, the experience in all other countries and economies is that importation volumes rise, exportation almost not diminish, but it is not near the level of the importation, and that gap is what causes the government to lose revenue. And if we are to plug the gap of the lost revenue, when we go to tax, which the IMF said we should, and how other countries have been able to plug the gaps, all I'm saying is, on a policy level, sit down and look at areas that will not affect the ordinary average man. For those of you who enjoy a good whiskey or a good sherry, pay for it. But not let Belizeans have to pay for, through the wazoo, for something like corned beef that people rely on, that used to be dubbed poor people food, but by the cost of it on the shelves, now it's questionable whether or not you could properly classify it as that. So in closing, I'm saying, Madam President, in addition to the recommendations made by Honorable Faber, is the recommendation that on a policy level, when attaching tax on goods, it should be attached to luxury items and not items that the average Belizeans need to survive. I yield.
Madam President, in closing the debate on this issue, I seek your permission to read into the record from the European Trade website, just so that we can be assured that this phase reduction of duties is not as ominous as one would think it is. I think, first of all, we have to recall the context in which this took place. We were moving from a situation where we had quota-free, tariff-free access, preferential trading arrangements for our commodities into the European Union, and that was coming to an end. And therefore, the situation was, well, what would be the trading relationship and the trading arrangements going forward? So at the time, the negotiations, and Senator Herrera, I believe, was at the Chamber of Commerce, as the boss of the Chamber of Commerce at the time. Senator Godwin Hulse was also a member of the National Trade Negotiating Commission at the time, which did all of the studies on these agreements and the negotiations which we undertook. So this is not something that there was very widespread consultation, Senator Faber, prior to these arrangements being finalized. So what replaced the preferential access was an economic partnership agreement. And as the European site says, it says the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement was signed in October 2008. It is not just a trade in goods agreement. It includes commitments on trade in services, investment, trade-related issues such as competition policy, government procurement, intellectual property, as well as sustainable development aspects. So it is a much bigger arrangement than just looking at phase reduction for export and import of goods. It also deals with investment. It deals with, as a matter of fact, there is culture, also a section on culture. There is government procurement, protection of intellectual property, and all these other dimensions. But as has been alluded to already, what we were facing was questionable market access to the European Union. What this agreement gave was replacing the preferential access with a stable and predictable access to the European market. On our side, there was a gradual opening up of our markets to the European Union products. As Senator Cowie indicated, the European Union immediately granted quota-free, duty-free access of our exports into the European Union, whilst we were given an opportunity for up to 25 years to liberalize our markets. Most important, Madam President, to emphasize to Senator Farber, the Economic Partnership Agreement includes several safeguards. To the extent that we find, or any of the countries find, that there is a surge in imports from the European Union that has a negative effect on our domestic producers, we are entitled to lift back up the tariff or to impose a quota. So these safeguards are available. Further, insofar as the policy issues that Senator Pitts was raising, there are regular stock taking done by the CARIFORUM Secretariat of what are the exports, what are the imports, what are the revenue losses on both sides, and to find out what is actually happening. The truth of the matter is, Madam President, where we need more work is on the investment side. Attracting more European Union investment in our countries, attracting more investment from Central America in Belize, so that we can do the manufactured goods that Senator Cowie referred to, that will then have duty-free, quota-free access to the European Union market. The long and short of it is that when one does the calibration, one has to look not only at how much revenue one has lost, but how much exports I have exported. 1, 2, how many jobs does it support? 3, how much of economic stimulation is taking place because we are producing things that are being exported to the European Union or to Taiwan. Let's just take the aquaculture. Without access to the Taiwanese market at the moment, or let me put it differently, the availability of the Taiwanese market at premium prices is a boon to our producers who are getting back on their feet after years of diseases. They now have available a very attractive market that is available to them under the Economic Cooperation Agreement with Taiwan. So, Senator Farber, Senator Pitts, the situation is that all the measures that you spoke about and the extended timelines, we have up to 25 years in this phase reduction, the safeguards are available to protect domestic producers, and the analysis, there is a regular stock taking built into the agreement to analyze what is the revenue effect on the trading relationship. So, Madam President, as we said at the very beginning, this is something that has been going on for just now about 17 years, and our commitment to the phase reduction is agreed. And I would encourage senators to take a closer look at the actual goods that we are reducing the tariffs on. These are not things that are produced in the main in Belize, in fact the whole Caribbean. These are not things, there are incidentally exclusion lists. There are lists that CARIFORUM has put up that we will never grant any tariff reduction on these specific areas, and there are others where the period of liberalization is much longer. So I don't think this constitutes a threat to our national development or to our exporters or private sector. I think we have to spend more time and more effort on looking to see how we can take advantage of the opportunities on the investment side and on the export side. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize Revised Edition 2020 to implement the 11th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement to implement the 11th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement to implement the second and third phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the Belize and Republic of China, Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act governing the insolvency of companies with mechanisms established for insolvent persons to enter into arrangement with their creditors, an administration procedure for companies, the receivership of companies and foreign companies, liquidation of companies, foreign companies, limited partnerships and partnerships, the making of bankruptcy orders against individuals, the licensing and regulation of insolvency practitioners, the penalization and redress of wrongdoing associated with insolvent persons, the disqualification of directors, the avoidance of certain transactions, cross-border insolvency issues, netting and establishment of a simplified insolvency procedure for eligible companies, and other matters connected therewith. Madam President, this bill is approximately 430 pages long. Senator Cowie organized a session with the FSC to educate colleague senators on its provisions and how it is intended to work. The long and short of it is that the government has taken a decision at the instance, in many ways, of the private sector, of the financial sector as well, to modernize our insolvency legislation. As it stands, Madam President, if a person is in financial distress or a company is in financial distress at this time, under our existing laws, there is very little flexibility. Banks have to make demands, they have to sue, they have to sell people's property. If a person has a particular difficulty because they have lost a job or their business is not doing well at a particular time, and they go into a financial institution and says, I need an extension on my loan, or I need the monthly payment, quarterly payment to be reduced, there is no provision in our law, if the financial institution says we do not agree, for that person to go to court and say to the court, I am going through a couple of years of difficulties, but here is a plan that I have. I'm going to recover if I'm given time. There is nothing in our law that allows that. Similar, and not only for a business, but for a person or an individual. In the result, businesses go under, people lose their homes, people lose their cars in difficult times, or they transfer things to friends, they don't register things, they hide from process servers who are seeking to get their property so that they can be sold. What this legislation does at every level is to provide regimes for working out businesses and individuals who are facing financial distress. And it provides a comprehensive scheme with the assistance and involvement of the court to ensure that proposals for rebuilding, proposals for working out financial problems are supervised by the court, and people are given an opportunity, rather than just closing your doors and forgetting it, to go to your creditor and say, listen, I need time, I need an opportunity to, some more money to work out the problem I'm facing. At the same time, Madam President and Senators, where a business has failed and is obviously failing, the legislation sets out the regime that would apply where a business has to be liquidated, where a business has to be wound up, how assets are distributed, how creditors are paid, how employees are protected, etc. So it is a comprehensive regime that needs to be utilized in our economy as we continue to grow the economy. Now, the last point I make in opening is there are many parts to this legislation. Senators have already been told that it will not, and I repeat, it will not be implemented all at the same time. It will be phased in as we have the administrative and institutional framework in place to facilitate the implementation of the different provisions. Madam President and Senators, members of the FSC are here and will be available to the Senate for any clarifications in committee.
I recognize Senator Patrick Faber.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Let me begin by reiterating a point that I made earlier in gratitude to Senator Koyi, who I understand and the Leader of Government Business just reiterated, held an informative session for senators to get a better understanding of this very, very, very lengthy piece of legislation. While I myself was not able to attend, Senator Pitts attended on behalf of the opposition and was very instrumental in helping in our caucus for us to get a better understanding of the intent and of some of the amelioration attempts, if I could use that terminology, to describe how the bill will be brought into effect. But, of course, Madam President, we have some very, very serious concerns. And again, before we are misunderstood, let me put on the record that we believe that this is a piece of legislation that we can absolutely support. But, of course, that comes with the recommendations that we will make throughout the debate today. We begin, Madam President, by saying that we absolutely agree that we need to modernize, if you will, the insolvency laws in this country. We have seen where many issues have arisen and they have not done well for those who are involved. The laws do not do well for those who are involved. But the first thing that we want to highlight here, Madam President, is, or I said we need to modernize, so I guess that's the first point. The second point is that this bill is very complex. It's very complex, and the bill, if you look at it, Senator Courtney said 430 pages, the electronic version would tell me 350 something, so I suppose there's, but that even makes it worse. 430 odd pages, and it has, Madam President, more than 500 clauses. It is, for many who would look at it, a labyrinth, Madam President, of legal jargon and administrative requirements. And in a country where our people are very, very simplistic, even if this bill was 25 pages, you'd have people who have problems with it. Especially those who cannot afford to get the kind of legal advice or professional support in understanding what the legislation requires them to do. And so, in that regard, the new bill immediately, Madam President, becomes an obstacle in many regards because it's just very complex to navigate. We have seen, Madam President, how small business owners right now, as I've said, struggle to comply with the economic substance and beneficial ownership registry requirements. Adding this massive burden will only drive more Belizeans out of the formal economy in our view. And again, it is not to say that we can't fix it. We're just showing what we believe is the immediate perception. Certainly it is our first view of it, but it is definitely going to be the very same view that other entities, small businesses especially, will have of this piece of legislation. The bill, Madam President, grants sweeping powers to administrators and liquidators. They can freeze accounts, they can seize property, and they can even compel directors to appear and surrender their records. That's our understanding. Take, for example, the experience, and we'll use real-life Belize examples, the example of the nationalization and compensation disputes involving BTL. During that period, the government and foreign advisors engaged in asset oversight and negotiations. Local directors and employees felt immediately that they were sidelined, they were intimidated, and unable to contest decisions that directly affected their livelihood. The bill, Madam President, risks formalizing such top-down, heavy-handed interventions as standard practice, leaving Belizean small businesses, Belizean entrepreneurs vulnerable to abuse. And then, Madam President, there is the issue of workers and small creditors being left behind. The bill does not clarify, does not clearly prioritize the claims of workers for severance. It does not clearly prioritize the claims for unpaid salaries. It does not clearly prioritize for pension contributions, nor, Madam President, does it protect the small local suppliers, the vegetable farmers, the shopkeepers, the service providers who depend on timely payments to survive. Another case right here, Madam Speaker, in our country is the case of CPBL, where small citrus farmers and workers waited endlessly for settlements while the large creditors were the first ones in line. This bill, Madam President, risks us repeating those errors all over again and entrenching the injustices that came along with it. The bill, Madam President, focuses heavily on liquidation and asset seizure, but offers little to encourage restructuring or business recovery. There are no tax incentives, no debt workout support, and no linkages to MSME aid programs like those offered by Beltrade. During COVID-19, Madam President, we saw countless small hotels, tour operators, restaurants. We saw them collapse, Madam President, because they had no means or guidance or restructuring. Rather than help these businesses get back on their feet, this bill will risk pushing them straight into liquidation. The threat, Madam President, of harsh penalties is also a major concern for us. Harsh penalties, director disqualifications, personal liabilities will deter Belizeans from taking business risks. We already witnessed in 2021 how hotel operators in San Pedro considered mass closures over compliance fares. Such threats, Madam President, push our entrepreneurs further into informality and stifle innovation. And then there is the problem that we endure a lot in this country, Madam President, which is weak oversight. We make laws, but we have absolutely no ways of enforcing them and ensuring that, there is oversight. The bill, if you look at it, relies heavily on financial services, on the Financial Services Commission and the courts. Both already, I'm sure the judiciary will tell you, very much overstretched. There is no independent insolvency tribunal, Madam President, or any kind of ombudsman to review the administrator's actions. We saw the consequence of oversight failures during Social Security Board loan disputes, leading to diminished public confidence. And then, Madam President, there is the issue of cross-border risks. And parts 18 and 19 of this bill open the door for foreign liquidators to enforce judgments and control Belizean assets directly. We must remember that strong national resistance during the Belize Bank arbitration case. We want to surrender that sovereignty and risk putting local jobs and community assets in foreign hands? I think not. And then, Madam President, finally, there is the bill's harsh penalties, including the imprisonment for failing to file documents or keep proper accounts. This, Madam President, is by far the most frightening thing of all. In a country where most of our small businesses do not have advanced accounting systems, these provisions risk criminalizing mistakes and administrative errors. Madam President, as we indicated a while ago, we are prepared to support, but we also wish to share some recommendations that could be used as amendments to the bill. And it basically comes from the same points I made just now, but these are just concrete recommendations, hoping it can be made easy. Yes, I do have a copy that I can place on the record, Madam President, that colleagues can see, and I can certainly share it electronically with the clerk. Our first recommendation then would be to improve worker and small creditor protection by amending Section 207. And we would amend it, Madam President, by allowing for employees to make claim for unpaid wages, severance pay, pension contributions, and that it be ranked, those things be ranked as priority over all secured and unsecured assets, including floating charges, except for statutory fees and liquidation costs. To this same issue, Madam Speaker, Madam President, we also recommend an amendment to Section 208, claims by unsecured creditors, by inserting the terminology that claims by small suppliers or service providers with an aggregate exposure to the debtor not exceeding 100,000 Belize dollars shall be treated as preferential claims and rank immediately after employee claims. Our second concern that I raised, Madam President, had to do with independent oversight, and we recommend the following amendment to fix that issue or to help the issue. That is the inserting a new section, we can refer to it as Section 112A under Part 3, Administration. There shall be established an insolvency review tribunal appointed by the Chief Justice in consultation with the Attorney General, composed of 3 persons with expertise in insolvency, commercial law, and MSME finance. 2, the tribunal shall hear and determine complaints against administrators, liquidators, or receivers. 3, the tribunal shall have power to suspend, reverse, or amend any administrative action as deemed appropriate. And 4, appeals from tribunal decisions shall lie to the Court of Appeal. Of course, these are just our recommendations. It doesn't have to be like that. The idea is that there is an independent entity that an appeal could be made to. A third amendment we're proposing, based on the comments I made earlier, Madam President, is that there ought to be some kind of MSME rescue framework. And to do that, we are recommending an amendment to Section 283 to establish, or that section is the establishment of Simplified Debt Restructuring Program, and we're recommending the insertion after subsection 1, subsection 1A, that should read, or that could read, this part shall specifically apply to micro, small, and medium enterprises as defined in the Belize MSME Policy 2022. MSMEs accepted into this program shall have access to government-backed restructuring funds, tax relief, and technical assistance administered in coordination with Beltrade and relevant agencies. And the insertion of a new section 283A, 1, where it could read, the minister may establish financial support mechanisms including grants, loans, and tax incentives to facilitate MSME debt restructuring plans approved under this part. And 2, the Financial Services Commission shall coordinate with MSME agencies to ensure technical support and public awareness. A fourth area that I spoke of, Madam President, is penalty reform. And to this end, we recommend an amendment to Section 405 for non-disclosure. And we are recommending the insertion of a new subsection 3, where non-disclosure arises from inadvertent or administrative error and does not involve fraud or intentional concealment, and the penalty shall be limited to a civil fine not exceeding 10,000 Belize dollars, along with a requirement for corrective filing within 30 days of notice. I don't have to get jail time and all of that. We also recommend an amendment to Section 247 and 248, which deals with fraudulent and insolvent trading. We recommend the insertion, clarification, that could read, imprisonment shall apply only where there is proven fraudulent intent. I should address your concern. Sorry, Madam President. Imprisonment shall apply only where there is proven fraudulent intent. In the absence of fraud, administrative or negligent acts shall be subject to civil penalties only. And lastly, Madam President, I spoke of cross-border protections that are needed, and so to that end, we recommend an amendment to Section 462, application for recognition of foreign proceeding, by inserting a subsection 4. No foreign representative shall be recognized or permitted to act in Belize unless a majority of a locally convened creditors committee has expressly approved such recognition in writing. We recommend as well an amendment to Section 468, which has to do with relief upon recognition, by inserting subsection 3. Before granting relief under this section, the High Court shall require proof that local employees and unsecured creditors have been given notice and an opportunity to be heard. No order adversely affecting local priority claims shall be granted without their explicit consent. I must say, Madam President, that we were driven to make this kind of recommendation again based on what I am told by my colleague senator on this side, and the government senators on that side continue to make me want to believe and they have not done anything to prove me otherwise, or to prove to me that it is not so. That if we are as specific as possible, if we make good recommendations, and those recommendations make sense for the benefit of the legislation, for the ultimate benefit of our nation, that they will be embraced. I say again, this kind of thing doesn't happen in the House, and so I would not have done that, except in committee maybe, when the experts do come in from the various stakeholder groups. But normally once Cabinet wants something, it's sent through and pushed through, and whatever amendments House members, especially in the opposition side, who are the ones who pay attention, because those that are on the government side know that it is just a course of nature that they have to go through, and especially those in Cabinet who, of course, were already sworn to upholding what the bill is recommending, and they're bonded by their allegiance to Cabinet. It would be left up to the opposition to make the kind of recommendations. But I am hopeful, Madam President, as I am encouraged to be by my colleague Senator Pitts and others on the other side, that these recommendations, specific as they are, will be given due consideration in order to improve the bill. I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, we've had the opportunity to meet with Senator Koi at the Central Bank a couple weeks ago, and he went into great detail, him and a team from the FSC, taking us through the entire bill. We've also had some chance internally to look at the bill itself, Madam President. And basically, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill, Madam President, introduces a comprehensive framework for addressing the insolvency and bankruptcy, incorporating many of the principles for effective insolvency regimes advocated by the World Bank. And so basically what we're looking at, Madam President, is a move to modernize the current Bankruptcy Bill Act that we have in place. This was enacted in 1902, and I think it was amended some 26 years ago. And so if you look at it from that perspective, Madam President, you'll see that the current act that we have in place is extremely, extremely outdated. What this bill does is the bill demonstrates a significant move towards modern insolvency practices that balances creditor rights with debtor rehabilitation and market efficiency. Since 1998, Madam President, when the last amendment was done, insolvency law in common law jurisdiction has evolved to come to terms with the cumbersome nature of the processes and its adverse impacts on potentially viable businesses who are in temporary financial distress. And so I heard what the leader of the opposition business said, Senator Farber mentioned, but in many respects it's doing somewhat the opposite of that in many respects. What it's doing actually is balancing and incorporating some of the rights of that debtors will have in the process. And so that's certainly a welcome move in terms of this legislation in front of us. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025 appears to be largely consistent with the World Bank principles for effective insolvency and creditor-debtor regimes. It establishes a modern and comprehensive framework, Madam President, that prioritizes rehabilitation and efficient resolution, incorporates robust governance and oversight, and addresses international insolvency aspects, including simplified procedures for smaller entities. So conceptually, we really don't have an issue with the bill, Madam President. We feel like it's going in the right direction. Where we'd have some concerns, and perhaps Senator Courtney will be able to enlighten us on this, is that where this is going, there'll be a tremendous, there could be an increased interactions with the courts in terms of resolving issues. And so we're hoping that the capacity in the legal and judicial systems will be at the level that it can efficiently discharge the duties that this bill will bring in place. And so that is basically the major concern we would have. You know, how would this work? I mean, there'll be tremendous there'll be, rather than just banks and the debtor handling it, they'll be going to the courts to seek redress under this current legislation. And so we wonder if the courts will have the technical capacity to deal with this bill once it is passed, if they will have the personnel available, if it will even be timely, Madam President. And so these would be some extremely important concerns going into it. I mean, it's a robust bill. It has many features in all aspects of insolvency and bankruptcy. And we believe that persons will seek redress in one way or the other in terms of whenever they encounter a situation where they run into financial issues and need to rely on this act. But it's important, I believe, that the courts will and the legal system will have the capacity to address those. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support the bill in part. I said that quickly, eh? And I said it quickly because I am duty-bound to point out those areas in which the government can strengthen this bill. Madam President, this is it. You hear about 431 pages and 520 sections. This is it. It is dense. It places a burden, like Senator Herrera has said, not only on the judiciary and practitioners, but also on any person or entity that will come into contact with the subject matter of the bill. And absent from the considerations of the FSC is sensitization and training to not only stakeholders who will come into contact with the subject matter of the bill, but also this new charted category of insolvency professionals, practitioners. And so why I say I partially support is that because of the subject matter, it is incumbent on the FSC to enjoin with the government to do the kind of sensitization and training to stakeholders and professionals. Now, I understand the bill to represent improvement, and it's good, you know. It's modernizing, and it takes into consideration the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. And from checking, it has shown that this bill represents about 80 to 90% adoption of the UNCITRAL. So that is good. When I look at the bill and I go through the parts, and let me tell you, it was oppressive. For me to stand here and make a presentation on the entirety of this, Madam President, not even I would invite you to give me more than the 45 minutes or the hour that I would not even meet the requirement for. But the first thing that jumps out to me is that the bill is so heavily centered on the involvement of the High Court. And when the discussion happened between our chambers and the FSC touted that that is one of the attractive features to buy into the bill, because we know that there will have High Court involvement to ensure that the spirit of the bill is followed. And so I looked at whether or not the High Court is equipped currently to address immediately upon the passage of the bill. And safe to say that, separate and apart from general application of insolvency proceedings, that is the extent to which the judiciary is ready. But for the kind of treatment and the kind of provisions made herein, there is specialized training that the judiciary needs that it does not have. To go even further, when looking at other jurisdictions like Singapore, Canada, UK, they have actually carved out specialized forums or courts. Even if it is not independent of, at least there is identified within their High Court, Supreme Court, etc., a judicial officer who specializes in matters like these. And so I look at what we had here, what we have here in Belize. We have the JEI Institute, Judicial Education Institute training. However, that training is primarily on anti-money laundering and fraud, criminal mediation, judgment writing and sentencing. None of that is geared towards insolvency matters, so to speak. And then I look regionally to see if there is any regional training that our High Court has accessed. And we partnered with the Jurist Project, and the Chief Justice was a former chairperson of the Eastern Caribbean Judicial Education Institute, and it promotes judicial training and peer learning. But again, there is nothing within that project framework that is specific towards the training that is necessary to effect this bill. And so I look to international training. So there is a program, INSOL, a judicial insolvency program, that is developed by the World Bank, offering online and classroom training on insolvency and restructuring principles for judges in emergency jurisdiction. That is not Belize specific, but our judges could enroll in these online modules and invite tailored classroom modules to be delivered locally. So locally we don't have it, regionally we don't have it, but there is an opportunity, a possibility internationally. And what I am saying is that the FSC was so kind enough to say that it has its own money for implementation, which is good. So then I say, I task them with the responsibility to fund the training of the High Court so that the High Court is equipped to address the subject matter of the bill. Now, that is on the one hand. So we need to be able to ensure that the judiciary is equipped to handle matters of the bill in any complex way, and not just wait. The FSC indicated that it will take him about 6 months to be ready to move on implementation of the bill. And so one of the main features of most bills that we see when we come to this chamber is that it relies on corollary or collateral documents, for example, regulations that don't accompany the bill. And in this case, this bill provides for heightened or strong FSC supervision and oversight, which come by way of regulations. But we don't have the regulations to see how that will work. And so I've heard Senator Courtney at that time indicate that, oh, that's okay, we always legislate this way. We pass the bill and the regulations come later, but when we end that bad practice? And in this case, the regulations are so necessary because what is silent from the bill is the mechanisms of supervision from the FSC. So, for example, Senator Farber made reference to the offense-creating sections and penalties, but we don't have in the bill what enforcement mechanisms there are. Now, the bill exists in both a criminal and civil type of way, and we understand that when it comes to the criminal aspect, it is the Department of Public Prosecutions that will prosecute criminal offenses. But, well, that is what the bill is suggesting. But we don't have, we don't have yet in the bill any indication as to what relationship between the FSC and the DPP will be, and who will be or who bears the burden of investigation. We don't know whether it will be primarily the FSC or any involvement of the police department that ordinarily deals with crime. There is a gray area on that, and that needs improvement. Another area I considered is the fact that when we look at sections, what the bill touts is cross-border management, which is good. Surprisingly, though, it does not define certain centers of main interest in relation to companies. The acronym is COMI, Center of Main Interest. And when you look at other legislations that deals with this same subject matter, they are sure to define how, or assist the court, how they determine COMI, Center of Main Interest. Things like the location or headquarters of the business, main business operation, the creditor knowledge of and the location of key assets, place where the main creditors are located, or the jurisdiction most recognizable to creditors, stakeholders, things like that. So what the bill should do, or a recommendation, is that in the, I think it's between section 464 onwards, is attempt to define center of main interest and list the criteria to assess center of main interest so that the court is able to determine matters in that regard. Another area for recommendation is that there is no clear express provision for alternative dispute resolution. Now, there is provision that parties could come together to agree and resolve, subject to going to court to have that agreement effected. And while that is not frowned upon, the thing is there is no creation or space for any quasi-judicial entity to engage. In the High Court framework, there is provisions for mediation and arbitration, but that is having entered the High Court system. And the suggestion is that the bill should on its own create a mechanism for that with not necessarily judicial officers, and that space could then meet and sync with the fact that in the bill it provides that agreements can be reached and it can be perfected by the court. So what I'm saying is, let it stand on its own independently, or create provisions for it to stand on its own independently without having to go to court, and that there should be identified quasi-judicial experts, well, I don't want to say experts, but practitioners who would be able to accomplish just that. Now, there are, like I said, several things in the bill that I can comment on, but I wouldn't want to burden the session with it, because I don't want the impression to be made that I am against the bill or the bill is not good, because, like I said, it is an adoption largely of United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. The last provision in the bill reads, if I may be permitted, Madam President, this Act shall come into force on a date appointed by the Minister by order published in the Gazette. Subsection 2 says, an order under subsection 1 may appoint different dates for the commencement of different provisions of this Act. And I say that to follow up on what the leader of government business indicated, but that to go a step further, in the meeting with the FSC, I inquired specifically. We appreciate that passing the bill means that it won't be in operation for some time. So then, identify the parts that needs to take immediate effect to get going. When the supplemental material was shared, I didn't see that. And I'm hoping that what the government can do is stand down on the bill so that we can identify those parts which needs immediate effect and pass those parts, do the phase approach for those parts, and then the other parts that will come later on in the year, identify the dates for that. Because what we should not do is pass a law to take effect when we do not have the mechanism or environment to address it. And that would be a shortcoming. It is another area I forgot to say about what is troubling, I think we should look at, is how secured and unsecured creditors are treated. My reading of it, there seems to be an imbalance between the two and an ambiguity where I invite further discussion on those two, the provision that deals with secured creditors and unsecured creditors. What is also short in the bill, and why I suggest that we stay voting on it, identify the areas, is because in modernizing, what is silent from the bill is any digitization platform. It is not stated. There is no express provision that makes for online application, online supervision, online updating, online storage of database. There is nothing like that, and I feel like that is a significant oversight, considering that this is a modernization effort, but a modernization effort that is absent digital considerations is, I would want to say, and rest on it being an oversight. The other thing is, when we met with the FSC, I had asked about how going forward and implementing or getting ready to implement would work. And the FSC indicated that they would identify a project manager to do somewhat of a roadmap type thing. And I understand all of that, but there is no clear indication at this moment that there is the necessary administrative support within the FSC to handle some of the areas that is being introduced. So then I would like, it would really be helpful to see that passing the bill is done at a time when we have the mechanism and the structures to make the bill a reality. And it would be remiss of me to indicate that, because those things could be hindrance to implementation, and where we can appreciate that immediate implementation is not possible, let's immediately implement, if you will, those areas that are possible. I recall querying on the cross-border relationship of insolvency proceedings, and I did check because I thought at that time we might be creating an environment where it would have been easier to seek relief outside and then come and ask for the country or a jurisdiction to recognize it. But when I went through the bill, I was able to see that even in those circumstances, it is not automatic. And there is still a process you have to go through. So I'm relieved to see that. So when Senator Guerra indicated that there would have been some codification of reading the provisions, it is not, I don't read it that way, because it still preserves our court's jurisdiction to treat, and it still does appreciate that our court has no jurisdiction over what happens outside the country. So, crave your indulgence, Madam President. I'd just like to conclude by saying that we can and should do a phased approach to the bill, and we should do that taking into considerations where the shortcomings are, and that FSC, being a body responsible to generate its own revenue, that it should be put to task to facilitate that. There is no registry of receivers as yet, and I think immediately one of the things that should be done is identify all existing receivers and receiverships to assess, because that is one of the responsibilities of the FSC in supervision that has not been done. And then there is another area, the moratorium. There is no defined period for the moratorium. And I find that there's pros and cons to it, but it should come with some provision that at least provides a window period for moratorium, because how the provisions are written, moratoriums can last for a year, 2 years, 3 years, especially since the bill relies heavily on the court's involvement. And during moratoriums, parties are restricted from doing certain things. And that could read as counterintuitive to moving forward in insolvency and bankruptcy proceedings. So with a court system that already as it is oppressed with backlogs and its own constraints, we should try our best to identify quasi-judicial persons to deal with certain areas, in addition to making things more defined so that there is no period of suspense in this area. Like I said, Madam President, there is much more that I would have loved to do, but this bill being so dense, I don't know, it doesn't invite it. The last thing I would like to say, though, and Honorable Farber touched on it, is that it is a deterrent to small businesses, MSMEs, to even attempt to engage the process envisaged. It imposes a burden for professional support, and I don't know if you see that as a good or a bad thing, but as a practitioner, as an attorney, I am not happy to see that this is the kind of work being pushed our way, because it relies heavily on professional involvement to assist businesses, and where businesses are already small, how do we expect them to afford my good senators' hourly rate? I mean, they're in US dollars, Senator. We can't have a regime where it is not accessible across the board to everyone. So the call then is to see whether we can, and some of the recommendations were made by Honorable Farber, is to create provisions that will address
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. Proceed.
You know, looking at the time and the majority of my good fellow Belizeans, this is that convenient hour where if people do not address it, they are vacant and absent. And so I will not stand here any further to arrest my colleagues beyond necessary. I think I've made the point. And I call on you, Honorable Senator, Leader of Government Business, to seriously consider implementing, only identifying the portions of the bill that can take immediate effect, identify dates for that as opposed to the bill wholesale.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Good morning, colleagues. Madam President, this bill was referred to earlier as complex and dense, but if my notes reflect accurately, when we met at the invitation of the Senator Koyi and FSC team, it was described as the most complex piece of legislation in recent memory, of course. So I think that's the vein that we took on the review of this piece of legislation. The feedback we would like to contribute, Madam President, is, and I heard some of it echoed in the earlier interventions, but insofar as predicting that if we're going to be dealing with the most complex piece of legislation, that perhaps there be a mandated or legislated timeline for review, so that as we're implementing and putting into practice after the, as was mentioned earlier, the timeline and the phased-in approach, that there be some type of regular holistic review so that, I won't say errors, but things and scenarios that were not contemplated can be addressed in a holistic way and in a manner that is conducive to taking on the process of it in managing it for ourselves. And I did have one question, and I will apologize if it's already reflected or if it can just be shared as an information point. One of the things that our members looked at was the definition of insolvency being what it is, but looking at what happens practically to companies who, for whatever reason, disappear, just drop off the face of the earth, as the expression holds. But they own significant pieces of land, and then that racks up incredible taxes as a loss to the government. If this bill has contemplated, if we could be directed to how this piece of legislation would contemplate the government or anybody else being able to initiate a process to make sure that the government can either recoup those losses by way of getting back the land or whatever the property or the asset is, or to move against the principles of those companies in some way that it doesn't become some kind of huge limbo. Because we know from direct experience where it just adds up to these liabilities and then it gets written off, and then somehow, somebody resurrects in some way, shape, or form. So just looking at the urgency of addressing those types of gaps. We would also like to hear if this bill already addresses it, or that would need to come under a new piece of legislation, or if it already exists as a part of another legislation. But certainly, Madam President, I will echo my colleagues, and hopefully we don't have to print a new version of this, because I can't imagine what the print costs alone would be. But just the fact that we enter into this piece of legislation cognizant that it is going to be complex. It will require that we all look at this from all angles and that we engage in the next steps on this in a way that is reflective of that environment, so that we can get to the piece of legislation that, as we heard in that session, and again want to echo the gratitude to the minister and the team for that conversation. I always find that those explanatory conversations are significant in further learning and understanding, but also that we adopt the same approach in making sure that what ends up being passed is what we need it to be, or that we're putting in mechanisms from now to make sure that it continues to change. Because as we know, Madam President, sometimes it's decades before legislation come back to the table for revision and amendment. So I'm just making sure that we sound off that it is important for us to look at this for what it is. And if there's not an urgent time-bound requirement for us to do this, other than we have to do it, then I would advise certainly the cautionary approach in that manner. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kerm Timbrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I beg your indulgence to make reference to my notes, especially in the scope of what has been discussed as it relates to the magnitude of this bill at hand. Madam President, even prior to my involvement, Senator Reverend Wade, who is not here with us today, has done a lot of work on this bill. He attended the information meeting held at the Central Bank and posed several questions to the sponsors of this bill, namely the representatives of the Financial Services Commission. The first question had to do with the extent of the consultation process for such an extensive bill as this one, which will have major impact on the private sector and also has constitutional implications, because our Constitution strips various rights and privilege to those who goes into bankruptcy. While they claim extensive consultation was done, and they did read off an extensive list of organizations that had been consulted with, most were government entities. One person came to mind who would have both interests and expertise in this area. He is probably the best known and most accomplished in the realm of the CPA, and I'm sure many others, Madam President. Had not seen the bill and was, of course, very interested in reviewing it. In the future, Madam President, we intend to address more on this challenge, this called consultation. The 5-page review of the bill containing the concerns of that expert has been submitted to leader of government business for consideration and review. What is the rush? You know, my colleagues earlier have alluded to the fact that while we do support the bill, there are some troubled areas of concern. What is the rush? The digital copy of the document contains several drafters' notes that have not been removed, indicating potential errors. There is a comment on page 168, which questions the cross-reference in section 243. There is also a comment on page 266 which notes that a section reference is missing in section 402.4. And a comment on page 320 flags a section for verification. The presence of such comments suggests that a thorough review for errors, omissions, and incorrect cross-references may not have been done. So again, why the need for the rush? This new bill is very much needed because it represents a complete overhaul and modernization of Belize's insolvency law, moving from an outdated individual-centric framework to a comprehensive system, and this is to be commended. I'm going to give some reasons why, Madam President, so you don't seem that we're coming across as negative or trying to in any way undermine the bill. The new bill introduces a unified framework for both corporate and personal insolvency, whereas the current act almost exclusively deals with personal bankruptcy. The new bill also applies to companies, foreign companies, partnerships, and not just individuals. Secondly, the new bill introduces modern corporate insolvency procedures like administration, Part 3, receivership, Part 4, and company creditors agreements, Part 11. The current act excludes corporations, partnerships, and registered companies from its provisions. So it's an X plus. Number 3, the new bill deals with cross-border insolvency and represents one of the most significant modernization by adopting a framework based on the Untouchable Model Law on cross-border insolvency. This provides clear international recognized procedure for cooperation with foreign courts, recognition of foreign proceedings as main or ancillary, and granting relief to foreign representatives. The current act contains only section 112, which states that Belizean courts shall act in aid of and be auxiliary to courts in the United Kingdom having bankruptcy jurisdictions. So again, we're listing areas of the bill that obviously have positive areas. Point number 4, the bill introduces corporate rescue procedures designed to save viable business, a concept entirely absent from the current Act. It allows an administration to manage a company affairs with the aim of rehabilitation of the business, possibly achieving a better return for its creditors, rather than an immediate liquidation. This includes a statutory moratorium that protects the company from creditor actions. It also allows a company's board to propose a compromise with its creditors, which we find very useful. Point number 5. The new bill identifies modern criteria for initiating insolvency proceedings. It defines insolvency based on modern tests, such as the inability to pay debt as they fall due, cash flow tests, or having liabilities that exceeds assets, balance sheets tests. The bill creates a professional licensed corps of approved and regulated insolvency practitioners, a significant departure from the current system centered on the official receiver. All overseen by the Financial Services Commission. It provides a person from acting as an administrator, liquidator, trustee, etc., without a license. The current Act does not have a concept of licensed private insolvency practitioners. Point number 7, the new bill modernizes and expands the rules for reversing transactions made by a debtor prior to insolvency. Part 7 for companies and Part 15 for individuals provide detailed rules for avoiding unfair preferences, undervalued transactions, voidable floating charges, and extortionable credit transactions. It establishes a presumption that a transaction with a connected person within the vulnerability period was an insolvency transaction, shifting the burden of proof. I'll make 2 more points along this line, with your permission, Madam President. While the general hierarchy is similar to the current legislation, this new bill provides more clarity and modernizes the structure for the prioritizing of debt. Section 206, liquidation, and Section 350, bankruptcy, set out a clear waterfall for payments. It clearly separates the costs and expenses of the liquidation, bankruptcy as the highest priority. Madam President, I have listed the positives because I believe this is an important piece of legislation. But there are also some very negative aspects of this bill, as my other colleagues have alluded to earlier. And I think it's important for all of us to make these remarks in order that it can reinforce the point as to the concerns that we do have. As Section 266, subsection 3, and 400, subsections 3 and 4 state that an office holder, like a liquidator or administrator, who seizes an asset not belonging to the company is not liable for any resulting loss or damage, except insofar as that loss or damage is caused by the office holder's own negligence, provided they had reasonable grounds for believing they were entitled to seize it. This provision places a high burden of proof on an innocent third party whose property is wrongly seized. Madam President, proving negligence can be difficult and costly, which may leave the third party with little practical recourse for recovering their losses. Also, Because we are moving from a simpler state-centric system to a more complex, professionalized, and comprehensive legal framework, there are other negative effects that will be implemented by this bill. And I think Senator Pitts have alluded to this earlier as well, the cost factors that people who are already, companies who are already in this position will have to face the additional cost to attract professional attorneys that could be very burdensome to people who are already going through this type of situation. This new bill introduces more sophisticated processes that will likely increase the cost of entering insolvency for individuals and companies. The current bankruptcy rules prescribes lower attorney fees with specific dollar amounts for various tasks. For example, in a summary case where assets are under $500, the total fee for a debtor's attorney is fixed at $12. There's a fixed fee. The new bill removes this fixed scale. Instead, the remuneration for insolvency practitioners, like administrators, liquidators, and trustees, will be fixed by a creditors committee of the High Court, based on principles like time spent, complexity, and risk. This shifts to a market-based hourly rate model for professional services will become more expensive for the debtor's estate. So these are very serious concerns, Madam President. Again, the simple yet effective summary administration has been replaced. The current Act has a simple summary administration in small cases for estates under $1,500, where the official receiver automatically becomes the trustee to save costs and simplify the procedure. These cases will now become much more expensive to administrate, as there is no alternative cost-saving route for them to take, as in the current laws. So, Madam President, based on these shortcomings that we've identified with this bill, again, I want to repeat that while we do support this bill, our concerns is with the areas that are troubling and deficient, and that's why we question why the rush on this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Gabriel Zetina.
Madam President, colleagues, and those watching at home, first off, I want to say a couple words, and if I can refer to my notes. When I speak in this chamber, I try to do so not only to contribute in debates and the discussions that we are having, but I do so in a way that is educational and accessible, especially for Belizeans who tune in and genuinely try to understand the law that is being passed in their name. And so today, we're dealing with a bill, this bill, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025, and like many of you guys have mentioned, alluded to, that it's very much complex, long, technical, and full of legal languages. But it has real-world implications and impacts on families, workers, small businesses,
business owners, entrepreneurs across this country. And so, while I do my best to scrutinize the bill carefully, I will also do my best to break it down in plain terms. So I mention that because you'll see that a lot of it might be me referring to the bill and educating so that we can all understand what it means, not necessarily for this Senate, but for those watching at home. And yes, I do try my best to also offer concrete recommendation, because my goal is not to oppose for opposing's sake or agreeing just to agree, but to improve the law that we pass and ensure that it is fair for all Belizeans across. That being said, while the intent of the bill is commendable, and for the record, I do support this bill, and because it gives both businesses and individuals a second chance. In fact, Madam President, I did a bit of research, and this bill adopts a framework that is recognized under the UNCITRAL model law, which is gold standard for creating cross-border insolvency. But I also believe that it is my duty to scrutinize this bill in all areas where it is noble intention may unintentionally create harm or imbalance, particularly for those small business owners, workers, entrepreneurs, who, as we know, are struggling to stay afloat. Under Section 65(3), it says that the supervisor in a debt restructuring must file and distribute a copy of the final account within 60 days of the plan's end. And Section 66(2) adds that if the plan is not fully implemented, the supervisor must explain why. While it is a good start, there is no clear mechanism, at least from my observation, in this bill for creditors to challenge excessive fee, and I think that has been mentioned by several of our colleagues, nor is there any mandatory public reporting. And so I asked, especially from where I'm from, the average fisherman, the tour operator, I think you guys get the point. How do we know that they aren't being taken advantage of by supervisors who charges or who may charge thousands in fee? And before I continue, Madam President, because in my contribution I mentioned supervisors here quite a lot, and so for us to understand, as outlined in Section 64 of the bill, licensed insolvency practitioner, someone who is appointed to oversee the restructuring process when a person or business tries to settle their debts with creditors. This person becomes the bridge between debtor and their creditors. They handle money. They make payments to creditors and ensure that debtors is following the plan and report any issues to the court. In short, the supervisor is basically the guardian of the entire restructuring process. And because this particular person plays such a crucial role in determining who gets paid when and how much, we must ensure that supervisors operate with transparency and that are accessible to all Belizeans and are held to account if they misuse their power. So my recommendation, I propose that supervisors' reports be made publicly available and that any creditor be granted the right to challenge fees before the court. I believe that this would move us towards a path of fairness and, of course, in good faith. Section 35(2)(b), the bill says that supervisors must use assets to liquidate. In fact, it says discharge any sum due to potential creditors. But, Madam President, it does not define how quickly this must happen. And let us be reminded, the majority of the preferred creditors are usually workers, right? They work and then they get paid, whether bi-weekly or monthly. And workers, especially in Belize, many of them work paycheck to paycheck. And we all know how the court system in Belize works. It's a process, sometimes a lengthy process. And so I call my recommendation for a provision that requires employee wages to be paid within the first 30 days, maybe 60 days of the commencement of the liquidation. And let us add that small business suppliers to that list as well. We don't want them to suffer. This bill empowers the court to reverse transactions deemed unfair or fraudulent. That's necessary, I think. And so, but Section 237, 238, and Section 417, 418 goes as far to allow the reversal of payments to connected person within a 2-year frame, even if there is no proof of fraud. I propose that voidable transaction be reversed only where there is clear intent to defraud. Not simply because someone is related. Section 254(c)(2) allows a director to be disqualified for being, quote unquote, unfit to be concerned in the management of a company. Again, while I agree with the holding all bad actors accountable, this language, to my belief, is subjective. There's always the risk that small business owners who may lack formal training but might be operating with good faith and could potentially be unjustly penalized. Again, we need to define unfit in the schedule and guarantee that transparent appeal process as provided under Section 258. Let us not punish the undertrained, only those acting in good faith, of course, where there is no misconduct. Section 283, 287, Scheduled 6, is when it talks about simplified restructuring procedure. Of course, it's an excellent initiative, again, allowing micro and small enterprises with under 1 million in sales or liabilities to restructure without full court process. But here's the thing. Where are the restructuring advisors located? Now, I say this with a sober mind, and I want you guys to keep an open mind as well, because, and I'm sure that when this was being drafted, probably you didn't consider it because Belize is such a small country anyhow. But from where I come from Burgrisky and San Pedro, and maybe there will be, you guys can enlighten me in that. I propose that a requirement for nationwide availability of restructuring advisors, like Kikaker, San Pedro, even in the south, not only be accessible maybe in Belmopan or Belize City, but nationwide. Section 294, 296 establish a registered of licensed insolvency practitioner. This is, again, I agree with it. But let us not allow that registered to exit only in the name, or to be again only in Belize City. I urge that Financial Service Commission be required to license at least one practitioner per district. I don't know if that's already in the talks. No? No? Okay, there's no regulation. Okay, but at least that be taken into account. At least one per district, right? And of course be published so that it is accessible to everyone and everyone has knowledge of the practitioner. In conclusion, Madam President, this bill has great potential. Insolvency law must be about fairness as much as it is about efficiency. Not only does this bill bring Belize in line with the global community, it also shows the international market and investors that Belize is serious about financial reform, and I welcome that. But the bill must be also about to protect not only creditors and the courts, but workers, small businesses, and honest debtors who need a second chance. So my plea is that you guys take those recommendations into account. Let us not just pass a bill that is perfect in paper, but then distance in practice. I support it. I support this bill, but we must scrutinize it. Right? So that being said, Madam President, I yield. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam President. From the sound of it, we have unanimous support of this bill. So maybe I don't need to make much comments in response, but I think certainly given the comments, some clarification may be warranted. But before getting into that, I want to give a little bit of background and context. This bill, this intended law, I think was set out as an objective under the first Plan Belize, if I recall correctly, along with the modernization of our companies law, along with the modernization of our securities laws. Those first two have been accomplished so far, but this has been languishing. It's been languishing because it is complex, it is dense, it is technical, it is a lot of work to pull this together. It seeks to address numerous objectives that deal with realities that don't currently exist in the current state of our law, and in a way that brings the protections that many of you here today have expressed concern about, or believe that the bill goes the opposite way. In fact, this bill, I think, is probably going to be one of the leading insolvency legislation in the CARICOM region. As Senator Pitts highlighted, it is modeled off the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law model law on insolvency. I'd like to refer to my notes in some of the comments in relation to both that UNCITRAL legislative guide as well as the World Bank principles for effective insolvency and debtor-creditor regimes. The UNCITRAL legislative guide on insolvency law indicates that important to an insolvency regime is ensuring that it is streamlined and simplified to address the needs of micro and small businesses that are knowledgeable of financial, business management, legal, and insolvency matters. The World Bank brief on insolvency and debt resolution says, efficient and predictable insolvency and debt resolution frameworks are key drivers to improve financial inclusion and increase access to credit, which may lead to the reduction of the cost for obtaining credit. Increased access to finance enhances enterprise growth, which in turn leads to preserving employment, growth, and the creation of new job opportunities. Having a good insolvency regime therefore matters, since it enhances market certainty, transparency, predictability, and good corporate governance. It also offers equitable treatment and maximizes value for the interest of all parties, debtors and creditors, and promotes and enables private sector development and growth. I highlight that, Madam President, because this bill really is done to protect, to support MSMEs, small business, to protect and enable small and large businesses alike that may run into trouble, that may end up on the brink or on the verge of insolvency, but that can be rescued. One of the senators spoke about corporate rescue. We don't have in our current law any kind of corporate rescue mechanisms or procedures to support the rescue of whether small or large business. This bill, for the first time, would provide for that. That's why when we look at the various parts, it speaks about creditors' arrangements, individual creditors' arrangements, corporate creditors' arrangements, to avoid going into bankruptcy or insolvency. These creditor arrangements, what that means essentially is an agreement amongst the creditors of a debtor, along with that debtor, for variation of different creditor liabilities of the debtor to these creditors. But by agreement, where there is no agreement, it provides for a mechanism through the courts. But what it does, it enables small and large business alike to avoid insolvency or bankruptcy. The provisions for administration, that represents another mechanism for corporate rescue, but more significantly involves the High Court. Administration, as it is defined in the law, considers the inevitability of insolvency, but provides, for example, as Senator Pitts referred to moratorium orders that are actually protections for the businesses that are in jeopardy of insolvency, because it puts a stay on claims. It puts a stay on applications for bankruptcy or liquidation. So actually, moratorium orders are there to protect the business or individual at risk. So as we go through the legislation, each part of the legislation, it speaks to a different area of the insolvency regime, many of which speak to the protection and the preservation of the whether a business or the avoidance of bankruptcy of an individual. I certainly take the point of Senator Pitts that the technical competency, the technical expertise of the judiciary is a critical component of this bill. So the training of the judiciary will be a key element in the full implementation of this legislation. I think in terms of sensitization, that is something that is required across the board. And I think the Financial Services Commission fully recognizes the importance of sensitization to their cost, at their cost. But in going through that sensitization effort, it is the objective to implement this legislation in a manner that allows the use of the bill to be effective. So I believe this was shared with senators. Maybe you might not have seen it, but it was shared with the senators coming out of the meeting that we had at the Central Bank with senators. But in the documents that were shared, it lays out the proposed implementation schedule of the bill. And the implementation is expected to take actually over a year. I see 5 phases that are contemplated. Phase 1, where the foundational and immediate provisions to be implemented are parts 1, parts 12, 20, and 22. Those speak to 1, the definition section, part 12, the netting section, part 20, the establishment of an insolvency surplus account, and part 22, the miscellaneous provisions. In that phase, the key one is the netting, really, that would involve relatively immediate implementation, expected to be effected September 2025. And that leads me to one of the other objectives of the bill. In the modernization of our bankruptcy and really we don't even have insolvency laws. In the modernization of these, this regime nonetheless, I mentioned about the protection and preservation of businesses that may be in jeopardy. That is, in a sense, one of the innovations of this legislation relative to any other legislation in the Caribbean. But at the same time, we also recognize the broader context of the conduct of business in Belize and the sectors that are of relevance in our country. So while we recognize small business, 90% of the businesses in this country are small business. They hire and employ between 60 and 70% of all workers in the country. So we have to give priority to that in the development of this legislation. But at the same time, there's also the financial services sector, the international financial services sector, that has existed for almost 3 decades, or let's call it 3 decades. It has struggled over the past decade and a half, particularly with AML compliance challenges. Now that we are where we are, where Belize is now the gold standard in terms of our AML compliance legislation, both from a technical standpoint and effectiveness in enforcement standpoint. We see the opportunity to restore and elevate the financial services sector. This netting this part on netting seeks to accomplish that in large part because the niche market that the financial services sector has and will continue to have with new provisions like this is in asset holding companies or investment holding companies. And this provision speaks to that because without it, the credit risk of companies in the event of insolvency is extremely elevated. It allows, without it, there is the reality of cherry picking of creditors. So this, in effect, is a standalone provision that supports the financial services sector. So that is why the implementation, in the phased implementation, this would be one of those that would be implemented in phase 1. Phase 2, which is not expected to be introduced until January of 2026, seeks to implement those portions that are relevant for the institutional and professional infrastructure. So that would be parts 20, 21, 17, 19, and 10. That speaks to insolvency practitioners. Now, currently in our law, we don't have any licensing of insolvency practitioners. Any standards, no standards exist for insolvency practitioners. That is clearly a problem that we have in our laws. We need qualified personnel, qualified practitioners, which would include accountants, for example, chartered accountants, attorneys, but with training beyond their immediate qualifications. It also speaks to the official receiver. This legislation heightens the significance and role of the official receiver. The official receiver already exists in law. I'm not honestly sure who the official receiver is, but what the official receiver will do under this bill is, in effect, enable the simplified debt restructuring regime for small business or MSMEs. The eligibility criteria for small business is actually already set out in the bill, and it contemplates any business that has a sales turnover of less than $1 million and liabilities of below $1 million. They become eligible for the simplified debt restructuring regime. Under that simplified debt restructuring regime, that is not insolvency. That is a small business in jeopardy of insolvency. In that scenario, they can apply to the official receiver for debt restructuring under that simplified regime. That's in effect a simplified process, not so much as going through the High Court, a simplified process in which they can seek a reprieve, staying of claims against them, and similar to the moratorium provisions. That part also provides for a restructuring advisor. In effect, what it is somebody to help the small business. So the official receiver would select someone who is a qualified person to be a restructuring advisor. Who is a qualified person? Well, it's set out in the law. It's a public accountant or a chartered accountant that will serve as that restructuring advisor. It's not complicated. And in fact, it's the official receiver that looks over, has oversight over the process in which that restructuring advisor advises and assists the small business in restructuring their business and rescuing that business for continued operation. So it obviously is a big positive, and in terms of costs. It seeks to reduce the costs associated with rescuing that business. I think one of the points raised in terms of costs on whether it's insolvency practitioners or otherwise, even office holders, which are these same persons, administrators and insolvency practitioners. Bear in mind that in the case, for example, of administration procedures, it is the debtor, it's actually the debtor, the one who owes the money, that selects the insolvency practitioner to assist them in the administration process. So it's a voluntary effort by the debtor themselves, who will, I would expect, know what the costs will be associated with the practitioner that they are recommending serve as the administrator. In the case of the third phase, which is expected to be implemented in April 2026, that focuses on the core business insolvency regimes. These include parts 2, 3, 4, 6, 5, and 6 on creditors, arrangements, administration, receivership, liquidation, and the common provisions for liquidation and bankruptcy. So that's where really the meat of the legislation gets implemented. So while all the preparatory work is being done, or would have been done in terms of getting the sensitization done, start getting practitioners licensed, etc., it's not until April that now we have the core insolvency processes, including the rescue, corporate and individual rescue processes implemented. One point I'd like to make is in terms of receivership. Many in the profession, in the legal profession or the accounting profession, will be familiar with receiverships. Now, receiverships also have no protection, or I should say, there's very little legislation that creates guardrails in how our receivership operates, or even who serve as receivers. This legislation starts to establish those guardrails. For example, receivers right now can be a mortgagee of the assets of the debtor, or even an employee of the mortgagee of the assets of the debtor. It doesn't require any kind of standard or professional standard for acting as a receiver. This starts looking at not only establishing or creating restrictions on who can serve as receiver, but codifying the liability of that receiver, so you can't have a company anymore serve as a receiver. You have to have an individual serve as a receiver, and that individual is exposed to personal liability. So it heightens the level of responsibility that a receiver must have. In phase 4, to be implemented in July of 2026, or expected to be implemented in July of 26, is the sections on personal insolvency and debt restructuring. So whereas the phase 3 speaks to the business insolvency, phase 4 speaks to the personal insolvency, and so the parts on bankruptcy, the simplified restructuring of debts, bankruptcy offenses, and bankruptcy restriction orders are to be implemented in that phase 4. Then in phase 5, that's the last phase, the focus is on cross-border insolvency and supplementary provisions. That is to be expected to be implemented in October of 2026. That focuses in on that part on cross-border insolvency, orders in aid of foreign proceedings, malpractice, voidable transactions, and for both corporate and bankruptcy. And I would just quickly highlight in terms of voidable transactions, it is what it says. It's voidable, it's not void, and it is subject to determination by the High Court. I would think that we are in a good place when we do have the High Court to review these kinds of transactions. There are explicitly specify what the elements that would make it one or the other types of voidable transactions, whether it's an extortionate credit transaction, an unfair preference, or any other of the voidable transactions. It's before the High Court to make that determination and what, whether in fact it would be voided or in whole or in part or other orders are to be made. But overall, going through the implementation schedule, it clearly reflects sensitivity to the current set of circumstances, to the need to sensitize, the need to build technical expertise on all relevant parties, and the overall value of this legislation, in fact, depends on developing that competency. So, Madam President, I just wanted to make those quick clarifications so that we can appreciate that it's not something to be feared, but to be embraced and welcomed, because it does bring our jurisdiction at that level that we find ourselves in terms of AML compliance. When we implement this insolvency law, we will have one of the most modern insolvency legislation in the world. Thank you.
Madam President, I only rise to make a clarification based on what I had presented and what Senator Courtney has said, is that...
And you're raising on a point of order?
Yes, Madam President, only to clarify that when I said phased approach, it is not to say that there is no considerations to a phased approach, but that passage of the bill should be matched with that phased approach.
Madam President, let me just start right where Senator Pitts just intervened to clarify. The objective that she has, I think, is what is intended. That is to say, the bill will be passed, and those provisions that are not yet ready for implementation will not be brought into force. You're suggesting the reverse, and that means you will have 5 pieces, 5 times you will have to come to this National Assembly to bring a piece in, another piece, another piece, another piece. Whereas sorry? No, right, so that's what I'm saying. We are doing it in a phased approach in order, and the FSC is available and will come in at the committee of the whole so that we can discuss it. Recommendations that are now being made, that are now being circulated, will now be sent to them. There will be an opportunity in the phased approach to consider them and to take on board those that are thought to be reasonable and should be embraced. I do want to stress one thing. This is a technical area. We have described the bill in varying ways: complex, dense, heavy, etc. It is modeled on UNCITRAL model law. When you seek to not tweak, but seek to change it, then you're not using the model. Senator Stetina, for example, raised the question of a director being unfit. He used the word subjective. There are dozens upon hundreds of cases that tell you what unfit means. Senator Pitts will tell you, as a practitioner, as a lawyer, when we look at something like that, we have the tools to go and search unfit director, and we will get information as to what that means. So to a person who is reading this for the first time, who is not an attorney and who is not exposed to this, you say, hold on, this looks like mischief could make. And what I'm trying to say to you is, this is not something that has been thought up in Belize for Belize. This is something that has international recognition, is recommended internationally, because there is jurisprudence, there are books, there are practices that support the way in which this is being done. I simply say that to try to give you some assurance that this is not untested, this is not something that is being created only for Belize. There has been a history of its implementation. The third point I want to make is this. This represents a significant improvement over what exists in the law today. You spoke, Senator Zatina, and I'm not picking on you, but no, the examples you gave, right, in terms of the fisherman, fisher folk, to speak in modern language, they talk about the tour guide, etc. Tour guide, fisher folk, anybody who faced difficulty as a self-employed person or an employer during COVID or at any time has no legislation that he or she can go to today and say, listen, I want protection from my creditors. I have a plan. Give me a chance to work out the difficulty that I'm in. You have no protection today. What you do today is you go down to the registry and you form an ex-company or you form an ex-business name and you left all the debts right there, and to hell with everybody. Small people, because small people buy from small people. And when you left somebody with $1,000 or $500, it means more to them. It has a more devastating impact on them than leaving somebody else with a $50,000 or $100,000 debt. Today, there's nothing that you can do. When this legislation is fully enforced, that person can go to the insolvency advisor and get advice as to how to restructure, how to access additional credit, how to prolong existing liabilities, etc. The point of the matter is this. There is a stigma that is attached to bankruptcy and insolvency. People shame for seeing their property being published for sale. People are scared to go to their bankers, their credit unions, and say, I will miss my payment for the next 2 months because X, Y, or Z. This legislation goes a long way in trying to remove that everybody in Belize, the private sector, the public sector, individuals will understand that individuals as well as businesses go through difficult periods and we must be able to work with each other. Bankruptcy is like leprosy. It was designed to put a stigma on a person so that everybody knows not deal with that person. That is not where we are in modern Belize. 2022, we passed a new company law, nearly 270 pages. And for those of us who have been practicing in what we call old 250 or 214 companies, we knew that inside out, but we jumped into the deep end with a new piece of legislation that modernized company law in Belize. So what we're saying is this is not only modern, but it attenuates and ameliorates the rigors of the financial world that we work in today. It is giving an opportunity to businesses and to individuals to rearrange their finances, to work with their creditors, to try to rescue businesses and to rescue themselves when they find themselves on hard times. And as I said at the very beginning, it also strikes the balance in giving to creditors the right to say, I worked with you for a year and it's not working out. There is a regulated regime for how assets are taken, how assets are sold, and you raise the question of the cost of the, whether it be the liquidator. This is all regulated by the court. You can't just come in and say it's 20% and I'm going to charge you. The court has to approve the fee that administrator or that liquidator is going to charge. So it is, as I say, a model legislation. It requires education, and I totally agree because I have the experience of clients who are being called upon by the FSC to get your books audited by a recognized person. And you say, well, where's the list of recognized people? There is none. But the FSC is still saying, get it done by a certain date or I'm going to fine you. So the FSC needs to check itself. And it needs to understand that before it implements some of these provisions, the framework and the people have to be there because they come very heavily on people operating in these spaces and insisting on compliance, but there is no ability to comply. So I would like to encourage senators, as you have all said, to support the legislation and to hold the Financial Services Commission to account in terms of the phased implementation and the education and ensuring that the practitioners in every district or at least are available so that they can help people to rearrange their affairs and to avoid the stigma of bankruptcy. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act governing the insolvency of companies with mechanisms established for insolvent persons to enter into arrangements with their creditors, an administration procedure for companies, the receivership of companies and foreign companies, the liquidation of companies, foreign companies, limited partnerships and partnerships, the making of bankruptcy orders against individuals, the licensing and regulation of insolvency practitioners, the penalization and redress of wrongdoing associated with insolvent persons, the disqualification of directors, the avoidance of certain transactions, cross-border insolvency issues, netting, and the establishment of a simplified insolvency procedure for eligible companies and other matters connected therewith be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act governing the insolvency of companies with mechanism established for insolvent persons to enter into arrangement with their creditors and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of the bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Director General of Financial Services Commission to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Central Bank of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, the bill is self-explanatory. It is just adding one person who the government and the Central Bank believe would be an appropriate person to serve on the board of the Central Bank, having regard to the fact that the Central Bank is one of the regulatory agencies in the financial services sector, as well as the Financial Services Commission. They do a lot of work together, and so the proposal is that the Director of the Financial Services Commission be a member of the board.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Thank you, Madam President. Your permission to refer to my notes. Madam President, I rise with deep concern over this one. This is, I guess, where the dual support comes to an end, because really we have searched and we really feel that this addition to the Central Bank Board doesn't make any sense. The bill proposes to place the Director General of the Financial Services Commission on the board of the Central Bank. And while this may seem as simple as Senator Courtney described, it's just an additional person on the board. This has tremendous implications for the governance and independence of the Central Bank and of the entire financial system for that matter. Firstly, it is a threat to the independence of the Central Bank. The Central Bank, as we know, is the fundamental pillar of our economy. Its decisions are on monetary policy, foreign reserve, supervision, therefore must remain free from external or political influence, and with the passage of this, that won't happen. When you add the Director General of the FSC on this board, one that is close to ministerial control, one that has is a regulatory agency, and one that has close to ministerial control, we risk, Madam President, undermining the independence and sending the wrong signal to investors, financial institutions, and the Belizean public. Now, I remember listening to the House debate on this issue, and I remember the Prime Minister's response specifically. He said that, correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Koye, that there is already the Central Board Governor on the FSC board. Well, and he explained that this was a kind of reciprocal thing. Since one is already on the board of one, the other must be on the board of the other. And one bad practice doesn't make another one okay. The truth of the matter is these entities need to be independent. I sat down and tried to think of a good comparison. And I thought that maybe the Prime Minister should start to invite the opposition to cabinet meetings. Put an opposition member on the cabinet. Because when it is that one entity is starting to execute the duty that it should have, and in the case of the FSC, they have a different role, completely different role. Placing the individual in both governance structures creates a conflict of roles. If the FSC regulated institution faces a crisis, how can the Director General impartially contribute to central bank decisions? In other words, we risk delayed or compromised actions due to critical financial moments. There has been no clear explanation, that's the other thing, Madam President, as to why this amendment is necessary, other than one needs to be on the other because one was on the other. We should not be changing the governance of our most important financial institutions, Madam President, without a clear and compelling rationale. In fact, Senator Courtney, in his explanation, said nothing more than this is simple. It is to place an additional member on the Central Bank Board. This, Madam President, we believe is a dangerous precedent, and if we start opening up the Central Bank's board to other regulators or political connected officials, where does it stop? We must protect against politicizing our financial governance and preserve the principle of checks and balances. And we would like to propose that there are other ways to accomplish what it is you say you seek, and I say that not from the explanation that Senator Courtney gave, because, again, his explanation was just that we are simply adding on an additional member to the board. But from the Prime Minister's explanation, you would want one entity, the Financial Services Control Committee, to know what's going on at the Central Bank. Well, there are other ways of doing that. For instance, can we not have joint regular committees or can there not be other ways of getting the two entities to share information, maybe through a memorandum of understanding, rather than putting members on each other's boards? We really feel, Madam Chairman, Madam President, that when this happens, if this is to go through, the guardrails of our financial system would be weakened. and it would be a dangerous precedent. And for future generations, they will have to fix it. So we cannot support this bill, and we ask that the government withdraws it, because again, we see no real purpose in this. Whatever else they're trying to achieve can be achieved without changing the configuration of the Central Bank Board. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Clifford Denison.
Glenfield, Madam President. Glenfield, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Denfield.
Glenfield Denison, Madam President. Thank you for the recognition, Madam President. I had a hard time deciphering the policy behind this piece of legislation, and so I repeat from Senator Fava that this House of Enlightenment is why we're here. So I look forward to hearing the rationale for this piece of amendment before I express my support or withholding of support. But it raised a few alarm bells in my head. The first one being that there is a defined role of the central bank, and there is a defined and growing role of the Financial Services Commission, it seems. In this very House, we have passed legislation to expand the role of FSC, and now we are at the point where we are asking it to play a part in the central bank. Now, I know of formulations where bank supervision can be moved to the FSC, but I don't know why we're doing this. And so I would ask that we get an understanding of what the vision is in trying to do something like this, perhaps so that we could better assist in finding what the solution would be. Because when I looked at the legislation, I flagged a few things that are not in line with good governance. And one is that the term of office for these appointments is actually less than the term of office for the people making the appointment. So that, for example, the governor of the central bank, who is appointed for 5 years and who would have been appointed under the previous administration, his contract comes up for renewal within this term of government. And so it is always good practice to move the period of appointment so that you can avoid that sort of perception that there would not be independence. And based on, what influence people would have when they think about their reappointment, the members of the board, other than the governor, are appointed for 4 years. And the same question comes to my mind. If these people are being appointed and we're serious about the policy direction that we want the central bank to go, then I find it curious also that we have no qualification requirements for serving on the board, that we have no technical skill requirement for being on the board, save and except the ex officio posts, which are clearly rationalized. But they had a look at the composition of the board currently, and I don't know, except for Sidney Campbell, I don't know the other members of the board who are not ex officio members to have the sort of knowledge of the banking system, the regulatory framework for bank supervision, that sort of aspects. I can be corrected because I see there's a associate from Courtney Koishi may have that sort of technical background. I would like to just, maybe I'm wrong. She doesn't have it? Thanks. So that I think while we're looking at this piece of legislation, I think it's a good time to pause to reflect as to whether we could strengthen it in that way, so that if we say that we want the central bank to be focused on the things that matter, then perhaps we can have them focus on adjusting mortgage rates to help us with inflation. We can have the sort of board, the policy, giving policy directions that would affect the monetary policy to help ease some of the hard time. So I really couldn't let this go by asking if the Director General for the FSC doesn't have enough things to do. I met the gentleman, he's a very nice gentleman. I just met him a few months ago. I don't know if he's overworked and underpaid, but as the Labour Senator, I have to ask because I worry that we put so much work on the man. He's only human. And so, it's true, he's Registrar of Merchant Ship Companies Registry now. Are we creating a creature that will become too big for us to do anything about? We're putting a lot of faith in the good gentleman, and I make no, cast no aspersions. Like I said, I don't know him to be anything but a consummate professional. But these questions are in my mind because if he doesn't have the support that he needs, then we're setting ourselves up to fail. And when I look at the law, Madam President, there's really that gap as it relates to what we want in the people who are running our central bank. Because if I had that idea, if I could have read the law and seen what we would be, the sort of technical expertise that we would need there, I would have no difficulty supporting the rationale behind this bill, but I will await for my friend to explain before I draw my conclusions. I yield, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Zetina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise to express my disagreement. The amendment to the Central Bank of Belize Act, only because there's more questions, and I think the wider public of this country would agree with me that when you have one person consolidating or having so much power is alarming. And maybe at this point, like I said, there's more questions than answer. And so at first glance, it appears very much simple. In fact, the way it was presented, it leads one to think it is simple. And adding the General of the Financial Service Commission as a member of the Central Bank Board. But we must be careful not to confuse simplicity with harmlessness, because the implication of this change is so real. Let's outline what the amendment could possibly mean. Not just, again, I said from the beginning, we're not here to oppose just for opposing sake, but let's look at it. We're putting one individual as the Director General in a position to influence both regulation of non-bank institution and monetary decision at central bank. So again, I reiterate the significance of concentration of power, and it undermines the principle check and balance between regulations. There is simply no segregation of duties, at least from where I stand. The FSC oversees hundreds of financial service providers, from credit unions to payment processors, etc., etc. So the second point is that there is probably a huge conflict of interest. And by placing the FSC Director General on the board, we're blurring the lines between regulation enforcement and national monetary policies. And again, it raises serious concerns for both, or from all angles, as far as I can see. Not only are we politicizing, or central bank becomes politicized. When you have one person, again, with so much decision making and power. And lastly, lack of transparency. So, Mr. President, Yes, Mr. President. No, madam. I want strong coordination on our financial system, of course. But I do not believe, at least at this point, that this is the right way to do it. This amendment creates more questions than answers, more concentration than balance, and more risk than reassurance. And for those reasons, I respectfully cannot support this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Gira.
Mr. President, just a few words. There is an issue as it relates to independence and influence. And I think it must be made clear or highlighted that the central bank is a corporate body that by law is mandated to be independent. And it is also governed by a board of directors. It only makes good sense for the director of the Financial Services Commission, who is at the helm of the financial services market in Belize, to be able to provide a voice on the board that assists with setting monetary policy in our country. It's also worth highlighting that this Director General, by law, under the FSC Act, is appointed by the Commission, not the ministers, but the members of the Commission. So, respectfully, there are safeguards within the legislation which address the very concerns raised by the senators. That really is the extent of my contributions, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Koi.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's a little difficult to comment on give a response. I'm actually taken aback, to be frank, at some of the comments that have been raised. Senator Guerra mentioned about the corporate status of the Central Bank Board. The Central Bank is a creature of statute. It has its board of directors. It has its mandate for monetary and financial stability, exchange rate stability, and taking such actions conducive to economic growth. The board is comprised of, the Central Bank Board is comprised of, I think, 3 ex officio members, the governor, the deputy governor, and the financial secretary, as well as 4 members that's appointed by the Minister of Finance. The Financial Services Commission has its 9 members. It's composed of 9 members. 4, I believe, comes from essentially the private sector, one of whom is nominated by the International Financial Services Association. And then the remaining members are the Financial Secretary, the Governor of the Central Bank, the Director of the FIU, the Solicitor General, and the Director General of the Commission, who sits as ex officio. We can have discussions on a theoretical basis, and we can also have discussions on a practical basis. I think when it comes to the Commission, which I had the privilege of serving on as a private sector member in the past, the contributions that were given by the governor, contributions that were given by the financial secretary and the director of Financial Intelligence Unit have been critical to the development of the Financial Services Commission and the implementation of its mandate. I think it's similar in sense of what is contemplated here in the proposed appointment of the Director General of the Financial Services Commission onto the Central Bank Board. That is one person, that is one office out of, 7 more. The value in it is the insight that the Financial Services Commission Director General has in his role as that Director General of the Financial Services Commission, that can prove to be invaluable as the overall financial sector evolves. Historically, we really didn't have much of a financial sector beyond the traditional banks and credit unions. That has all changed over the past decade to 2 decades. And it is that evolution that has driven the increasing significance of the Financial Services Commission. The Financial Services Commission evolved from the International Financial Services Commission. And that commission had the responsibility of really the offshore sector, as it then was called, whether for securities, brokerage, asset management, or just trustee services or registered agent services. It has developed over time a level of expertise in having to regulate those entities. In the meantime, the central bank has been largely focused on the regulation of banks and credit unions. The central bank still remains responsible for certain financial institutions that are non-bank entities on a domestic basis. It includes finance companies, but at the same time, the Financial Services Commission also has its responsibilities and its duties in regulating securities companies. So there is a very close connection within the financial services sector between the two regulators. And you will note that even in the DBFIA, the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act, it speaks to financial holding company groups. Because as there is that evolution in the provision of financial services, we have groups, holding company groups, that are comprised of not only banks, but they're comprised of securities companies, of finance companies, of trust companies. You have the whole gamut, even insurance companies now. So much so that we have to look at that broader regulation and review and oversight of all these financial holding company groups. It is actually best practice that we have that interagency coordination. It is actually international standard that we have that interagency oversight. And the point is well taken as to the suggestion as to having a committee. But there are already committees in place, one in terms of the NAMLAC committee that looks at the anti-money laundering across the various sectors. And you have membership with the Financial Services Commission, the FIU, and the Central Bank, among others, within that committee. We also have an MOU between the Central Bank of Belize and the Financial Services Commission already in place. So there are all those different levels of cooperation. This is only an added element to that level of cooperation, having regard to the benefit and advantage that has been experienced in practice at the level of the Financial Services Commission. It is seen, it is believed that it will be an added benefit just the same if that representation is there on the board of the central bank. So with that, Mr. President, I just hope that that is some clarification.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Mr. President, it's disappointing when we listen to interventions which come off as if it is being made in good faith. Listen carefully. A public official is being proposed to be appointed to a board. And senators seriously stand in this Senate and talk about politicization of the central bank. Claude Haylock Do you know who Claude Hallock is?
We're appointing a post. It doesn't matter who the person is.
He was the one who said he meet the man. He was the one who bring up an associate in my law firm. We are talking about politicizing the central bank by the appointment of one person. It is utter and complete drivel. Nonsense on stilts. Senator Dennison talks about having qualifications for members of the board of the central bank. Here is a proposal to appoint the Director General of the Financial Services Commission to the board. With more qualifications than that you want. What more qualifications than that you want? Central Bank Act says, as has been alluded to already, within the context of economic policy of the government, the bank shall be guided in all of its actions by the objectives of fostering monetary stability, especially as regards stability of the exchange rate, promoting credit and exchange conditions conducive to the economic growth, to the growth of the economy of Belize. Senator Farber, I don't remember the exact word you said, but words to the effect that the central bank is the foundation of the Belizean economy in terms of its integrity, the regulation, etc. What is the responsibility of the Financial Services Commission? Section 5 of the Financial Services Commission Act says, the function of the Commission are the following: promoting and developing Belize as a center for the carrying on of financial services, protecting and enhancing internationally the reputation of Belize as a financial center, providing within the framework of local legislation and laws appropriate supervision and regulation of the conduct of financial services, formulating appropriate policies and providing advice and assistance to the government on the regulation of financial services, preparing as the occasion demands reports and memoranda of interest to the development, protection, and regulation of Belize's financial services sector, collecting, storing, and disseminating to interested parties reliable and timely information on the growth and trends of Belize's financial services sector. Does the Director General of that institution not have some value to add to the central bank that is in law required to be monitoring, regulating the financial sector of this country? How can anyone in good faith say that the Director General of the Financial Services Commission, who has this as its statutory duty, has no value to add? I am saying again, how can it ever be suggested that the Financial Services Commission Director General has no value to add to the Central Bank Board? But what is worse, they accuse the man of conflict of interest.
Mr. President, on a point of order, Senator Ian Courtney is accusing us and saying that we said certain words when in reality we didn't. The questions that we pose are one that I believe that the wider public would pose the same questions. They're genuine questions, sir. I think at the end of the day, if we don't understand...
What's
imputing improper motives, sir.
Mr. President, if Senator Zatina believes that I'm imputing a proper motive, I apologize to him. That was not my intention. I repeat the question that I asked. I said, how can it seriously be said that the Director General of the Financial Services Commission has no value to add to the Central Bank Board? You didn't say that. I never say you said that. I never said nobody said that. I pose a rhetorical question and I repeat it. He said that. He said that. That he said that I see a conflict of interest. The answer is there. Yes, the answer is there. You did say that there's a conflict of interest. The long and short of it is this. The long and short of it is this. No, back off. No, you back off. Well, who got a conflict of interest if it's not the individual? Which office? How an officer have a conflict of interest? Let's get serious. Mr. President,
yes,
let me wind up. Let me wind up.
Leader of Government Business.
I say to this Honorable Senate, when you look at the responsibility of the central bank, you look at the responsibility of the Financial Services Commission, there is no conflict of interest for the Director General of the Financial Services Commission to serve on the board of the central bank. It is remarkable that the governor of the central bank serves on the board of the Financial Services Commission, but there is no conflict of interest there. But in the reverse, there is a conflict of interest. I am waiting to hear the rationale as to why this proposal is to be objected to be refused. It is because the responsibility of the Financial Services Commission, as I explained to you, by law, which you should be able to read, Senator Dennison, says that its responsibility is completely aligned with the objectives of the central bank, which is to regulate the financial sector of Belize. Completely aligned. Completely aligned. To provide advice, make recommendation about legislation, assisting with the stability of the financial services sector. I want to suggest, Mr. President, that any sober reflection on this issue would lead senators to support the amendment. I think the notion that there is some mischief afoot, there is some politicization afoot, when one steps back and asks yourself, how can whoever is the Director General of the Financial Services Commission, let's forget Mr. Haylock for the moment, whoever it is, what benefit would he or she get from being on the board of a central bank other than providing whatever advice, recommendations, etc. he or she has based on his or her experience? This is not saying giving to a minister an unrestricted right to appoint another member, where you could say, all right, he obviously pull some political friend or colleague. This is an ex officio appointment. So I would urge my colleague senators, and Senator Zettina, I repeat to you, if you thought I was impugning an improper motive, that was not my intention. I would urge my senators to rethink their position and to see that there is a benefit in having the Director General of the Financial Services Commission on the board of the central bank. Mr. President, I ask that the question be put.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Director General of the Financial Services Commission to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Central Bank of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidentals thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I believe the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Bail Reform Act, Chapter 100 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to reform the bail framework in the criminal justice system and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President and colleague senators, this is an attempt by the government to bring, I believe it is 5 or 6 different pieces of legislation where bail is available and provisions are made for the grant or the withholding of bail into one comprehensive piece of legislation. It is an attempt by the government to give not only the guidance to persons who are applying for bail, but also the guidance to the persons who are granting bail in one piece of legislation, the criteria to be taken into account. It expands, I repeat, it expands the availability of bail to persons who are detained or arrested and makes it more available to them than it is currently on the law books. It also provides very clear provisions as to the right of appeal against decisions where bail is not granted. It makes full and complete provisions for the provision of security, forfeiture of security, recognizance, and all of that. So it is a reforming piece of legislation seeking to bring into one piece of law the whole regime for bail.
I recognize Senator Patrick Fowler.
Well, to be honest with you, get me jumping away. Because when things were good and we were agreeing with things, you had a different demeanor. And now that people dared to say otherwise, we see a different leader of government business. I know how it goes. You know, Senator Cowie got up and said exactly how he felt about what we said. I believe, with the exception of Senator Zettina. Did you speak after Senator Zettina? Before. So he's the only one you may not have had the benefit of commenting on, but I appreciate that he accepted that the memorandum of understanding and the joint committees and so on was a way to go. He never just attack. But it's a different approach, I see, and the tag team that you do is wonderful. I think the pity is that you don't get to have Senator Cowie last to kind of smoothen the ruffled feathers afterwards, but fair enough. I think the first thing we want to say about this bill is that it does make an attempt to modernize, as you've pointed out, Senator Courtney, and it does as well try to bring together other pieces of legislation that are outdated and that have a greater number of legislation in terms of the laws. So we now have one piece of legislation that we're aiming to achieve where all that 6 pieces of legislation previously attempted to achieve could be achieved. So when you first glance at the bill, it seems wonderful. However, the deeper and deeper you go in terms of the examination, it becomes evident that while some of these provisions are indeed commendable, many of its elements pose severe threats to fundamental rights and disproportionately affect the poor and the marginalized. This is a point that we've made in the House of Representatives, and we intend to share again today. But before I get into the negatives, let me go on with some of the things that we found pleasing in the bill. And should I say, Senator Courtney, that it is a bill that we could potentially support with the right amendments. But let me begin with the commendable parts of the bill, and I will reference a section so that you know where I'm coming from. Firstly, it allows for clarity and consolidation, as I've mentioned. 6 bills, and as you've mentioned, 6 bills or 6 acts of law that now come into one. And this is addressed in section 1 to 3 of the bill. The second point is that it's good because it protects victims and the public. And we see that especially in section 6.2, which requires decision makers to consider public safety, community ties, and whether releasing the defendant would undermine the public peace. If these things are a problem, then it's addressed in this bill. There is as well the modernizing and the use of electronic tools, particularly the electronic monitoring tool, something that we've long seen in the movies, but we've not enjoyed here in Belize. We see where section 7.3c allows for this, allows for things like curfew, so you actually get to go out, but after a certain hour you have to be in. We see another positive in that there are suggested regular reviews and appeals in section 9 and 11, so that there can be modern and up-to-date reviews. But our critical concerns, Mr. President, are as follows. Under section 5.2 of the bill and schedule 1, we see a wide array of offenses, including not just violent crimes, but also immigration infractions. In schedule 1, item 12, we see about immigration infractions, and we also see certain traffic offenses in items 14 and 15, and firearm offenses in item 9. All of this requires bail to be granted solely by a judge, and that is limiting bail access to judges only, and that could be a potential problem, especially, Mr. President, in rural areas where judges are not regularly present, so that these accused persons would have to spend extended periods in detention without having bail consideration. A second concern we have, Mr. President, is the dangerous expansion of police bail discretion, highlighted in section 5.2a, Roman numeral 2. This section allows for commissioned officers to decide on bail for offenses punishable upon summary conviction. And the problem with this, Mr. President, is that police officers are not always impartial adjudicators. We entrust them with such discretion, and that could potentially cause a problem because their discretion risks arbitrary denial, particularly in marginalized community where very small people know each other. Police may have some kind of vendetta against the person in a community, or a family against a family in the community, and there might be strained police relationships that could affect this. A third issue is the excessive penalties for absconding. This is referred to in section 12. And this one, I've seen this happen, in fact, where the reason why you don't appear once you get bail could be something very simple. You're not there when they call your name at the front of the court, and they believe that you're absent, and maybe something has kept you for a little while, and because you weren't there, they put out a bench warrant for you right away. But there could be legitimate reasons, including transportation, including weather. We have seen where people can't come out of their house because their house flooded, their yard flooded, or especially if you live on the London bridges in some areas of the city and so on, but you can't get the court for 9 o'clock. That has, under this bill, serious penalties. And so we feel that this is a problem because it is excessive and it's unjust, and it needs to carry a lighter penalty in our view. Fourthly, there is the restrictive surety and recognition provision, section 14 and 15 and schedule 4. Sections 14 and 15 reinforced by schedule 4 set strict requirements on who can serve as a surety. The exempt list stated in schedule 4 part 1 excludes community leaders, religious ministers and teachers, some of the very people who are trusted and willing to support young defendants. You go to the people who you know, but yet these people are being excluded. And the truth of the matter is, sometimes people are very unwilling to offer a surety on your behalf. That a pastor, Senator Timbrell, who would take that risk on you, or a community leader would take that risk on you, or a teacher who knew you well would take that risk on you. But people, regular people, probably not. And what this bill does is exclude those people who would take the risk on you. Section 19 prohibits the use of the same property as security for more than one recognizance without court permission, adding further hurdles for the poor. I guess they don't want you to get into the business of offering a surety or offering your property as surety. But that could be a hindrance as well. And I suppose the aim of this bill is to make sure that bail works, but that it is as easy as possible, that it works for those who need it and not against those persons, while, of course, safeguarding things, because you don't want things to just be reckless either. And then there is this one that I tread lightly on, I'm Senator Courtney, because it speaks about ministerial overreach and amendments, section 21. Section 21 allows the minister to amend penalties and schedules via regulation, subject only to negative or affirmative resolutions. You know, I remember when Plan Belize was first brought to the table after the election, there was an extremely dedicated section of the first House meeting to the good governance motion. That's what it was indeed, and then gone through details. And one of the big ticket items in that motion, which came basically from the manifesto of the People's United Party for that election year, which they have now uploaded as 2.0. One of the big ticket items was that they would decrease ministerial powers in legislation. We'll all remember it who were around. And then when they started enjoying the ministerial niceties, and you realize that sometimes there are moves afoot to handicap you, so as the minister, you have to do certain things. But when the shoe is on the other foot, no, we have to limit ministerial powers. But here you have it in full effect. Increase ministerial powers. It undermines the parliamentary oversight on matters affecting constitutional rights and liberties as well when this is allowed. And I suspect this is it comes in the form of what an SI that they sign and just... All right. But it says it's subjected to negative or affirmative, but I'll wait. And then there is the issue of socio-economic inequality as well. These provisions amount to what I call a criminalization of poverty, because without money and without connections, no sureties can be secured. You have to have the right resources and things that we consider to be just regular run of the mill, like getting a taxi to go to court or go from one jurisdiction to another one to go to court, because whatever offense they charge you with is in another area. I was once charged with an offense in Belmopan and had to come to court in Belmopan, even though I lived in Belize City. But they will argue that I could have paid my way. But for a young person on the south side of Belize City, for instance, getting a ride to Belmopan or to Cairo, to Punta Gorda, to attend court or wherever it is they have to attend court, it's pretty expensive and it is a hindrance. So, in true spirit to what I've maintained all day, Mr. President, I'd like to make some recommendations for this bill to be better. We propose, Mr. President, to amend Section 5.2 and Schedule 1 to allow for magistrates to grant bail in a wider range of offenses, especially for non-violent and first-time offenders. We propose to reduce the penalties in Section 12 for failure to appear, incorporating a tiered approach, for example, fines or community service for first offenses. We propose a revision of Section 14 and 15 and Schedule 4 to allow a broader set of trusted individuals to act as sureties, including pastors, principals, teachers, and community leaders. We propose to remove or restrict the powers in Section 21, requiring parliamentary approval for any substantive amendments affecting the rights of our citizens. Mr. President, we must remember that bail is not punishment. It is a constitutional safeguard to protect the presumption of innocence while ensuring appearance at the trial. This bill, as currently drafted, risks turning our justice system into one where freedom before trial is a privilege reserved for the wealthy and the connected. And I call on this honorable chamber to correct these flaws, to protect the rights of all Belizeans, and to ensure that justice is not only done, but seen to be done equally and fairly. Before I sit down, Mr. President, again, I am trying to familiarize myself with the workings of the Senate versus the House, where I spent a very long time. But I am not sure what just occurred. The lead government senator promised us an opportunity to get our recommendations heard and promised us that the FSC people were here. Well, we never reached it. But so we did you presented for it to be read without any amendments a second time?
Sure. No. No. When we go into committee, we will hear them. If there are any amendments, then we'll report it back with or without amendments.
Okay.
So we haven't reached this.
All right. Thank you for the clarification. And pardon my sometimes being the operative word. I'll take it. But yes, with that correction, then I am more confident to place forward these recommendations that we have in the hope that it can be a contribution to making the bill a better bill, and of course the laws that we are genuinely trying to improve, better legislation for our country. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Galvez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to express my full support for the Bill 2025, a bill that is not only timely, but necessary to ensure that our justice system is fair, transparent, and responsive to the needs of all Belizeans. If you would allow me, I'd like to refer to my notes. This bill seeks to replace the outdated Bail Reform Act with a modern legal framework that is clear, comprehensive, and rights-based. At its core, it reaffirms that a person is innocent until proven guilty, and that the right to bail should not be determined by income or social status. It strengthens the presumption of bail, while simultaneously accounting for the risk of flight, risk to public safety, and the potential for obstruction of justice. But Mr. President, in my support of this bill, let me also address the concern raised by the opposition, specifically the leader of the opposition at the last House sitting, specifically her suggestion that this bill lacks consideration for the poor and marginalized, that we also heard echoed in here today. This is a serious claim, one that I respectfully but strongly dispute. The leader of the opposition raised concerns about high bail amounts and stringent requirements that she suggested would cut off the poor from accessing justice. However, Section 14.1 of the bill could not be clearer. No defendant shall be required to give excessive bail. This protects economically vulnerable individuals from being unfairly held simply because they cannot afford high cash bail or expensive sureties. Additionally, Section 10.3 mandates that judges and magistrates are to conduct a bi-weekly review of the cases involving persons who have been granted bail but remain in custody. This guarantees that persons who lack the necessary resources to meet the conditions of bail are not left to languish behind bars simply because they cannot afford it. Likewise, under this bill, both defendants and the prosecution are allowed to appeal bail decisions, reinforcing fairness and legal checks and balances. Section 8.2-3 also allows defendants to ask for changes to their bail conditions if the situation changes, and also allows them to reapply for bail if new evidence comes up. This gives vulnerable persons more chances to be released on their own recognizance. This, Mr. President, is fairness at its core. Still, I also heard concerns from the leader of the opposition about the accountability of police officers serving as deciding officials on bail. If, for the sake of this argument, a police officer denies bail unfairly or sets conditions that are unreasonable, this would not only be legally challengeable, but would be in breach of this very law. Because as I mentioned before, this bill clearly states that 1, all defendants are presumed entitled to bail unless disqualified by specific criteria outlined in this bill, and 2, that bail must be considered within 48 hours of arrest, meaning that bail should not and cannot be denied if a person is entitled to it. And if we are to read Section 9 of this bill, it also helps to enhance transparency and protects against bias, as it mandates that all bail decisions must be recorded with reasons. This makes it easier and more accessible for persons to challenge unfair or discriminatory decisions, particularly those biased against underprivileged or marginalized defendants. And I think it's very sad that the opposition has put forth this notion that they cannot trust police officers to use their discretion and exercise their duties with fairness. Those who have been entrusted to enforce our laws, we should be able to put our trust in them to exercise their duties fairly. Still, the leader of the opposition also criticized the bill for excluding some community members from acting as sureties. But what they fail to acknowledge is that Section 15.12 allows for defendants to act as their own surety once they can show proof of assets and are unlikely to abscond or reoffend. This is a progressive measure that benefits marginalized and isolated individuals who may not have traditional support networks. And when we talk about protecting the poor, we must not overlook Section 18 of this bill, as it also prohibits indemnity agreements. Why does this matter? Because it protects the poor from being exploited by those who offer to help with bail only to demand something in return, whether money or favors. Therefore, Mr. President, this bill does not represent the denial of freedom based on economic circumstances or criminalize poverty, as Senator Faber has said, but represents a fairer and more level justice system. It certainly does not balance the books on the backs of the poor as was put forth by the opposition leader, but maintains a balanced approach, one that protects the rights of the accused while safeguarding the safety of society. And that is something I believe we should all stand behind. And for this reason, Mr. President, I fully support this bill. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Timbrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's Mr. President, I believe that this Bill 2025 is in fact a good bill. It's new, it's consolidated with new provisions. It speaks to what can offer, who can offer bail based on the issue at hand, which is the deciding officer, a justice of the peace, a magistrate, a judge. To me, it speaks of being responsible. Just in terms of the selection, I know that that Senator Farber have just asked that this list be expanded, which rightfully so. This bill also gives the opportunity for the refusal of bail to be appealed. And that really speaks into our democratic process as a society. The bill speaks of factors to be considered when granting bail. It alludes to the type of crime and punishment for the crime. Again, another good attribute of the bill. The bill creates accountability by means of the court when the defendant makes his first appearance. This speaks to whether the bail was granted or not. So, in a sense, a magistrate or a judge has the opportunity to review if the bail was in fact granted or not, and what the circumstances were, which it gives additional protection to those who seek the bail or access to justice. But, Mr. President, in reading through this bill at hand, I too had some concerns. And as I opened, I made sure that my initial remarks was some of the positive things that I see the bill does offer. One of the such cases is where it speaks about a defendant who is released on bail may be arrested by a police officer. And it gives the conditions. It says, without a warrant, if the police officer has reasonable grounds for believing. Mr. President, I find that to be very troubling. I love our police officers. I believe in our police officers. But I think we all know and would agree that there has been many cases where our police officers has irresponsibly used these provisions given to them. I truly believe that. It also speaks of, the second clause here says, a defendant who is released on bail may be arrested by a police officer or suspecting that the defendant has breached a condition of the defendant's bail or committed an offense while released on bail. So it's saying, in essence, if the police officer only suspect, what if we have police officers, like I said earlier, who have some type of ill intent? I'm sorry, Mr. President, like I said earlier, I love the police officers. I know many of them, they're great friends. We're law-abiding citizens. But there has, in fact, been many cases where police officers has abused the rights that they have been given. And it would be unfair for me to stand up here and not make note of that as I make my presentation as it pertains to this matter at hand. So that concerns me greatly. Why are we giving the police officers such wide level of discretion? Why are we? That should be the way it works. But the matter of the fact is that there has been cases, and a lot of cases where the police officers has in fact abused their power. It also, another area of concern for me, Mr. President, is where it talks about persons exempted from acting as a surety. In point 7, it listed the General of the Belize Defense Force, the Commander of the Coast Guard, but I don't know why it did not list the Commissioner of Police. In point 8, it speaks about a commissioned officer, but I was, as I read that, it just, to me, just raised a question, why not just list the Commissioner of the Police there? He would be included. So, in my opening, Mr. President, I made these points because of what I'm about to say next. We live in a democratic country, and we believe that the rule of law must be what governs all of us, whether you have been suspected of committing a crime or not. Because, as the Constitution says, you're innocent until proven guilty. But for those listening to us in this session this afternoon by means of television or radio who may question why are they coming up with a bill like this at this time when the public outcry to correct an ineffective, as I would call it, criminal justice system where the conviction rate is so low and criminals seem to be so emboldened to commit crimes in this day and time. I think if we are supporting the fact that we want justice for all, even those who are accused of committing a crime, then I think for the sake of those listening who have a great concern as it relates to the number of criminal incidents that's taken place in this country, I think it's right for me to make mention of the fact that, to their comfort, I know there's the 13th Amendment bill that is soon to be presented before this House. I'm not going to. But for the sake of those listening, Mr. President, I am saying this because in one sense I'm saying we support the bill. We recognize that the bill has need for some correction and improvement. But we don't want to give the wrong impression to those out there listening to us this afternoon that we are here tabling a bill, debating a bill that seeks to put provisions in place for people who may be people who commit criminal activities, and we're not taking them into consideration. That's not the purpose of why we are here this afternoon. We want to clarify. We are not supporting the bill to say we do not hold to our heart the concern of what the populace out there might be feeling, that our criminal justice system seems to be failing because the conviction rate is so low and people who commit crimes seem to want to be doing it on a more rampant basis. I think it's important for me to draw the contrast this afternoon. I think it's important for me. It's important for me, Mr. President, to clarify to those listening this afternoon, that is not what we seek to do here. We believe that everybody has the right, as the Constitution gives them, to the process of getting a bail. But we don't want people to get the wrong impression that nobody in this honorable House is taking into consideration the public outcry that they feel as it relates to the fact that we have a problem with crime in this country. So this is the reason why, Mr. President, I feel obliged to stand and give my contribution on this issue. We want the general public to understand that we do have their concerns at heart. We know what they're feeling. And I'm saying that because from time to time I might meet with friends around a barbecue or having been invited to different people's homes and or in different settings where people raise these issues as it relates to how they feel about the level of crime that's taking place in this country. There's a great concern, Mr. President. People are worried. People are concerned. And I want to assure them that our support for this bill this afternoon is not in any way saying that we don't care about what their concerns are. I want to clarify that. Not because we're voting to support this piece of legislation means that we do not care and we're not concerned. And I also wanted to use this opportunity to raise the sensitivity of the issue, and I believe we all are aware of it, that people are really concerned. You look at the news every day and you see the amount of incidents of whether it's home invasion, it's people are being shut down in the streets through gang activity, or people simply don't feel safe in their homes, Mr. President. These are things that's very dear to the Belizean people in this day and time. And they're looking to us. They're looking to this honorable House to come up with the solutions to meet the challenges and the troubles that they are currently facing. And that's why I feel obliged to, in my support of this bill this afternoon, also make mention of the things that I said to clarify that we do care, we are concerned about what's taking place. And so with that said, Mr. President, I want to thank you for the opportunity to give my contribution to this bill this afternoon.
I recognize Senator Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Although I know Senator for the Union Denison needs no assistance to correct and clarify for you and for the listening public that when we make broad, general, and sweeping statements that the conviction rate is solely the responsibility of the director or the office of the director of public prosecution, that is irresponsible, that is not correct. And let me tell you why. And when we say that our criminal justice system is broken or that it is not working, that is irresponsible and incorrect. Let me tell you why. The Constitution guarantees presumption of innocence. The Constitution guarantees equal protection of the law and freedom and liberties of the subject in the form of movement and association. Senator Galvez, presumption of innocence means this. You cannot be deprived lawfully of your liberty, go to jail, without the state's ability to show beyond a reasonable doubt that what they accuse you of doing is what you have done with evidence. And you see beyond a reasonable doubt? It is the very thing that safeguards the presumption of innocence. And so when you see our justice system through the involvement of the DPP and the office of the DPP, our good Senator Denison goes before it, presents a case and prosecutes where they are unsuccessful, it is not because they are incompetent, inefficient, or the system is broken. It is because the file they have with which to prosecute is in such a state deficient and does not rise to the standard to reduce, remove, and inhibit a man from his freedom of movement and liberty without having satisfied that he has committed a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, you have your record. You understand? You have your record to go with you. So I don't want us to take it for granted that we have a broken criminal justice system. I don't want us to use lightly the terms like presumption of innocence and that this bill does that and preserve it. And let me get to the substance of my intervention, Mr. President. Most welcome, because you see, one of the deficiencies I notice in here, and I have seen and observed Senator Courtney have the same experience and response. Those of us who are not versed with involvement with the law, practice of the law, or reading legislation, sometimes are in or interventions. Yeah, I won't say it, because I endeavor, my good leader of opposition business, not meet me with reprisal hereafter. But the issue of bail and creating a legislation to target bail came out of a situation where defense attorney practitioners were experiencing significant pushback from the criminal division in the High Court. The Association of Defense Attorneys were agitating to address the issue of bail. Now, the issue of bail arose because of one nuisance. Section 16 of the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Act that make reference to special reasons taken under consideration when granting bail. So don't, please, addressing our minds to a legislation like this is having to understand the background and the implications. And when Senator Faber said we're criminalizing poverty, that was not him being facetious, but him understanding that in application, the persons who are affected are marginalized people, and their ability to access is severely threatened. But I digress. So this section 16 that has to do with special reasons. On the one hand, some jurists were treating special reasons as sensitive to the accused. On the other hand, jurists were treating special reasons sensitive to the offense. Now, crime is not unique to Belize or anywhere. But our knee-jerk reaction to want to solve crime is causing us and inviting us to trespass on civil liberties and constitutional guarantees. Because what we're now doing is looking at an offense, a criminal occurrence, as a reason to say, we will refuse your access to bail, or that, when you look at the sections, I will point out, the threshold and the triathlon obstacle course you have to go through in order to access bail. We won't make it easy on you. So, let me point out that there was a decision by two jurists. First, now JCCJ Barrow, that treated special reasons as special reasons sensitive to the offense. Thereafter, we had Justice Legal, as he then was, who looked at it and said, man, like this does not really make no sense. And I'm sure Senator Dennison could quote the case, I think it's Tomasino, that no, special reasons must be sensitive to the accused. Fast forward to present day, we have, and it is not that I am inviting any appreciation that we must feel one way or the other towards our criminal division judges who happen to be foreigners, but that those judges now come and they say that contrary to the decision that special reasons has to be to the accused, that it instead will be to the offense. And so we saw a broad, sweeping period up to now where bail generally get denied. Now, I don't know any of you if you asked for the white paper to the bill. None was provided when we got it, but one exists. In any event, the Association of Defense Attorneys, they were consulted initially since they provoked some treatment of bail. Now, this legislation as it stands, this bill as it stands, I cannot say with any certainty, and as far as I've been able to ascertain, that they have seen the final product in order to say whether or not they agree. And I hazard and cautiously say that that is not the case. Right? But a white paper exists. One was drafted by the same committee dealing with this bill and the 13th Amendment. Now, in Section 2, we have a distinction of commission officer and deciding official. There's a definition attached to both. What I wish to highlight is that where we have officers being afforded the opportunity to grant station bail, there's a distinction between those who can above the rank of a corporal and those below. So in one part of the act, you have a constable being able to offer station bail. And then when you look at revisiting bail or challenging bail, they make reference to only those given by a corporal. So there is a lacuna there. Make it consistent. Don't provide for a constable in one circumstance or above the rank of a corporal and there is no consistency throughout. Either constables will be included for everything or they be excluded for everything. An important feature and observation is the treatment of mentally unsound persons before the court. You know what our practice is, Senator Timbrell? Let's throw the man in jail. Make Matos get some medication or injection. No Matos. Oh yes! No! Consider that. I learned recently that the only mental health professional in the government system indicated that he's leaving, and according to my good senator, has already left. Now, in law, unless there has been changes, my good senator, I invite you to correct me, that culpability is limited by your mental status or intent. Somebody who, for all intents and purposes, mentally unsound, commits a crime while mentally unsound, their culpability is limited to at the time how sound that mind was when the crime was committed. We good so far? All right. So now, here comes a mentally unsound man before the court. instead of there being an order, and I don't want to make it seem unfair, because the truth is we have no mechanism, we have nothing to do just that. But what the court instead does is remand, and they go to the prison. For a person, despite unsoundness, is presumed to be innocent, his or her liberty is affected, not immediately assessed, but affected by being remanded to custody and left to languish. I don't know if you're aware, but these things, they do occur. A gross example of how mental patients are treated with respect to bail is there was a case in Jamaica. One of my batchmates did it. Succeeded. There was a mental patient in jail for 50 years. 50 years. Now, the point about criminalizing poverty is not just to say that we want to find a fancy catchword for what is going on, but there are persons who are otherwise at a disadvantage already, and when they come into contact, there are further disadvantage, and the chances of that disadvantage having to do with their impecuniosity, in other words, poor and broke, is very high. Right? So that is the point. Now, Section 4 sets out that you are given an entitlement to bail. And I say, but that sounds good, right? But I considered the nuance and the distinction between an entitlement to bail versus a right to bail. You know why it is so unfortunate that we are being invited to legislate for matters that have to do with constitutional protections? Senator for the Union will tell you, during that 30-month, $2 million PCC exercise, the issue of bail came squarely before it, and there is a specific recommendation for it. And that recommendation addresses bail substantively, in my view. When I spoke with the president of the Association for Defense Attorneys, I said, but I find it curious that bail, liberty of the subject, the presumption of innocence, it being a strictly constitutional guarantee, how is it that at no point any matter was taken in the court to address bail on the constitutional level? And valid though it may be, you know what the reality is, Senator Timbrell? Civil litigation is not cheap, you know. Civil litigation isn't overnight, you know. If you have a client who is arrested and remanded Monday, by Friday you could get heard before a judge for application for bail, as it is. Now, that is not to say that the bail will be granted, but at least for certain we know that either on a Wednesday or a Friday, you get to go before a court to determine whether or not you can access bail, to do a constitutional motion to address the bail issue. 2 years, 3 years, and money. So then I say, with respect to Section 4, that what I would like to see is not an entitlement to bail. Let whatever recommendation to address bail be dealt with in the Constitution, where it is provided that there is a right to bail. Now, Section 5, subsection 3, that has to do with the release of a person unconditionally. I like that provision, but I would wish for it to go further, because Senator Timbrell, pardon me? We practice this. We know about how this works. Because what happens in real life, Senator Timbrell, that because the Constitution says that you have 48 hours for which you can be detained, you know what police do? Hold up for that 48, let you go walk down New Road or down Queen Street and pick you up again. Start a whole new 48-hour cycle. So that section I'm saying, it is recommended that don't stop at unconditional release. Expressly state how that unconditional release should look. That unless there is material investigation that leads to substantial evidence, circumstantial or otherwise, that points to culpability, you can't rearrest. Now, Section 5.5 looks good, you know, that when somebody is being remanded, you have the keeper of prison document the condition. My recommendation is that the obligation should be both on the delivering officer and the keeper of prison. You know why I say that, Senator Timbrell? Between transportation, have you ever heard of the term punk hole? Yeah, between transportation, man get put in a punk hole. For Queen Street or wherever to Hattieville, blows. Put an obligate, whether they, you know that. That's a punk hole. They put you in the middle, 2 police on the end, and beat you while you're in the middle. Impose an obligation on the keeper of prison, as well as the police officer, to document the condition upon which the accused is delivered and received. And I go further to say this, and this is only because of my practice, and I don't share it because I want to, because it shocks the sensibility, at least mine. Where police have become, whether you want to call it ingenuous or disingenuous, to start to lay blows in areas you wouldn't think to look. Yeah, shock therapy in areas that I'm sure, should you learn, that not only Jesus you have to pray to. No, this thing is serious. Because when you want to accuse a defective criminal justice system, this is the same system that says, if it is you come before me with a quote-unquote confession and I learn that you beat this man, you starve this man, you know, water this man, how is it that I will rely on your representation that he gave that of his free will and volition? No, those are the safeguards that are in place, and it is because we have those strong safeguards that we can identify where the shortcoming is. But perhaps you don't want to lay the blame where it really should be. It is not the criminal justice system. It is not the office of the DPP. It is our collective inability to hold the state accountable, whether red or blue, to put the capacity in the police department to be able to solve crime. So this has nothing to do with the justice system, because Senator Denison cannot successfully prosecute a case if he get a file with 3 paper and man where they lie. But this is not about the exception, Senator Denison. Section 5.8, recommendation. The order for the production of an accused should be in writing, and disobedience of that order should be contempt and subject to contempt proceedings. Issuance of a warrant should be in addition to and after the said order is obeyed. Now, Senator Galvez, unfortunately, is not here. But let me show you how the financial situation of an accused could undermine the ability to access bail. Because back in the day, bail used to be reasonable and affordable. But our knee-jerk reaction to crime caused judges to put bail at 30,000 and a number there, you know, to defendants who would have never had money for that. Now, the good thing about it is, and the bill provides for it, and it should be expressly stated, you could split bail. And so, Section 510 should do that. What is also in the bill is that even when you're offered bail, if you're not able to take bail, there is a revision process by the court to revisit those accused who are not able to take bail and work with them in an effort to make them take bail. So you have that positive aspect on the one hand, but let me show you how it counterweighs on the other. You and I, being law-abiding, we understand what it means, I'm hoping, to give surety and recognizance, right? And so you know what quick for run go sign bail for nobody, right? Because you know how serious that thing is. Well, have you checked the provisions in this bill that are outright deterrents for people to offer bail and recognizance? And I do not believe if we're saying that we are, on the one hand, ready to avail the accessibility of bail, on the other hand, we introduce a kind of scrutiny to sureties and those providing recognizance to the level where we are looking at them with a side eye as if though you will be subjected to serious oppressive procedures once you come in to the system of providing surety. One of those examples is, let's just say you provide surety, you qualify as somebody providing surety, you're accepted as surety, and then you decide, man, me don't want a pastor, man, this boy I don't believe in a God, he went down the road, go do what he got to do, and you want withdraw your surety. That is possible, you know, but you know what this bill says? By application. You know what application means? Lawyer fees. And I know they are to solicit for work, you know. And to make you understand that the average person who find themselves in this condition, these circumstances, will not be able to access. Like, why are we making it harder or impose hurdles when, if it is we are meant to afford something, but on the other hand, we're taking it back? Now, when you look at the considerations for which a deciding official determines bail, this is why I say we have not made enough inroads. It's a long list, and I will not read it, my good senator, but I will refer to it so that you know what section I refer. That is section 6. And when you look more particularly at section 6, subsection 2, when you appreciate those provisions, you realize that what we are codifying is special reasons being special reasons sensitive to the offense. Considerations for the accused, very slim. They leave, as always they do, any other factors that appear to be relevant. But when you start out with things like preserving public order, Yeah, you know to get that. Preventing crime, yeah, you know to get that. Now, section 6(1)(b), Roman 4. That has to do with a person who has been admitted to bail, and he or she failed to appear for a court hearing, or for all intents and purposes failed to appear. And you say, but that is expected. Considerations to bail is to assess your likelihood of coming back before the courts to answer to charges to you. However, having created the offense of failing to appear, the section proceeds to say it is a defense if you have reasonable excuse for failure to appear. But what happens in between then is an automatic revocation of the bail you're on. You're gerrymandered, and then you have to wait to come back before the court for them to hear you whether or not you have a reasonable excuse. You see that? Senator Faber shared a circumstance where if you're charged in one judicial district, you have to travel. Like, at what point, having accommodated considerations towards the vicissitudes of life, have we also lost the fundamental principle of presumption of innocence? So if it is you fail to appear, bus could broke down. You could get knocked down by your way. Your house could catch fire. Any number of things could happen. Listen. That jack then could have jack you and take away your phone. Who knows if you have a lawyer? But the thing is, if we can accommodate that, why isn't it then that considering reasonable excuses is a defense? Having secured the person, why shouldn't it be that that person should forthright be brought before a court to determine whether or not he has a reasonable excuse before you revoke bail, before you deprive him further of his liberty? And I have other observations and concerns in section 16. And when you look at the lists that are for consideration, like I've said, they are generally, if you are in the arena and the practice, they are not accused sensitive. Senator Courtney, I'm provoked to ask, when was the last time you did a bail application? Long time, years ago, and I am sure even you, with the skill you hold, when faced before a justice, the case no call no name, you see that bear when you left? Peel face. All the hair you want to pull out. He done gray. The next thing that for pull out the hair of their head, because he'll be frustrated. And that is the reason why the Association of Defense Attorneys, they pushed for treatment on bail. And what the president has said, and I've checked, is that all that could have or should have been done is amend section 16 to say special reasons has to do with the accused and not the offense. And that may clear up everything. Fine, we have a whole bill. There are things in the bill that is good, but we've lost the impetus for which there ought to have been treatment. And then, Senator Timbrell, in the bill, it provides a revolving door of consideration and reconsideration for bail. So if you were taken for bail, you were denied bail, or you're not able to take up bail and you're remanded, the court is there after every 3 days, I believe, so often, to bring you back up and check what the circumstances to see how you can either access bail or be considered for bail anew. This is the justice system where you think broken. This is the justice system we're already oppressed with backlog. This is the same justice system that we are legislating without making any collateral or correlative support to it in order to meet the needs of this bill. How many magistrates do we have, you know? Much man they commit crime. How is it that we will attempt to legislate in a vacuum without appreciating whether or not we can, the existing infrastructure can support a revolving door of consideration and reconsideration of bail? I heard Senator Galvez make reference to the ability to appeal bail, and that when offering bail or refusing bail, reasons are provided. Senator Courtney, Senator Dennison, we know how the reasons thing work, you know. You know how long you could take before you get reasons? Man, Senator Courtney, we wait years just to get transcript for a matter on appeal. It doesn't serve us well to legislate in a vacuum, not appreciating the practical implications. And what is there, though, is that in some circumstances, you may be offered bail. Now, there is a provision that says, should the Crown appeal a decision to offer bail, you know what happens automatically? Bail is revoked pending the appeal. Listen, when ordinarily what we had before is that you can apply for bail pending appeal. That they get revoked, you know, that they get repealed, just so you know. No, that will be, let me tell you, if you look at the sections that are being repealed along with this, when you look in the schedule section 2 something of the Senior Court, section 220 of the Senior Courts Act is being repealed, and that is the section that deals with bail pending appeal. Yes. So, I mean, repealing it, the burden here now, the distinction, though, is that where there is an appeal by the Crown on the issuance of bail, what happens practically is bail is revoked automatically, pending the hearing of the appeal. And you could check, and in your interventions, you know, another thing that is striking, Senator Timbrell and Senator Galvez, on the presumption of innocence, when you go for a bail hearing, you go there with your charge sheet and a summary of facts. Now, I find it inimical that the Crown presents this document called Summary of Facts, when, for all intents and purposes, it's an allegation. No facts, but they treat it as facts. And remember, your right to a fair hearing is what affords you that presumption of innocence, and only until you've had that, then a determination can be made of your guilt or your innocence. But you know, in this legislation, a deciding official can look at the strength of a summary of facts to determine whether or not he or she will refuse bail. But what happened to the presumption of innocence? How we just treat an allegation and the circumstances in the allegation as if though they're factually correct, to the level that it will invite them to deprive you of your liberty when you have not even had the opportunity to test the Crown's case. So I have fundamental issues with how we're not observing and applying what our Constitution guarantees and how it plays with the law. And it is because of those constitutional guarantees, as I've said before, that is why sometimes you will see there are no convictions.
Senator, could you please wrap up your remarks?
Of course, Mr. President. I would like to conclude by saying this. There is no legitimate basis for using the competing interests of crime and violence to undermine constitutional safeguards and guarantees. And not because you sit, not you, figuratively speaking, in an ivory tower where you do not see it, feel it, or know it, should invite you to make it okay to legislate in a way that will affect only a particular section of society. One of the areas of this bill that I found concerning, we exempt certain persons from giving surety. I don't know how many of you gentlemen in here have children over the age of majority, but could you fathom, Senator Courtney, that Gavin would be accused of some crime? You being a responsible, loving father, they are telling you by virtue of you being a member of the National Assembly, you can't give surety. When you are the parent, you can assure he lives with you and in your house and he shows up, but they are telling you you can't. And I am saying we already have these strictures in place to make the citizen understand how serious it is to offer surety and recognizance and the consequences and ramifications of doing it in situations where you cannot secure the accused attendance at his further court hearing. Why must we then, and perhaps you, Mr. President, would enjoy being free from a duty to provide surety to a family member, but for me, I am saying citizens should be free to engage with the system, having an understanding of the ramifications, and that kind of exemption in the schedule, it is unnecessary, because the consequences of providing surety where the accused does not show up, to me, is sufficient. And so I end, Mr. President, by saying that a bill that is masked to solve a problem widens the space for problems. And so when the bill was meant to address a concern, it has opened it up to even more and further issues. And Senator Courtney, I ask, this magnanimity to receive recommendations, I am indebted and I appreciate it. And we will always agree to disagree on some matters, but I would invite a kind of sobriety whenever we're dealing with constitutional issues or things that have constitutional underpinnings. And the good cop, bad cop, where we may all have our respective styles or we may all have our respective objectives to discharge, this one bill, I sincerely invite the government to have us stand down, to have a look at it, to see where we can cure certain areas and strengthen others. Because it would not be in good keeping to, as Creole would say, throw the baby with the bathwater. Because there are some good aspects in the bill, but there are some other aspects that are of deep concern that I think we could work together and identify it and go back to the drawing board. Let the Association of Defense Attorneys actually see it and contribute. They didn't have that opportunity in the end, as I understand. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
I recognize Senator Chanona.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot has been said here today, Mr. President, and I will join those who say they do not have a law degree. But I think what stood out to us immediately with this and the feedback we were getting is a sense that the public social contract is wanting or needing some attention, because I think there is an innate want to trust, but there's also a kind of in-your-face reasons not to. And to piggyback on something that has already been shared in terms of the responsibility of bail came out clearly in terms of, well, if we're setting out rules for who should get bail and under what circumstance, can we talk about discretion to make sure that there's no discrimination that can come into play? But some of our membership immediately went to a recent case, and it blew up on social media for a time, of a child that had been raped in a village, and the person got bail and went right back to the village. And the child had to relocate with her sibling to another part of the country, at the family's expense. I read Schedule 1, and Schedule 1 says that should not have happened.
That's what happens now.
So that's what I'm saying. But that is the case that the public is seeing, because I take the point, you all are working every day with a system that very few people on the outside of that system can see. So these are the cases, and it's a lesson that the public then becomes exposed to the anomalies. And this is, I join the call for the education around this so that there can be some collective discernment and mapping a way forward to make sure that consciously and collectively we're not, I think the expression was broadening the room for error, but to make sure that we're getting it right so that we're creating the circumstances conducive to making sure those who deserve bail should get bail. But I just call it out, Mr. President, because I hear it, and I think we've heard it here today, and I want to point out to senators that I think it is important that at all times everybody gets their piece without feeling there's any type of intimidation and hesitation. So I like that we're in that space. But I do think it's important for us to have these types of conversations, because I think these are the hard conversations that, as Senator Timbrell called out, there is an expectation that we should be having at this level to make sure that we can be accountable to ourselves. And that if we end up in any of these situations, that we can know that we played a role in making sure that we or our loved ones would be subject to the same system as anybody else, any other Belizean. And that, I think, is the thread I'm seeing, the commonality in all the interventions to date. So I just wanted to highlight that, Mr. President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Herrera.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I start, and I just have a few comments. One of the things I always note with these types of legislation is that victims are seldom mentioned, and that there seems to be a gravitation towards those who engage in these criminal activities. And I think that it's extremely unfair in many respects. And I understand some of the hardships. that some of the individuals go through in terms of obtaining bail or when they're going through the system. But yet we cannot bring back life. We cannot bring justice to some of these crimes that take place on a daily basis. And I think that sometimes that get lost in these discussions. And so today, for all the victims, for all the persons who have been wronged by these criminals, they need a voice here too. Mr. President, there are several typos in this bill. On page 22, well, yeah, I could do it in committee. Okay. Mr. President, there's one area I want to highlight on section 5, and as well as in several areas of the bill. It talks about giving bail within 8 and 48 hours. And now, I think that, well, if someone is arrested at 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, the courts are not in session on Saturday and Sundays. So does that mean that that person is automatically and unconditionally released on Sunday? And if that is the case, where they will then be further remanded, and I don't know how that system internally works, but perhaps then it should probably state that if someone is arrested on a Friday afternoon and 48 hours elapses, or if there's a holiday on a Monday, that perhaps there should be a caveat in there that states that, well, it will be on the first working day of the court session. But I think, and in several, I have seen that mentioned several times about the 48 hours. And I think that is certainly something that I think is important to be addressed, or perhaps there's an explanation for it, I don't know. But that one certainly stood out to me when I was going over it. And then at 13, section 13, I think I addressed that one already, I'm sorry. That was one of the typos I had indicated. Yes, the 48 hours was the major issue I had on this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. I think that perhaps we could get some clarification on that in terms of how that would work if someone is arrested on a Friday or if there's a holiday, if there's a national holiday on a Monday. And again, I just want to wrap up again by saying that, you know, I think that we should also look at the victim's side of this as we're going through this legislation. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Dennison.
Do I need to speak or will pull the bill? Thank you, Mr. President. I have very little need to repeat much of the legal lesson that was just so eloquently given to us for free by my learned friend, Senator Pitts. No, I will join her in what she has said, and especially in relation to the mischief that actually caused a call for this sort of look at the bail provisions. It really is a difficulty of interpretation of one particular section. And I appreciate that we're trying to consolidate all the provisions on bail. I think that's an exceptional move, and I commend it. However, I commend it. No buts. I commend it. It's a very good effort. As I read through the provisions of the bail bill, I am reminded of all the things that Senator Pitts spoke about, what presumption of innocence means, both for the victim and for the alleged perpetrator, the constitutional safeguards for your liberty and equal protection of the law, the need to balance that with the public safety and the risk assessment. The purpose of bail is quite frankly, as Senator Faber has said, to ensure your attendance at court. And whether the safeguards for those risks can be mitigated in such a way to secure your attendance. It's debatable, but in our current legal system, you can try to wrap your quote-unquote right to bail in presumption of innocence, the protection of the law, and your right to your liberty, but there's not an expressed right to bail. In fact, in our Constitution, bail is given not particularly as a right, but as a remedy only where you have not had a right to a fair trial within a reasonable time. There's a big debate about that and what that really means for the justice system. So I commend the government for taking this bold step at Section 4, but I caution, like my friend Senator Pitts, that we must ensure that the Constitution is used to give teeth to this provision, because I don't think anyone will challenge an entitlement to bail. I can't foresee that anybody will. But based on how it's worded in the Constitution, we could ensure that we reflect this policy position in this bill in the Constitution. So there are a few things I will raise in committee, so I'll just skip over a couple of them with your permission that we will raise it in committee. Senator Courtney, Leader of Government Business, some of the definitions and like that. I want to read a particular provision for the people of Belize to understand the importance of this bill, because this is without doubt one of the very progressive pieces of legislation that I think we're going to be doing here, at least so far. This provision that says, and it's at clause 5.3, my note actually says, love it. It says, where a defendant is arrested or detained on reasonable grounds that the defendant has committed an offense and the defendant has not been charged with the offense within 48 hours after the arrest or detention, as the case may be, the defendant shall be released unconditionally. Senator Pitts made a very powerful statement on why that is important, but the importance of this cannot be understated. The abuse of the detention period needs to stop, and police officers, you know who you are, stop doing it. So I want to ensure that we look at the considerations for deciding the question of bail and ensure that they apply for all the circumstances under which they apply for bail. The interplay between section 6.1 and section 5.1 is very important. I think we should take a second look at it. How 5.1 and 6.1 work together, just to make sure that it captures what we intended to do. I commend 6.2K for acknowledging the mental health profile as one of the issues that is for consideration. But it reminds me that there's also something that's not taken into account for bail is the physical profile and health of accused persons. Particularly, I know the question of whether you have diabetes, that sort of thing comes into play. Well, came into play recently. I wanted to take this opportunity to remind the Commissioner of Police of the special areas under the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Act that is referenced in this bill, that gives him some powers that I think he should use instead of emergency powers, which I will not discuss here. And because we haven't done the families bill, we will need to look at some changes. I know it's a question of interpretation, but under section 7.2D, the requirement, this formulation strikes me that the people who drafted this bill are not intimately familiar with the criminal justice system, point blank. And I make no apologies for that. There's some very good people, and I'm sure they mean well. But a requirement that the defendant inform the deciding officer and the officer in charge of the nearest police station before the defendant travels outside of the jurisdiction or the community where the defendant resides. That's I don't think I've ever seen that sort of condition in bail. And in fact, this is a little weak compared to the conditions that usually obtain, but I leave it at that. I will say, you know, I like mess with drafters about copy and paste, but when I saw the wearing of electronic tracking devices, I wonder whether that was a copy and paste or we are progressive as a nation and we have them in country and who's going to pay for them, how we source them. I genuinely wondered whether it was a copy and paste or that something. It's a policy decision that we're moving forward with. If it is, it's very progressive. I commend it, and I just hope that we put in the infrastructure to make sure that we can secure them. I will rely on my friend's position in relation to all she has said about the schedules. I don't think there is any need for me to repeat what she just said, but I end by repeating the request that we hold this bill just a bit for reconsideration, retweaking, because honestly, I agree with my friend that just Section 16 of the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Act needed to be amended. Because the systems that are legislated here work. Those systems are in place in the court, and the court is being very efficient with how it's managing bail right now. And I don't want us to then put in legislation that sidetracks the flow of that system now. So just I end with that. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Guerra.
Mr. President, this really, and I must say in my practice, I've had the opportunity to deal in my practice as an attorney. I've had the opportunity to deal with multiple bail applications before the court. And I think I should preface my comments by saying that what is reflected in the bill, a lot of it is already implemented in practice, so that practitioners, judges, litigants who have to frequent the court would be familiar with a lot of what is already being codified. The benefit of this bill is that one can now access it in black and white instead of having to look for precedent, looking for precedent in order to determine what considerations are applicable. That's the primary benefit to this bill. So with that preface, Madam President, I'd like, Mr. President, my apologies, I'd like to now address some of the issues that fellow senators have pointed out this afternoon. So I wrote it down. One of the issues raised by Senator Farber, and I quoted him as saying, the bill presents threats to fundamental rights. As Senator Pitts alluded to, this bill, Mr. President, is firmly grounded in what we as Belizeans enjoy and what is called the presumption of innocence. That is, that all Belizeans, all citizens are presumed to be innocent by the highest law of the land, the Constitution, unless proven guilty by a competent court of law. That means that one's freedom ought not to be deprived unless there is good reason for that. That is a presumption which we all enjoy. Mr. President, another concern that was raised related to Schedule 1 of the bill and the offenses for which only judges can grant bail. If one looks at the schedule, it relates to what we call indictable offenses. Those are serious offenses, so primarily murder, robbery, attempted robbery, burglary, aggravated assault, kidnapping, attempted kidnapping. These are serious offenses which already primarily can only be dealt with by a judge of the High Court. So again, it goes back to my statement. This isn't something new. It's already primarily being applied in practice. I am an attorney. Another issue raised had to do with the issue of absconding and the high penalties which attend to that. Now, bail is an opportunity for a defendant to maintain his or her freedom until convicted by a competent law. It's granted primarily in consideration of that defendant's commitment to return to trial, to show up for hearings. That is the primary concern that concerns a court when granting bail. So that there needs to be stiff penalties in place so that defendants don't simply up and leave the jurisdiction if they're granted bail. There was a concern that there's no provision for illness, for impecunious, for someone being poor, Mr. President. Both in the House by the leader of opposition and by Senator Farber here today. This bill makes it an excuse, makes it a defense if someone says, I could not have made it to court because of extenuating circumstances, because I'm ill, because I could not afford my bill to my bus ride to go to court. This bill provides for that. In terms of sureties, concerns were raised in terms of the fact that sureties must now meet certain qualifications. Now that already existed even before it was codified, meaning in our body of laws in Belize, we consider case law, Mr. President. And so it's important when somebody stands as surety and says, I will ensure that this defendant comes back to court. I will ensure that this defendant will comply with the conditions of his or her bail. It's important that the court considers that person's character, the relationship of that person to that defendant, that person's criminal history, because it's important for wider society to be sure that the person giving their guarantee, saying that defendant will come back to court, that that person's word is good. And so, respectfully, when the bill says we will consider A, B, C, it is with good intent. It is to make sure that defendants show up to court. Another issue raised, Mr. President, had to do with police officers, and to be specific, the bail bill says commissioned officers, which it describes as police officers above the rank of a corporal or a police officer in charge of a police station, with them being granted the right to offer bail. Now, that's already in practice. That's already possible And the issue raised was that they might be biased and might not want to grant bail. Well, the bill provides that there is a right for a magistrate or the High Court to consider that denial as soon as that defendant appears in court, so that there are safeguards within this bill to ensure that that decision is arrived at in a legally sound way. Mr. President, another issue had to deal with virtual complainants and defendants being released on bail into communities, into homes where the virtual complainants reside. A very serious issue which has in fact happened in the past. This bill at section 6.2 codifies, puts into black and white that a court, a deciding officer, whoever it may be, the magistrate, the High Court, must consider that before he or she grants bail, so that a condition can be, Mr. President, that the defendant remains outside the certain community in which the virtual complainant resides. Another issue raised had to do with the revocation of bail if the prosecutor appealed bail. Now, the bill doesn't say that bail is revoked automatically. It says it may be revoked, so that a court will not simply revoke bail pending appeal, but will look at the specific circumstances and will exercise a discretion. And of course, the bill allows for defendants to apply for bail pending appeal. I'm just making sure I'm addressing the issues, Mr. President. An issue was raised in terms of informing the court as to a defendant's intention to travel. Now, what the bill does is it prescribes certain conditions on which a defendant can be granted bail. One of those conditions is that a defendant's travel documents could or must be surrendered to the state. That's one of the conditions that may be considered. But where a court doesn't require a defendant to surrender travel documents, it is imperative that a defendant inform the court as to his or her travel intentions, because a court must know where a defendant is at all times. Remember, the primary objective is to ensure that the defendant is available for trial. Mr. President, I think I've addressed most of the concerns I've taken note of. Before ending, I just want to say that there was an issue as it relates to decisions in terms of bail and the availability of those written reasons for the purposes of an appeal. This bill provides a standard form in one of the schedules for written reasons to be provided outlining why bail is either granted or denied. And so this bill addresses that concern. So we say that this bill is indeed for the poor, it is for the vulnerable, it gives them clear rights, but at the same time, it balances that against the rights of wider society to live in peace. Mr. President, before ending, I'd like to quote one of the principals of the Association of Defense Attorneys who recently appeared on a morning talk show just earlier this month. The kisse no call no names, and I quote, because it's enlightening what this seasoned attorney had to say about this bill. The AG has tackled some of the systematic structural problems facing the country with inadequate laws. He has come with modern laws. We are going to have in Belize, for the first time in history, a law that will deal with bail. We support the AG 1,000%. I can add nothing to that, Madam President. With that said, I too proudly support this bill.
I recognize Senator Zetina.
Thank you, Mr. President. To be quite frank with you, I wasn't going to give any input, given that Senator Pitt had, to my belief, given us a very detailed recommendation in her belief that should be considered with this bill. And, you know, I will keep standing whenever we're faced with what was just portrayed. And I want to put on record that it is very much unfortunate. And true, at least from our side, when we heard lead senator of opposition, Patrick Faber, speak, he did not say that he opposed the bill. And so, whenever we see raises, whenever we have recommendations, backed by reasons rooted in the best interest of the wider public, we will keep our attempts to raise those concerns. And let me be clear, what was brought forward regarding the Bail Bill 2025, it is not partisan. It is principle. For example, we had heard, I don't want to pick on you, but Senator Galvez speak. And I will reference clause 15.2, ban the reuse of same property as surety. For example, a family has only one titled lot. Say, for instance, the eldest son was charged last year with a crime. And now there is the youngest brother with a different matter. Right? The land can't be used again. They don't have a second property. Say, for instance, they don't have any rich member within their family. And so that person stays in jail. And presumably, by all accounts, one is innocent until proven guilty. Right? So, in this case, he would be not granted bail, not because he is found guilty, but because he does not have a second property as surety. So that would be classified as poverty, right? Am I reading that correct? And thus, our input is based on sober reading. We do so not for political mileage, but because we believe laws should be reserved for everyone fairly. So, while some might be quick to dismiss our input, our recommendation from the opposition, we're only doing our job, scrutinizing this or any bill, as I am concerned, with a sober mindset. So, again, we're here to strengthen legislation, not sabotage it. We're here to scrutinize, not politicize. And that, to me, is what a functioning democracy demands of us. Clause 14.2. Let me just put this. Clause 14.2 talks about persecution can delay release after bail is granted. And so, for example, a young man, say, in San Pedro is granted bail. And his mother tries to scrape together everything to pay the surety. But then the prosecutor stands and says, I intend to appeal. And the youth is kept locked up, right? Up for 2 more days. And under this clause, clause 14.2, which prosecution can delay the release after bail is granted, prosecution, sorry. What if it's on a Friday? And I think someone had alluded to that already. And so now he is behind bars until Monday. And so that is, to me, that is not justice, and it causes unnecessary delay. So this, for example, needs to be looked at. There's another one that I found very much alarming. Clause 21.1, minister may amend bail offenses and penalties by order. So this, to me, is a huge red flag. Bail conditions and penalties can be changed based on whose recommendation? So this must come back to, or I would say it needs to be revised. I recommend that this be looked at. Let's not give unchecked powers to any minister. It should be left up to the court to decide. And I stand by this today, tomorrow, any day. Also, clause 5.5, bails for minors handled by family court. I support the protection for minors, but what happens when parents is absent or the home is unstable, which you find very much often with troubled youths. And so this bill doesn't say. So I believe this also needs to be looked at. I want to conclude and say that, and I've been saying it throughout today, I will not rise to oppose just to oppose for sake. I rise to speak and hopefully try to improve what we're discussing. And so this bill, while does have merit, but it must also have compassion. Let's not pass bills that look tough on crime, at least on paper, but then on the other side, it is soft on fairness. Let us pass a bill that is firm, fair, and fair for all Belizeans, rich or poor, from all walks of life. Thank you.
I recognize Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I will be brief. I'm not sure what or who Senator Zetina was responding to just now. I have not heard anyone say that opposition is against this bill. So I'm not sure what exactly was his concern. Nevertheless, there are a few things I want to comment on. The first is, this bill is not revolutionary. It is not attempting to change the existing framework for bail, for the grant of bail, for the refusal of bail that exists at the moment. It is attempting to put in legislative form common law position, or I should put it the next way, different statutory provisions as interpreted in cases, common law position, into one place so that everyone can know what the law relative to bail is. So I want to emphasize that it is not changing in any significant way the existing bail framework in Belize. I emphasize that because, again, there is no intention here, has never been the intention here, to prejudice, punish marginalized sectors in our society. There is no benefit, there is no rationale to select any sector of our society and to put on them higher burdens than currently exist for the grant or refusal of bail. That is not the intention of this legislation. I have heard it said repeatedly. I'm not persuaded that it does that, but I want to put on the record that that is not the intention of the legislation. Thirdly, Section 5, subsection 5 of the Constitution speaks of the entitlement to bail, not a right to bail. I emphasize that purely to respond to the points made by Senators Timbrell and Herrera. There is a need to strike a balance. One, the presumption of innocence is sacrosanct. Two, our societies, our communities are entitled to live in peace as far as is lawful to be able to enjoy a standard and quality of life where they are not confined to their homes, where they are not fearful to walk on the street because they are persons who will cause or threaten to harm them. The other side of the coin, is to ensure that we do not go any further than the Constitution permits in the derogation of rights and freedoms that are guaranteed by the Constitution. And so bail has to be looked at in the context of, one, ensuring a person's turn up if they are charged, two, preventing the repeat of any offense if that person is likely to do so, ensuring the integrity of the judicial system, no interference with witnesses, no threats to virtual complainants, etc. Senator Dennison is familiar with these things. Where a person is seeking to undermine his trial or her trial, we have to put in place some regime to ensure that that is minimized. And so there are these objectives that the judicial system needs in order for it to operate fairly. This bill, I repeat, recognizes the need for a balance and continues the existing bail framework and does not attempt to change it. All of that being said, listening to everyone, I have consulted with the Honorable the Attorney General, and he has agreed that it should remain in committee so that we take it along with the magistrate court bill and do all our discussions in the judicial area, this reform area, and then we bring back one bill after we have that discussion. So, Mr. President, the intention is to leave this bill along with the magistrate court bill in committee so that we deal with that during the recess, and when we come back in September or early October, we hopefully can pass these bills with amendments that we regard as necessary. I say again, it is quite easy, I believe, for us to have forced through this legislation today, but we gave a commitment that we will entertain genuine, reasonable proposals, not criticisms, proposals. They have been made. The Attorney General says, let's hold it in committee, entertain them, have our discussion, and come back. So I want to thank all the senators who have contributed to the debate on this bill. And Mr. President, I ask that the question not be put, but that we hold it in committee. Madam President, the clerk is correcting me in saying that we should read it a second time and then hold it in committee. So I ask that the question be put on the assumption that it will be held in committee. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Bail Reform Act, Chapter 100 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to reform the bail framework in the criminal justice system and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Bail Reform Act, Chapter 100 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to modernize the system of revising, consolidating, and editing the laws of Belize, to establish an official law reform commission to allow for the laws of Belize to be reviewed and reformed on a systematic basis, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this one is not a complicated bill. It is a bill that simply seeks to bring up to date the law revision process and to introduce the provision for a law reform commissioner and an ongoing law reform process. This is, in my opinion, long overdue, and I will leave it there.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Seems that whenever Senator Courtney says it's simple and academic, we don't have the same view. But I do appreciate that this is something that has to happen as a matter of course, given all the changes that we make to laws over time. Madam President, we therefore suggest that this is something that is necessary, yes, but we also have our concerns about it. Under Section 7, for instance, the Law Revision Commissioner is granted very broad powers to clarify language and simplify phraseology and even reorganize laws as he or she sees it fit. While these powers may appear harmless, as you heard Senator Courtney just allude to, they open the door to changes that can alter the meaning and substance of the law, even if inadvertently doing so. I don't know, our experience, and it's not with the laws of the land, just using our internal struggles in the UDP as an example of what law, and for us it is the constitution of our party, how that can be misinterpreted and wrongly used by the interpretation of individuals. And in fact, we have seen, I mean, that aside, the expected criticism that can come from our colleagues on the other side, well, that is the UDP, their laws probably were not written properly in the beginning, but the laws of the land have also demonstrated from time to time to be problematic when it comes to interpretation. And so when what is put in the hands of so many, the cabinet who first makes recommendation for these laws, but before that even happens, the respective line ministries that make recommendations to the cabinet then endorsing this, sending it to the House of Representatives, and then from the House to the Senate. It has so many hands-on in terms of what is intended, and then to place it all in the hands of one individual in order to interpret if something is not straight and clear can be indeed very problematic. Secondly, Madam President, the troubling use of retrospective orders is an issue. Section 8.2, 9.2, and 24.3 allow the Attorney General to correct errors or omissions with retrospective effect. This means that changes can be applied to the law retroactively, potentially affecting past actions and legal outcomes. This, Madam President, is a very serious threat to the principle of legal certainty, which is the cornerstone of justice in any democratic society. Laws must be predictable. Citizens and businesses should be able to act based on what the law says today, not what it might be declared to have meant later on. And we are not on the 13th Amendment yet. I'm not anticipating the debate. Thirdly, Madam President, the over-centralization of authority in the Attorney General is a concern. The bill places the Law Reform Commission, the Law Revision Commissioner, the appointment of staff, the setting of fees, the approval of updates, and even the pricing of legal publications squarely under the control of the Attorney General. While the Attorney General holds an important constitutional role, Concentrating such broad powers in one office undermines institutional independence and opens the door to politicization of legal processes. And before Senator Courtney makes it personal, I want to declare that Anthony Sylvester is my very good friend. Somebody who I've worked with and I have the world of respect. He and I taught together, in fact, at the Anglican Cathedral College, and are extremely close friends. So this is not one of those instances where you can say that I am attacking because of the individual. In fact, I try not to do that. This is, in our view, something that can affect the revision of the laws tremendously because of the office and what is being put into this office for it to do in this piece of legislation. And then, Madam President, fourthly, is the lack of a clear mandate for public participation and consultation. A true reform process would include the voices of the people. Although Clause 32 allows for consultation with technical experts, there is no express requirement for public input on proposed reforms. This, we believe, is a missed opportunity to foster trust and ensure that the law evolves in a way that genuinely reflects the needs and aspirations of the society and not just a few or one or two individuals, as is our concern about this particular piece of legislation. Madam President, these concerns do not negate the potential benefits of the bill, and I need to say that we believe that it is something that is necessary. I started out saying that. But modernization must not come at the cost of democratic safeguards. Accessibility must not override accuracy and legal certainty, and reform must not become a tool for unchecked executive power. I strongly urge, Madam President, that this bill again be referred to a select committee for careful review. Let us ensure, as we've done with now 2 pieces of legislation since I've been in here, which gives me hope, that we do not simply pass a law to update our books, but that we strengthen the very foundation of our democracy and protect the rule of law in Belize. We owe the Belizean people and our future generations the integrity of this honorable Senate. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
Obliged, Madam President. Madam President, the Constitution empowers the legislature to make laws and for the peace, order, and good governance of Belize. I see inside that the responsibility to ensure that the laws that we pass really are consolidated, reviewed, and from time to time we reform them where necessary. So I commend this piece of legislation. I will only use the occasion to highlight a few things and repeat my call for a chief parliamentary council to be attached to the parliament, so that we can start the process of drafting the laws to ease the process of reviewing and revising, reforming the laws later on. I think it's an important aspect of our development as a country, especially as we're passing a lot of legislation that would need to be amended from time to time, that the ability to find where the law is by ordinary citizens of Belize is accessible, that we can know with certainty what the statement on a particular piece of legislation is. For example, if you had pulled up I just refer, Madam President. If you had pulled up the Central Bank Act, it would have been amended 3 times, and this would have been the 4th. And so, since those 3 amendments, there has been no consolidation, and you have to be, you have to know where to look for law. So this move towards reforming the laws is an exceptional move for our country and our development, and I commend that effort without reservation. The point that I was making earlier about the Chief Parliamentary Council, because we don't have that mechanism, I would have liked to have seen some sort of tie to the Parliament, but I understand the use of the Attorney General where it's there, but I really feel that this is a function that ought to be attached to the Parliament. The Law Revision Commissioner has some, as I had pointed out earlier, Madam President, technical requirements for qualifications, one of which is that they be an attorney at law not less than 10 years standing and have not less than 7 years experience as a legislative drafter. Madam President, this is the type of formulation that I appreciate, where we are making certain offices and we see upfront what we want that person's competence to be. And so this is a very good piece of legislation here. I only, as the Labour Senator, repeat something I've already said here, Madam President. If we ask for qualifications like a judge, we must pay like a judge. So this is 10 years experience. Hector, you reach it? 10? Senator Guerra? Good. You could qualify for this. So a High Court judge in the Constitution says 5 years. I know that's not practically that's not what we actually look for, but the Constitution says 5 years for a High Court judge and 15 years for a Court of Appeal judge. This is asking for 10. So along with the other offices that I keep asking for a raise for, the Law Revision Commissioner goes in there along with the DPP and the Ombudsman, the Auditor General. I keep asking Senator Guerra every time. I say these people are independent and they need to maintain it. In fact, the Ombudsman actually says he's to be paid as a judge. And one other person, I can't remember off the top of my head, Contractor General, their legislation actually says that they're to be paid as a judge. Poor DPP, hers doesn't say that. I feel fair. So, Madam President, I really do make that call because I think if we are to attract the caliber of person that we want to do this work properly, this is a very highly specialized skill. In Belize, I can only think of 2 people that would have the type of skill that is required for them, and one of them is already engaged with the government. One of them is at FSC. I will add my good friend, Deputy Solicitor General, to it, Shepard. But it is a skill that we need to keep and retain in Belize. It is something that if we do not allow for the capacity building to happen here, that we will keep losing those people to brain drain. And I don't think that that is something that that's not a route we should go, Madam President. I only ask for consideration for the preparation of the electronic database in line with my request for the laws to be made publicly accessible and free. Madam President, lawyers will tell you they pay you not to know the law, but to know where the law is. I think it's time we end that practice. I think the understanding of the statement of the law should be something that every citizen should be able to access and read in plain language what the position is on any particular issue that they have. And so I commend this keeping of a database to have it be some sort of user-friendly, smart, searchable database that is in the public domain. You will know, Madam President, that Parliament took the lead in making laws accessible to Belizeans and having it on the Parliament website. I believe that practice may have started in 2015. That was visionary in posting every single amendment act that has come. So if you want to know, yes, you need to do a bit of consolidation, but that was a great step in the right direction to have all the amendment acts online in folders, properly organized, properly cataloged, so you can just go and look. When you have a piece of amendment bill like this, you can simply look at what the notes are on what other laws have amended it, and you can go and find it on Parliament's website. That, Madam President, is visionary, and I thank the staff for continuing to update it. I think that puts us a very long way. However, because now we would be having a law revision commission and commissioner, law reform commission and law revision commissioner, I think we have to do better. I don't see why, if we have a dedicated office to consolidate legislation, to look for errors, that we cannot go further than what the Parliament has done with its limited resources and have a similar type of portal that's maybe searchable, and we can know exactly what for example, if you want to know what the composition of the board of the central bank is, you can just do a search on that and it can bring it up for you immediately, what the posts are, including whatever amendments come later on. So, and I want to add here that searchable feature needs to be manipulatable to a particular point in time, because what your rights are at a particular point in time is important for you to know. And so it's just that type of thinking that I would like to go into the creation of this system, Madam President, so that we can know for certain what the laws are, what the true statement of the law is, and how we are to treat with amendments going forward. Madam President, I say no more, and I thank you.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support the bill. And I now invite the leader of government business to perhaps take the same course with this bill as the two previous ones. And the reason I say this is as follows. In Section 2, it provides for interpretation, words that are defined. Section 24, subsection 5, defines the word omission, but omission is not in the interpretation section. So that is to go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth term, existing cumulative addition. Section 2, interpretation. And I'm saying that since that section is a section where terms are defined, having read through the bill at section 24.5, there is the term omission that should properly go there since it's a definition. I'm looking at the fourth term, existing cumulative addition. On the second line of that definition, it says statutes instead of statutes. Now, it is great. We are having a law revision commissioner, and it is the hope and intention that this law revision commissioner would discharge the functions and obligations in a timely manner. And at section 4, subsection B, it says responsible for maintaining the cumulative addition, etc., at any interval which the commissioner considers to be appropriate. I do understand the discretion afforded, but I would like to see that where we are now taking this bold step that we are constantly revising, that at least we set a period for that task to be undertaken as opposed to just leaving it to discretion. And let me say, Madam President, one of the reasons why I appreciate a bill like this is because when you look back for us who interact with the laws and citations, in this millennium, one revision was 2000, the revised edition was 2000. After that, it was 2011, and then after that, published in 2015, and then after that, 2020. So the period in between is too long and far in between, and there are amendments that are made along the way, and it's not being reflected. And so sometimes I remember seeing in court one day a fellow counsel making a valiant effort toward the work that was done, and another counsel tug on the robe to say, hola, they don't change that. And it was a sobering moment to see that an otherwise industrious counsel was defeated because the law had changed, and perhaps questionably industrious, but the law had changed and was not, they didn't know, and it was in no repository that it could have been accessed. And so I segue to section 5 that deals with the preparation of an electronic database, and it lists from A to E things that should go in an electronic database. I would like to recommend that what should also go in an electronic database is the white paper for each law and or amendment. Also, references to when the bills, or a link to where the bills were debated, to see what were the considerations that went into it, because sometimes, and I've seen in litigation where dealing with statutory interpretation, the courts have had to go back to look at what was said by the drafters or during debates, and if we're creating a repository, that repository should also have a link to go directly to that to help, and you don't have to do any extensive search. Section 7 sub F that deals with to transfer any provision contained in any law from that law to any other law to which, in the opinion of the Law Revision Commissioner, it more properly belongs. When that is done, that should also form its own space in the database. Section 8, subsection 3, that provides for where an order is made for rectification under 8.1b, that too finds its space in the database. In section 9.1b, is it 9.1b? Yes. That the provisions in 9.1b finds its space in the database, and section 13f which is any appropriation act or any law that, in the opinion of the Law Revision Commissioner, will within 1 year of its having been brought into force have expired or become spent. And that section is saying that the Law Revision Commissioner can omit those acts that would have been spent, and I'm saying for record keeping, it should find its space in a database on its own, since over time these things would be omitted. Right. So these recommendations are only to bolster the bill. I move now, Madam President, to Section 7. I associate myself with Honorable Faber and his observations in that we must be very careful in how a law revision commissioner or any commission is able to alter, change, or so laws that could skirt with the separation of powers, in the fact that we here are the ones responsible to legislate and pass laws. However, I hasten to say that in the same bill, it makes express provision that the Law Revision Commissioner is precluded from making any alteration or amendment in the substance or otherwise affecting the meaning of any law or provision of any law. So that is good. However, what I've found in practice is that what one word might mean to you is different from what one word might mean to me, and in its application or interpretation, those things could seriously affect the provision that is under scrutiny. At 7D Roman 3, where it says the Law Revision Commissioner can transpose words, I put a caveat there that the Law Revision Commissioner could be permitted to do that, but so long as the words fall within the confines of plain and ordinary interpretation of the section, having regard to what the drafters intended. So I think, right, I think in as much as Section 10 is there in the bill to limit the Law Revision Commissioner from changing the substance of a bill, I don't find it cumbersome to ensure that in Section 7 there is a proviso that provides for the Law Revision Commissioner to be guided by the rules and principles of statutory interpretation when doing these things. And it goes without saying that the Law Revision Commissioner would have to be a draftsman of some sort. So not to leave it just to their professional dispatch, but to make express provision for it. Now, in same Section 7, it gives it provides a wide list of things a Law Revision Commissioner should do, and I did not indicate that Section 7DJ, which is to make such changes in any laws as are required to reconcile seemingly inconsistent enactments. There should be something in the database or some indication for those accessing the database in the future to be alerted that there were things moved or reconciled for inconsistency. What it does not have, and I think we could consider, and I strongly recommend that we consider, that added in the list, which would take it to 7V, is for the Law Revision Commissioner to identify antiquated laws and make recommendations for amendment or repeal. And so that could be an added function, since that person would be the person who would be going through our laws. It should not be limited to what is coming, but also what is behind. And importantly, which would be a 7, Yes, you see me, right? Would be that the Law Revision Commissioner update laws according to unchallenged judicial pronouncements. So where you have provisions in legislation by our large that are challenged in the courts, and the courts make pronouncements declaring them void or unconstitutional or what have you, that the Law Revision Commissioner is tasked to reflect that in those laws, and then that would remove those provisions that are already declared by a court to be so invalid or defined or properly interpreted for its application. And so that would be a good addition to the responsibilities of the Law Revision Commissioner. I'm a bit conflicted on how the rectification of errors in law occur in section 8(1)(b), in that the power to make laws come from the legislator, and at the point of presenting the bill, it would, for all intents and purposes, represent the end of a widespread consultations exercise. And so I'm a bit conflicted in subjecting the rectification of an error to consultation by and large to the public. But what I will say, though, is that where there is a rectification, that it should not be done solely among the Law Revision Commissioner and the Attorney General. We are providing for a Law Revision Commission. We have other instruments in the bill and key stakeholders, even these chambers, just for a check and balance to ensure that when things are being rectified, it has the imprimatur of the National Assembly, and that we're not having a non-legislature change laws just so. The section 11, the Law Revision Commissioner is permitted to draft a bill to raise the changes of any substance of any law, setting out alterations and amendments, and that is good because it offers parties outside the National Assembly to do work and bring to the attention of the National Assembly, much like the mechanism where you can do private members' bill. But I don't see, and I don't want to take it for granted, that it is understood that a white paper will accompany it. I think it doesn't harm to make express provision that when doing so, it must be accompanied with a white paper. I like section 12 that says the Law Revision Commissioner can alert any relevant ministry where fees are outdated, fees and fines, so that the relevant ministry could take action to update such fees and fines in certain legislation. For example, I know, and I'm not preempting a discussion or debate on it, that there are some fees that had to be updated with respect to the very court system, and so that we have somebody who would sit in a dedicated space to do that with a staff. That is welcome. Now in section 13(1)(c), the Law Revision Commissioner has the discretion to omit. C says all preambles or parts of preambles and long titles to laws where such omission can, in the opinion of the Law Revision Commissioner, be conveniently made. I don't think that this should be done at all. There should be no discretion, because preambles, long titles, are aid in statutory interpretation, so omitting them isn't necessarily pardon me? Right, but I'm saying that even though it is there, my view respectfully is that things like that shouldn't happen. The database, right? So if it is, that's what I said, if it's there in the database, then no problem. And I made mention that the database, that section 5, I believe, that creates the database, that section 5 needs to be expanded. Right? In terms of creating the space where we authenticate our documents, I see where there is space for us to have a seal, an official seal that will let us know that the law is the official document of the government of Belize, and the bearing of the statement indicating that it was printed by the authority of the government of Belize under section 16 can go further to incorporate a seal, much like in the court system, when you file documents, there is a court seal, and you are able to see an actual image that tells you it is coming from the court and properly sealed. So that's a consideration. I don't know about section 17. Why was there a need? Was there the wide use of laws in our court systems that were not authentic? Why are practitioners subject to penalty for producing laws that may not? I don't know. It says there is a offense created by when any person who prints or by electronic means produces or tenders in evidence a copy of any law or a provision of any law which falsely purports to have been printed or produced under the authority of the government of Belize commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $10,000 or to imprisonment for a term of 5 years or to both. That seems a bit excessive, one. And two, if we have a seal for these documents and we know that those are the documents, that seal is the basis by which we can rely on these documents, I don't know. Well, my ignorance to not knowing why shouldn't be the reason, but at least to invite reconsideration for the penalty. I think that is excessive. I do recall, though, in a matter I appeared in, Senator Courtney, you were there, it was like 18 of us counsel in that one matter, and one counsel sought to tender into evidence material that did not meet the standards of admissibility. So maybe, especially for those who would rely on laws to be tendered in evidence, but the penalty is excessive. I don't think it's necessary. If it is, we provide the mechanism by which we can identify that laws are real laws and there is an imprimatur to which we can attach reliance. In section 18(3), that the laws of belief shall be judicially noticed. We have that provision already in the Evidence Act. I think it's section 6D, Senator Dennison. But we do have the Evidence Act that, and I almost want to say I'm sure, but I always leave room for a small margin of error. But we already have provision that jurists are to take judicial notice of laws. And in that same section 6, there is a list of things for which jurists are to take judicial notice. So I don't know the need for having that provision here when it is already in the Evidence Act and it is clearly contemplated, especially in section 17, that laws relied on for the basis of evidence. I want to query whether the copy under section 20 and section 21, 21(2) and 22(1), they all make reference to list of persons or bodies that the Law Revision Commissioner shall provide a copy of revised editions. And my query is, I don't see a space for the law librarian in the law library, although I do see the registrar of the High Court there. And I don't take it for granted that the copy made available to the registrar of the High Court will be applied to the law library, because it could very well be a copy made available to the registrar of the High Court for the use and benefit of the High Court judges. I'm not saying that they will be selfish and not share, but I'm just querying. And also because currently we do not have a law librarian. I don't know when we'll get one, but we should, especially for matters something like this, right? On the Law Revision Commission, there is also no space for a law librarian, which there should be space for. At section 23 of the bill, request to make subsidiary legislation. 23(2), the recommendation is that there should be a reference, a referral to the AG Ministry, legislative drafting section for that kind of work. Now, in terms of section 24, rectification of omissions from the laws of Belize, the only reason why I say I wouldn't want to have us enjoy a section like that, because it could create the state of affairs where the lower house, maybe not the upper house, but either chambers could get a little bit relaxed on the kind of scrutiny attached to bills, knowing that the Law Revision Commissioner would be there to catch omissions, and that catching an omission and the Law Revision Commissioner being able to address those, especially those that take retroactive effect. Here I say I associate myself with Senator Farber. I don't think omissions, by virtue of it slipping through the lower chamber and the upper chamber, and then caught by a Law Revision Commissioner, and there are citizens who would be affected by it, there should be no retroactive effect to those laws. Yeah, we shouldn't, that in principle would be unfair. Now, I move to the part of this bill that, on the one hand, I applaud the government to make available the post of a Law Revision Commissioner with staff, right? It's not certain whether that staff would be public servants, but the staff for the Law Revision Commission are public servants. And we're now finding salaries for a Law Revision Commissioner, an office, the staff, the commission, a chairperson. And I'd like to take this opportunity, since there is a will of the government to do those things and make offices and staff available to respective persons, where it lends to the exercise of our democracy. I'd like to point out here that in 2025, the leader of the opposition has no office of the leader of the opposition that the government supports, create finance for, and the like. And so, it being a constitutional post, not just a post created in a bill, I'd like to invite consideration to the leader of government business, but particularly Senator Courtney. Coy, why do I do that? Apologies. I agree, you know.
Let's stay with the bill. Let's stay with the bill.
It was a well-needed relief, Madam President. Not to say that, you know, there is any measuring. You know, no. But yes, Senator Cowie, more importantly, I invite you with your ability, perhaps, to be able to persuade the Prime Minister and tap into whatever mechanisms there are in order to afford the office of the leader of the opposition a constitutional position, it being a right thing to do, to make sure that there is such an office and staff. I would like to point out that there is a at section 27 that provides for law revision reports. It says that the Law Revision Commissioner can make yearly reports on any aspect of the Commissioner's work. And while I understand why that is there, but I would recommend deleting the words on any aspect and just leave it to yearly report, so that we don't just get partial reports at a time and there is nothing that would oblige the Law Revision Commissioner to give a full report in any calendar year. And likewise, in section 27, sub 2, the discretionary term may should be changed to shall. Now at section 28, 1b, this is where I associate myself with Senator Dennison, that, well, to the extent that laws should be public and made available and accessible freely, not that we should be paying any electronic subscription service for such. This is not like a case law database that we should properly pay a subscription for, but this is our laws, our basic laws. No man, you have to pay. They have databases where you pay for access, man. So I'm saying the ability to access the laws, the work done by the Law Revision Commissioner shouldn't be tied to a fee. On the Law Reform Commission, I noticed that the Commission isn't given independence, and it's not given independence because the Attorney General is there to what I call signal and dictate the pace and oversight. Because of that, I query. Within the Attorney General's ministry, there is a legislative drafting section. Why create a Law Revision Commission that will be doing work, on the one hand, the same kind of work that the legislative drafting section should be doing? The drafting section is under the AG, but we're also extending that person to be supervising or signaling the pace and oversight of the Commission. Now, if in oversight or maybe a watching way, I have no difficulty, but in determining remuneration and all of these things, I think that should be left properly to the Commission. I note there that there is the creation of the post of a chair, but I don't see that the terms of office for that chair, it's not there. But what is there is that a Law Reform Commissioner has an appointment not exceeding 5 years. It doesn't say that that chair is also treated as a Law Revision Commissioner. And so I ask and query, and it should be clarified, whether there is a term of office for the chairperson, and if so, what is that term of office? Because the Law Reform Commissioner has a term of office, which is identified. What is also silent is the number of Law Reform Commissioners. It doesn't say how many. Law Reform Commissioner, one Law Reform Commissioner and one chair? No, but I don't. Okay. Because I do see yeah, I'll wait for your response. In section 30, subsection 2, the third line, functions and powers of the Law Reform Commission, that is a marginal note. It needs to be deleted because it goes with section 31(1). I see where in 32 the Commission can appoint committees. I don't know if it's necessary to indicate the size of the committees and the kind of persons who should serve in those committees. Section 27 subsection 2 should be consistent. But I am at the end. It's only 38 sections and I am at 34. No, because if you would have been patient, you would have heard that I am saying that section 27 subsection 2 should be consistent with section 34 subsection 2. You see? No, I do it how I want to do it. Maybe if you stood up and said it, you could have done it how you wanted to. And so, with that, Madam President, I would say that the bill is one for ripe consideration by the Leader of Government Business, that we should deal with it during committees to consider some of those recommendations before we think about passing it. But in substance, I support the bill, and it is high time that we have something like this. So I applaud the efforts that has brought it to this stage. I yield.
I recognize Senator Hector Guerra.
Madam President, I just feel obliged to make a contribution to this bill as an attorney. I know the pains that we go through to find amendments, and I know how beneficial it will be to in fact have consolidated laws and laws that are revised from time to time. And of course, for citizens, I know how important it is to be able to access laws. While it's good to have good laws, they're no good if they're not accessible. And so, Madam President, with that said, I want to put on record that I support this bill.
Madam President, first of all, as we indicated and we have all said, the bill is long overdue. Secondly, a law revision commissioner is a specialized skill and a specialized function. The starting premise is clause 10 of the bill. A law revision commissioner has no power to alter or amend the law, the substance of the law. It is an extremely technical profession to go through the legislation to find out errors, omissions, mistakes, updating, etc., and to technically correct them without amending or altering the substance of the law. Bearing in mind at all times that if a law revision commissioner presents a revised law, it still has to come to Parliament. So there should be no fear about this, the extensive powers given to a law revision commissioner. Further to that, the law revision commissioner's powers are spelled out in consummate detail. So he has to or she has to identify which particular power he or she is exercising when he or she is revising legislation. We all agree that the need to consolidate and to have cumulative supplements on a regular basis. And this is why the Attorney General is bringing forward this legislation at this time with a law revision commissioner, with staff. From time to time, and it's virtually always, some foreigner is appointed as a law revision commissioner who comes in on a part-time basis and does a revision, and that's why there's such a tremendous delay in coming up with our cumulative revised editions. And that is why the hope is that it will be done more regularly and consistently. Insofar as the commission is done, there were two errors, quote-unquote errors. One was the definition omission that can be moved to Clause 2 and the typographical error identified by Senator Pitts, those can be dealt with by the clerk in making the omissions before sending it to the Governor General. With respect to the Law Revision Commission, Section 29, Clause 29, there shall be a Law Reform Commission for the purpose of promoting the reform of the law. The Attorney General shall by instrument appoint a chairperson and such other persons as appear to him to be suitably qualified pursuant to subsection 3 of the Law Reform Commissioners, to be Law Reform Commissioners. So there is a Law Reform Commissioner and a commission. The commission is composed of such persons as the Attorney General determines satisfies Clause 29(3). A person appointed to be a Law Reform Commissioner under subsection 2 shall be a person who holds or has held judicial office, or a person who is an experienced legal practitioner or an experienced teacher of law in a university. And then when you come to where are we? The chairman. Yes, may appoint a chairperson and such other persons. So you have a chair and another person, but that chair is not the Law Reform Commissioner, which was your question. Of what? There is no provision in here, but clearly whatever instrument the Attorney General gives, you're hereby appointed for 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. Not exceeding 5 years. That's for the Law Reform Commissioner. I understand. And I'm saying that the Attorney General will appoint that person by an instrument which will have his or her term of office. Clause 32 is important because Senator Faber raised the question about consultation. There is no need for consultation with law revision. Yes, the law is there. It's just revising the law. Insofar as the law reform is concerned, there has to be consultation. And if you look at 32, it says, in performing any of its functions under 31, the Commission may from time to time consult any person who has specialized knowledge in any branch of the law or any technical expertise in any particular field. Appoint committees to provide advice and information and to consider and report on any matter referred to the Commission. In appointing persons as members of a committee under subsection 1b, the Commission shall not restrict consideration to members of the legal profession. The point is, unlike law revision, which is revising an existing law, law reform is people making, if you look at 31(2)(a), the Law Reform Commission shall have the following powers: to receive and consider any suggestion or formal proposals for reform of the law which may be made to the Commission. That's from the general public. NGOs, persons, etc., come forward and say, we want law reform in family law, we want it in church law, whatever. The Commission appoints committees to look at it, and those committees don't have to be confined to lawyers. They are experts and persons outside of the legal profession. A report is prepared. The reason why the Attorney General has to be central to the law reform process is because when the law is prepared, the only way that law can reach the National Assembly is by it going to Cabinet, Cabinet approving it, and then it is tabled in the National Assembly. So he has to be the engine that brings it from the result of the reform, bring it to the Attorney General takes it to the Cabinet and brings it in here. Sorry. Madam President, let me just close by saying this.
So we
Oh, of course. It can be. Well, I mean, anyway, Madam President, Senator Pitts went into great detail with comments, suggestions, etc. Quite frankly, I think this is one where Mr. Price would tell us, don't let the best be the enemy of the good. The bill is good. It is not perfect, but I really think that we should pass the legislation and let's get it implemented, enacted, and get this process moving. To the extent that there is any need for any further amendments or changes in the future, I think we should adopt it then. But I do thank her in all sincerity for all her contribution on the bill, but I really ask senators to approve it and support it. So I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to modernize the system of revising, consolidating, and editing the laws of Belize, to establish an official law reform commission to allow for the laws of Belize to be reviewed and reformed on a systematic basis, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Committee of the Whole, Senate on Motions and Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motions referred to it, and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the committee of the whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then as the chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Senate. Honorable members,
motions, adoption of motions.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the Constitutional and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered a resolution to support the democratic Taiwan and strengthen bilateral bond motion 2025 and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. The committee has also met and considered a motion to nominate members to the Joint Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put in relation to both motions.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House extends its commitment to the strong and healthy diplomatic bond between Belize and Taiwan and reaffirms its commitment to stand with the people and government of Taiwan in solidarity to oppose PRC's coercive actions that undermine Taiwan's sovereign integrity, democracy, and freedom, calls upon the international community to reject PRC's distortion of UNGA Resolution 2758 and its effort to block Taiwan's inclusion in the international system, expresses its full support for Taiwan's participation in all related international organizations, including the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the International Criminal Police Organization. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to President Lai Ching-te of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and to the Office of the Prime Minister as a tangible token of the friendship expressed herein. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate nominates Senator Kevin Herrera, Senator Glenfield Dennison, and Senator Janelle Chinona to be the social partner members in the Joint Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Reporting and third reading of bills.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it with amendment, and has considered the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2025, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025, Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill 2025, the Law Revision and Law Reform Bill 2025, and passed them without amendment. I now move that the bills be read as
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act No. 28 of 2022 to extend the time for the Prime Minister to lay before the National Assembly the report of the Commission after receipt and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 11th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 11th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the second and third phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the Belize and the Republic of China, Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act governing the insolvency of companies and mechanisms established for insolvent persons to enter into arrangements with their creditors, an administration procedure for companies, the receivership of companies and foreign companies, the liquidation of companies, foreign companies, limited life partnerships and partnerships, the making of bankruptcy orders against individuals, the licensing and regulation of insolvency practitioners, the penalization and redress of wrongdoing associated with insolvent persons, the disqualification of directors, the avoidance of certain transactions, cross-boundary insolvency issues, netting, and the establishment of a simplified insolvency procedure for eligible companies, and other matters connected therewith be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Director General of the Financial Services Commission to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Central Bank of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to modernize the system of revising, consolidating, and editing the laws of Belize, to establish an official law reform commission to allow for the laws of Belize to be reviewed and reformed on a systematic basis, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act, Act number 28 of 2022. Bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill for an act governing the insolvency of companies. Bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona, who has requested to speak on the adjournment.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm grateful for the patience of my colleagues. I know it's been a very long day in these very comfortable chairs. But I really feel, Madam President and colleagues, that this role that we have here, we should leverage every opportunity to amplify topics that are not only personal to us, but are important in a national scope. And I have asked for leave to speak on poverty and its impacts on society, because I think it's important in the national discourse as citizens. And I want to immediately concede that as a topic, poverty is very complex, very dense, very layered. But a series of events pushed me to ask for this time because, and we've spoken just now about bankruptcy and insolvency, we've spoken throughout the day about the poor and the need for it. And Madam President, I will share that in just the last month, looking at just in my circle of elder abuse and concerns with elder because of being abandoned by their family members and being left to the mercy of the world as they speak. I think of the family of little baby Emiliano, who came to the nation and asked for financial support to get treatment for him, and what that would have meant to his family in terms of medical poverty because of his condition. And I offer my deepest condolences given his passing. And we looked to crime, Madam President, and I immediately concede, and I've shared with him before, but to restate that knowing how directly crime has impacted Senator Herrera and his family in a very, very deep and personal way. But also to share, Madam President, that in my former life, I got hired by UNICEF along with my colleague Brent Toombs to put together a it was supposed to be a national baseline, if you will, of where children were coming in with crime, seeing crime, experiencing crime. And Madam President, we went to 12 schools across this country unannounced and just asked children to tell us what they were thinking about when we said, how has crime impacted you? None of those children were more than 15 years old, Madam President. And every single one of them knew what the different weapons sounded like, how many dead bodies they had seen with their own eyes, what the smell of death was. It was so alarming even then, and I cannot think that it has changed, Madam President. And I really struggled with that. All of these incidents of just where that lands at. And again, I am not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that the government bears responsibility for remedying this. And that was really my prayer that I took to bed Saturday night, saying, how do I speak to this in a way that raises awareness, but also that pushes us to action? And I went to church on Sunday morning, and Father Andres at St. Martin de Porres Church preached about the Good Samaritan and about how the parable was that multiple people passed somebody that needed help. And because of rules, because of various excuses, they didn't help. But the one who perhaps was least expected to help, helped. And I just call it out to colleagues, I call it out to the nation. We can do a little bit wherever we are. And when we do that little bit, it can add up to a lot for somebody. And I see that so, it restores my faith in humanity sometimes, because as the kids say, Belize is not a real place sometimes. And the things that we do to each other are staggering, Madam President. But when we rally behind a cause, it is such a beautiful thing. And I have to just challenge everybody to think about it, whether you're coming at it from a tax break, where you're coming from it from a religious point of view to nullify your own issues. Just to call out, however you can partner with your community, with your church, with your NGO. We have multiple organizations working on multiple topics that overlap with issues related to poverty, whether it's domestic abuse, alcoholism, health, all of this. But just really to ask, how do we determine together how we can take on poverty? Because I know if we go around this room, everyone has experienced its impact, whether it's in delivery of service or lack thereof. But as we heard repeatedly today, and I noted it, I should have counted it, but repeatedly I noted how much everything relates back to crime. And I have to tell myself, how do we address the root issues of crime? Because as one of our colleagues even said today in the break room, crime doesn't start when they pick up the gun and they pull the trigger. Crime starts when they feel like they have no choice. And I will share, honestly, I don't know what I would be prepared to do or not prepared to do if my loved one needed something. And if people feel like they have no choice, then how do we give them that? And I've spoken before, there was a billboard that has always stuck with me. It used to be at the foot of the old Hallova Bridge. It was a picture of a young girl's face. And it said, "No sex, no home. That is my choice." And it's so scary. All the attendant issues of when people are... The other day, somebody messaged me and said, "Janelle, please help me get attention for this case, because I think this mother is pimping out her disabled daughter." We have some real challenges, Madam President, but I am convinced, and colleagues, if we rally around a little bit of kindness, a little bit of help where we can, and I have to thank publicly here Minister Daly. I had an opportunity to collaborate with him on helping somebody that was living in his constituency. We can do things together, and Senator Farber will chastise me for bringing this back, but this is where the nationalism comes in. It's not the party, because we've heard it from the experts. We are all related to each other genetically. We are not, the degrees of separation barely exist in Belize, and we're not only killing each other and robbing and beating each other up, but we're walking past people who need a little bit of kindness, a little help. And I've said it before to Senator Koye and the experts on education being a lift out of things, a change, and how important it is that we are making sure that education is accessible, there is equitable in it, and I will support that to no end. But when I stand outside in the public domain, Madam President, and I hear parents telling their children who have gotten access to education, no come back to Belize, they not pay you for a degree, stay where they. What does that say for our national outlook? How do we get people to, yes, feel safe, see themselves as a part of the constructive revolution, as someone famous once said? But it is heavy on me, Madam President, and I will continue to do what I can, where I can, but I really need to raise awareness here and wherever we can, that poverty is not, I know the Bible, and Senator Timber will correct me, the Bible says the poor will always be with us. But I don't think that we should be resigned that we will keep people poor or be content with people poor, being poor. We can't help people get out of the situations they are, because when you dive into it, Madam President, I don't know how some of these children that are being born into some of these neighborhoods are making it to the next day, much less the next year, much less to a point where all of a sudden they have no life behind their eyes, and then it's life behind bars. So I just really want senators, I know again, I apologize, I didn't know the meeting would go this extensively, but please hear me in saying, please let's collaborate and make sure that that kindness, that resource, that help, whoever it is, wherever it is there. And I will only share one more thing, Madam President, and it relates to mental health. Because again, this whole situation, and I know peanut gallery over here is throwing out, but these things have an impact on our mental health, our projection. Somebody very close to me told me the other day that, you know, they held open the door and told somebody good morning as they walked past the door. And they didn't think anything of it. It was just bidding the time of day to an almost stranger. And like 2 weeks later, the persons met up again, and the lady that passed through the door says, you know, when I passed you in that doorway, I was on my way to commit suicide. Your greeting changed my whole day, changed my whole plan, just because I thought, oh, they're actually seeing me. They're actually seeing me need, she had a bunch of things in her hand. I just want to call out that little bit making a little difference, Madam President. And I really need to say that even though places like St. Martin de Porres Parish is in the epicenter of some of those neighborhoods, that place for me, and I'm hopeful there are other spots nationally, has also been a microcosm of what is possible when you have that welcoming inclusivity and that cooperation and that collaboration. I mean, they have multiple programs going on all at the same time. I imagine the schools will be issuing book lists soon, and everybody will be back to school, and there's this pressure again to get uniform and everything. I just really hope that a little bit somewhere where we can really make the difference in somebody's life, because if we can do that together, Madam President, I have every hope we can begin to change how things are for the people who need it most. Thank you for hearing me, colleagues.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.